Hey you all, welcome to Just a Shinobi. Today, we dive into an exciting what-if scenario. What if Naruto was Instinctive Shinobi? Part 3. Check out previous 2 parts. Hope you enjoy this, hit subscribe for more thrilling content. Explore my other videos, share with friends, enjoy them too, and drop your thoughts in the comments below. It motivates me. Let's not waste any time. Jump into today's what if. Interest. Maxa called out as he ran through the forest of life, as he searched for interest. 5 days have already passed since she went out on her normal scouting routine, which normally wouldn't cause for concern with how long she could be out patrolling. What was concerning was that not once had she reported on finding anything or a lack of activity. With Maxa having personally set out to find his friend and make sure nothing had happened to her. Though so far, he hasn't made much luck in finding her. Interest! Shouted Maxa, before stopping to look around for anything that may lead him to where Interest was, before he spotted the symbol for the overworld carved into a tree with an arrow below it. Realizing Interest must have left it to point him in the right direction, Maxa followed the marker to the next one, following each of them until he finally found Interest. Only to be shocked when he found her stuck to a tree, the overworld leader quickly running over to free her. Interest! Maxa said, worried at how this could have happened and who attacked her, as Interest's eyes slowly opened. Not safe, muttered Interest, knowing Maxa needed to get out of here fast. You're safe now, good thing you left those markers behind. What happened? Maxa asked, wondering she managed to see who her attacker was, not understanding the real meaning behind her words. Trap. A trap, Interest said, trying to urge him to escape. I can see that, replied Maxa, having figured she was lured into a trap from the looks of things. Not for me. For you, Interest said, with Maxa's eyes widening in realization as they both heard the sound of flapping wings. Maxa looking into the sky and scowled when he saw Van Blut. Perfect. Decomposition, destroy Maxa, said Van Blut as he activated the decomposition music he had found for this exact purpose. The overworld leader's eyes widened at hearing the strange music, before he immediately tossed Interest to the side so she wouldn't get hit. Just as decomposition hit, with Maxa crying out as the music's power took effect on him, as he then collapsed to the ground. Maxa, Interest said, struggling to get up and look at her friend in worry and fear, when she saw he didn't seem to be moving. The mighty Maxa isn't so mighty anymore. Is he pussycat? Then Blut taunted, savoring his victory at having done what Chire never could, and vanquished Maxa for good. Interest glared at the underworlder hatefully as she stood up, swearing to rip him apart for what he did. Cool it, kitty. A single sleep sting stopped you once already. Now I'm going to double the dose, said Van Blut as he landed, planning to destroy not only Maxa, but one of his closest friends as well. Even better that, from what Van Blut has heard, Interest was also close to that blonde annoyance that interfered with his plans to overthrow Chire. So he'll be able to not only take out 2 of the overworld's strongest warriors, but hurt that damn human as well. But before Van Blut could do anything, he was suddenly blasted back by a flame orb, with the treacherous second-in-command hopping up and down as he was on fire. Only to be shocked when he saw Maxa stand up, looking completely fine. Impossible! That ancient text promised. Van Blut shouted, not believing decomposition didn't work. Steam rage! Maxa shouted, blasting Van Blut with a blast of steam. The underworlder flying into the air before retaliating with an airsault, only for Maxa to use a torrent of flames that blasts straight through the cyclone and impacting Van Blut. This isn't over, Maxa, Van Blut declared as he retreated, knowing he didn't have a chance of beating Maxa and Interest. While Maxa wanted to pursue Van Blut and make sure he couldn't try anything else, he was still confused about that music he used. Why would Van Blut go through all that trouble just to use some weak music on me? Maxa wondered, not feeling any major damage or effects, wondering if the music simply didn't do anything at all. Though when Maxa looked at Interest, he recoiled in horror when he saw that his friend had seemed to transform into some monstrous and nightmare version of herself. The overworld leader stepping back in fear at the sight, something Interest noticed and worried her. Maxa, what's wrong? Interest asked, looking at Maxa in concern at his sudden change in behavior. Maxa's eyes darted around, now realizing that the music did in fact do something. Time skip 3 days, chaotic. Within the port court, Naruto, Peyton, and Kaz sat at a table, each having drinks and plates of burgers and fries in front of them. Though only Naruto and Peyton were eating, while Kaz simply sat with a downcast expression on his face. You gonna eat that? Peyton asked, pointing to Kaz's plate, with the redhead shaking his head. Nah, lost my appetite, replied Kaz, with Peyton taking the plate and putting the second burger on his own. Tom still isn't coming to Chaotic? Naruto asked, with Kaz sighing and nodding, all of them knowing that Tom hasn't been coming to Chaotic recently, and has been missing matches as well. Don't worry, Kaz, I'm sure Major T just needs a break is all, said Peyton, with Naruto nodding in agreement. Yeah, he did lose his signature creature and the ace of his deck, along with suffering from a losing streak. The same thing happened to me, when I crashed and burned from being overconfident. I'm sure that Tom just needs some time to himself, to relax. He'll come back eventually. Naruto added, with Kaz sighing again, but nodded in thanks at their words. Yeah, you're probably right. Everyone has their low points. So maybe some matches online and with the cards is what he needs, rather than drone matches, said Kaz, with Naruto and Peito nodding in agreement. Though their raised spirits were ruined when Agro 999, or Tank, walked over laughing. Ahahaha. I heard Major Loser missed another match again. Guess it shows how much of a coward he is, that he can't even show his face around here anymore. Good riddance, I say, one less loser stinking up the place. If your friend's lucky, he won't ever come back to Chaotic, and save himself the embarrassment from losing anymore, Tank said while smirking, still feeling sour over his loss against Tom and Bodil of all creatures. Tom isn't a coward or a loser, retorted Kaz as he stood up and headed for the transporters to port back home and find Tom. I guess your memories are as bad as your skills in the dromes, Tank, since I remember you getting the code kicked out of you by Tom with Bodil, Naruto stated before and Peyton got up and left, either of them wanting to deal with Tank or his attitude. Meanwhile, sitting in the background, Christella smirked as she watched the interaction. Nice attitude, Christella said while looking at Tank, pleased at his attitude, along with being pleasantly surprised that she's found two overworld players with attitudes more suited for underworld players. The brunette glad to see not all of them were goody two-shoes, along with adding another name to her list of potential recruits. Earth. After porting his code back home, Kaz had gone to find Tom and talk to him, while learning he was still at school. With Kaz heading there and found Tom playing a card game against a girl. Because you can't negate music there. You're good, said the girl, while smirking. You're right, Tom replied as they laughed, while Kaz walked up to the table. I've been looking everywhere for you, stated Kaz, having gone to his home, then everywhere else Tom usually hung out at, but didn't find him anywhere. We're just finishing up a 6-on-6 match, Tom said while looking at his cards. Which I'm gonna win, the girl stated with a smirk. That's what you think. Hit me with your best shot, Tom retorted, with Kaz mentally wondering where this attitude was during his last few matches. Storm Tunnel. Ugh, too bad you already wiped out my Zerv, since that's where he's strongest. Alright, my Larina attacks your Maglax with a Frost Blight. Yes. -25 for Maglax, said the girl smirking, as Kaz rolled his eyes, but figured he might as well wait for the match to end. Right back at you with a Vine Snare for 10 damage, Tom said smirking at the attack card he drew. Hailstorm, you're down another 15. And now I'm gonna cast a Music, Fortissimo. Bye-bye Maglax, said the girl, pleased at her victory. Nice battle, but it ain't over till it's over. Maxa attacks Larina in the Runic Grove, Tom said drawing a location card, revealed to be Runic Grove. Tom, we have Aka said, only for Tom to hold up his hand cutting him off. Which means both of us can only cast generic music, and I'm guessing all you have is overworld music. Diminuendo followed by decrescendo, taking you down to 15 energy. Then, Nuhuhu, a little attack called Flame Orb, taking your final 15 for the battle and the match, said Tom, smiling. I got burned again. Let's make it best out of 7, the girl said, smirking. You got it, Tom replied, eager for another match, with Kaz refusing to sit through an entire match to talk to his friend. Sorry to interrupt your little card party, but I need to speak with you. Alone. Now, Kaz said, leaving no room for argument as he exited the classroom, with Tom groaning. Don't go away, said Tom to the girl, before exiting the room to see Kaz standing there with his arms crossed. So what's the big emergency, Kaz? Tom asked, annoyed at the interruption. Look, I've been keeping my mouth shut and making excuses for you, but everyone's noticing you're missing matches and not porting to Chaotic anymore, even Tank. What's your problem? Kaz said, understanding if Tom needed some time away from the dromes, but he's been avoiding going to Chaotic entirely. What's your problem? Retorted Tom, with Kaz recoiling at his volume. Let me make this real simple for you and everyone else. Okay, I'm done. I'm never going back to chaotic, Tom said, much to Kaz's shock. You're quitting chaotic? Questioned Kaz, not believing what he was hearing. I'm not quitting the game. But I'm only playing here now, where I still have my Maxa card, Tom said, while pulling out the physical Maxa card he still had, since the scan version was now with Naruto. You're seriously never going to chaotic again? Just because you don't have Maxa there? Kaz asked, as Tom looked down, now unsure. I don't know Kaz, he's my favorite. My whole game was built around Maxa. He was the center, and with him gone, everything's gone, said Tom, while sliding down against the wall, having built his entire deck centered around Maxa, and now that he didn't have him, Tom wasn't sure how he could ever play in chaotic again. I know I shouldn't feel that way, but I do, Tom said, knowing to most other players, a scan was just a scan and easily replaceable by porting to pair him and getting another one. I know how you feel. If I lost Chire, I'd be totally bummed too. And just look at Naruto after his losing streak. I'm sure if he could, he would have ported to Earth and not come back either. He'd probably also feel the same about Ursus, if he ever lose that scan, said Kaz, with Tom sighing, and knew he was right. Knowing there are plenty of ways for someone's confidence to come crashing down, whether it was from having your ego shattered from a terrible loss, due to overconfidence, or losing your favorite scan. I tried getting another scan of him, but I ported all over Param. I can't find him anywhere, Tom said, having ported to every overworld location he could, even to my Mypedian, Danian, and underworld locations, but couldn't find Maxa anywhere. Param's a big place, you can't just wander around and hope you run into him. If you want to scan Maxa, you gotta think tricky, like an underworlder like me, Kaz said, knowing Param was gigantic, that new locations could still be discovered, not even counting all the rare location scans that Codemasters have. I already tried, Kaz, retorted Tom, having tried thinking of places Maxa could be hiding in, but still came up empty-handed. We're going back to chaotic right now, and I'm gonna help you get that scan. You'd do the same for me, right? Kaz said, smiling, as Tom stood up and looked away. I guess. Might as well give it one more try, replied Tom. Figure one more search couldn't hurt. Glad to hear this, the two pulled out their scanners and ported their codes back to chaotic. Port court. Reappearing in the port court, the two were immediately greeted by Naruto by the transporters. Tom, glad to see you back, said Naruto, with Tom nodding at his friend. Yeah, Kaz convinced me to come back. We're going to pair him so I can try and get a new Maxa scan, Tom said. Cool. I'll go with you, said Naruto, while stepping onto a transporter, wanting to help his friend, just like how he, Kaz, Sarah, and Peyton helped him with his slump. Alright, next stop, Kira City, Kaz said, as the three ported away to the overworld capital. Later, Kira City. I've been here 10 times, Kaz, Maxa's not around. I must have asked every creature in Kiru, Tom said, knowing for a fact Maxa isn't in Kira City. I'd say we could try asking Ivena, but last time I was here, she was out on a mission. And I haven't seen Intress around either, so she's not an option either, said Naruto, figuring if any creature knew where Maxa was, Ivena would be a good creature to ask, aside from Intress. Ah, Tom, it's good to see you again, said Bodil, surprisingly pleasant at seeing the three humans. Given the proof Tom had shown him of using him in his match against Tank, and actually managing to beat Tanguth Toborn, Bodil had happily allowed Tom to scan the aerodrome after seeing he kept his word to use him in a match. Even better that Naruto had willingly scanned him as well, not to mention allowing him to look over the Meridian battle gear as well. Safe to say, Bodil's reputation was starting to go up amongst Chaotix players, after seeing Tom's victory with him against Tanguth Toborn. Something the creature was glad about, that his intelligence was being appreciated rather than focusing on his lack of strength. Hey Bodil, buddy. What are you doing? Kaz asked, while looking at all the scrolls littered about the room. I'm simply taking inventory of all the overworld battle gear. Frafto thinks it's easy. I'd like to see him keep track of all this battle gear. First, I had to develop a meticulous alphabetical index, with subcategories by gear type, model, style, and Bodil said before he began explaining the process of keeping track of the various types of battle gear, with the three boys already feeling themselves fall asleep at the start of the explanation. Naruto looking at the candle on a shelf, only to see it was now completely burned out, showing just how long they've been here. With a glance at Tom showing the overworld player was starting to lose his patience as well. Hey Bodil, I don't mean to interrupt, but I also wanted to ask, have you seen Intress around lately or know where she is? Naruto asked, knowing they needed to get going or they'll be here all day. Intress? Well, I hate to disappoint you, and no doubt her that you won't be showing up, but Intress is on a top-secret mission with Maxa. No one's where they are or when they'll be back. Bodil answered, with Naruto nodding in thanks. Thanks anyway. So, what were you saying again? Said Naruto, as Bodil turned around back to his desk. Right. There's also the maintenance I have to worry about, especially with the pyroblasters and localizers. You wouldn't believe what it takes to keep all this gear clean, said Bodil, before he began explaining battle gear maintenance as well, not seeing the three sneaking out the door. Though Naruto did leave behind 3 shadow clones, with 2 transforming to look like Tom and Kaz, not wanting to be rude, after he gave them a clue for where Maxa is. Even if they did have to trick him into revealing it. Okay, so now we know Maxa is with Intress. But what good is that? We don't know where Intress is either, Tom said, not knowing how that was useful. Not yet, we don't. You two know the overworlders better than me. Where could she be? Or who would know where she was? Kaz asked. Slicknick. He's a friend of Intress that guards the passage to the underworld. If we can get a scan of Slicknick, while he's thinking about Intress, Tom could tap into his memories and figure out where they are, said Naruto. I got a scan of the passage, how about you two? Kaz asked, with Tom giving a thumbs up, while Naruto shook his head. I don't have a scan of the passage. I'll port back to Chaotic and wait for you both there, replied Naruto, with Tom and Kaz nodding as they ported away, while Naruto ported back to Chaotic. Later port court, Naruto sat at a table looking at his scanner, frowning when he saw how long it's been since Tom and Kaz ported to the passage to scan Slicknick. The whiskered blonde doubting it'd take that long to go there to scan the creature, unless something happened. Though not a moment later, Naruto looked up and saw the two appear at the transporters. What took you guys so long? Naruto asked, while walking over to them. We ran into some trouble. Spider was there fighting Slicknick, and we had to save him, Kaz said. But I managed to get a scan of him, while he was thinking of Intress, so now we just have to head to the beta dromes, said Tom, glad he managed to get the scan, while Naruto nodded. Great, let's go, Naruto said, with Tom nodding as the two headed for the beta dromes, while Kaz stayed behind knowing he wouldn't be much use for this part, and would wait for them to get back. Naruto and Tom arrived at the beta dromes and set up a private match for themselves, with Naruto creating a shadow clone, with Naruto himself choosing Maxa, while his clone chose Intress, allowing them the best chance for Tom to access Slicknick's memories. Okay, choose a location, that'll help Slicknick think of Intress, said Naruto, with Tom nodding before selecting Maxa's castle. Alright, here goes. I hope this works, Tom said as he transformed into Slicknick, while Naruto and his clone transformed into Maxa and Intress. It's the best chance we have. Let's get chaotic, said Maxa. Maxa's castle. When the three appeared in the castle, Maxa and Intress looked at Slicknick. Okay, now concentrate. Where would we go, if we needed some place to hide? Maxa asked, with Slicknick closing his eyes and trying to concentrate on memories of Intress and Maxa. You would be the only who knows where we are, Slicknick. Think, where would we go to hide? Where would we go, if either of us were in danger and couldn't be found by anyone? Said Intress. Danger? Slicknick muttered before his eyes widened when he suddenly flashed back to when he saw Intress and suddenly was in Climax swamp, and saw a giant, bird-shaped tree. He's in danger, so we're going where no one can find us. Only you will know where we will be, you, Slicknick. I know where they are. Climax swamp, at a giant tree that's shaped like a bird, Slicknick said, shocked that he actually saw all that. I know that tree. I've seen it a few times, when I go to the Climax swamp to train, Maxa said, remembering seeing a tree like that. Awesome, we have what we need, let's go, said Slicknick, eager at the chance that they'll really find Maxa, this time. Great. But we can only go if we battle, Intress stated, smirking as the three looked at each other. Not a moment later, the three blasted each other with attacks nonstop, until they all burst into code. Betadrome, for the record, I definitely won that match, Naruto stated with a smirk, while dispelling his clone as they ran out of the drome. As if I won, said Tom, with a smirk of his own, since even if it wasn't an actual match, he knew he coded Naruto and his clone first. In your dreams, now let's get Kaz and head to Climax swamp, Naruto replied, as they went to the port court. Later, Climax swamp, it should be right around here, Naruto said as he guided Tom and Kaz through the swamp to the bird tree. There it is, said Tom, when he saw the bird tree from Slicknick's memories. And there's Interest. Kaz said, not sure if the tiger-like overworlder would be happy to see them. Well, probably happy to see Naruto. Don't worry, Interest is just making sure Maxa is safe. She'll let us see him, said Naruto, while standing up from their hiding spot, with Tom and Kaz reluctantly following him. With Interest immediately catching their scent and whirled around, prepared to attack, only to relax when she saw Naruto. Naruto, what are you doing here? And who are these two? Interest asked, while narrowing her eyes at Tom and Kaz. These are my friends Tom and Kaz. As for why we're here, it's a really long story. The short version is that we are trying to find Maxa, so Tom could get a new skin of him, said Naruto, with Interest frowning at the fact they knew Maxa was here, before sighing. Fine, you can scan Maxa and then leave, Interest said, knowing they had to leave as soon as they could with Maxa's current condition. Nodding in thanks, Interest guided the trio into the tree to a door, which she knocked on before opening. With Tom smiling in excitement when he saw Maxa inside, missing the look of fear on his face. Maxa, I've been looking all over for you, Tom said, glad he'll soon get a new scan. Only for his eyes to widen when Maxa threw a flame orb at them, which would have hit them had Naruto and Interest not pushed him and Kaz out of the way. With Maxa backing away, as he began realizing they weren't actually threats. We came to skin you, not hurt you. Like we even could, I mean he probably could, said Kaz, while pointing at Naruto. Yes. The light was dim. I thought you were enemies, Maxa said, relieved he didn't hit them before lowering his head, so he didn't see any more monstrous visions. Maxa, are you alright? Naruto asked, knowing Maxa definitely wouldn't freak out like that, even if they were enemies. You shouldn't be here, muttered Maxa, knowing no one was safe around him at the moment. I needed a new scan of you, for our chaotic game, Tom said. Of course. Scan me, quickly, Maxa said urgently, before he panicked again, with Tom nodding and scanning Maxa. Got it, said Tom, smiling at getting a new scan of Maxa, with the overworld leader standing up and looking to Interest. Interest, see them safely out of the swamp, Maxa said, with Interest nodding and ushered the three out, though Naruto stayed behind for a moment and looked at Maxa. Are you sure you're alright? Naruto asked, knowing something was up. Yes, I'm fine, just tired is all, said Maxa, while picking up the book he had knocked down earlier. With Naruto frowning, but left, after seeing that Maxa won't tell them what's really wrong. The whiskered blonde finding Interest speaking with Tom and Kaz. You can't tell anybody you saw Maxa here, Interest said, looking at them with narrowed eyes, refusing to take any risks with Maxa's safety. It's alright, Interest, you can trust Tom and Kaz not to tell anyone about Maxa. They're just curious since he seems pretty off right now. What is wrong with him? Naruto asked, with Interest looking at him, before gaining a solemn expression. I don't know what's going on. All I know is that he's being very secretive about what's happening. He even refused to see Narin when I suggested it, said Interest, leaving the humans puzzled at what's going on. Well, like Naruto said, we won't say anything about where he is, said Tom, with Kaz nodding in agreement before the three pulled out their scanners. With Tom and Kaz porting back to chaotic, though before Naruto could, Interest stopped him. Before you go, Naruto, there's something I wanted to ask, Interest said, with the Jinchuriki looking at her curiously. What did you want to ask me, Interest? Questioned Naruto, gulping when Interest narrowed her eyes. Did you really kiss Takanam? Interest demanded, her jealously coming out after having heard what her little sister did, angry and jealous of her kissing Naruto. While Naruto blushed at the question and memory of Takanam kissing him. Technically Tita Takanam kissed me. As something about staking he her claim, said Naruto, Interest growling lowly at hearing this. Then before the whiskered blonde could react, Interest grabbed him by the collar and pressed her lips against his own. With Naruto's eyes widening in shock at the surprise kiss, even more so when Interest pushed her tongue inside his mouth, going even further than Takanam did. Interest soon pulled back and looked at Naruto with a smirk. One thing you should know about me, Naruto, is that I can get very jealous. And next time you see Takanam, tell her I'm staking my own claim now, Interest said, with Naruto being unable to do anything but nod before he ported away. Port court. When Naruto reappeared in the port court, he saw Tom and Kaz waiting for him, with the two seeing his expression and being able to guess what happened. Are there any other girls in Param or Chaotic that like me as more than a friend? Naruto asked, not wanting to get a third surprise kiss, with Tom and Kaz smirking at the confirmation of what Interest did. You'll have to wait and find that out yourself, replied Tom. Yeah. And be careful, you don't know when your friendship with Ivena could suddenly become something more, Kaz added. And at the rate you're going Naruto, you might as well be one of those dense harem anime protagonists, Tom said, as Naruto gave them both a dry glare. All of my hate, said Naruto slowly, swearing to get them back, as Tom and Kaz laughed before calming down, with Tom looking down with a confused frown. Guys, don't you think it was strange, both Maxa's behavior and where he was? Why would he be out in the Glumuk swamp? Tom asked, while looking at his new Maxa scan. Who knows? I could never figure out Overworldus, said Kaz, while walking off to relax after the hectic scan quest. Well, at least you got a Maxa scan, Naruto said, with Tom nodding slowly, while looking at said scan. Yeah, but still, something was just. What the? Said Tom, his eyes widening in shock when he saw something that was definitely wrong with his scan. What? Naruto asked, looking at the scan as well, only for his eyes to widen when he saw Maxa's stats. Maxa's courage, Tom said. It's nearly gone, finished Naruto, either of them understanding how Maxa's courage could go from being one of the highest in the game to lower than Dractyl's. The two trading a look, now knowing something was very wrong. Glumuk Swamp. Meanwhile, Interest returned to her and Maxa's hideout, pleased at having staked her own claim on Naruto. Maxa. Interest called out when she didn't see him, only for her eyes to widen when she couldn't see him anywhere as she quickly ran outside, but didn't see him anywhere in sight. Maxa. Come back, Maxa, shouted Interest as she began searching every inch of Glumuk Swamp for her friend. With Maxa, now wearing a cloak, hearing Interest's cries for him, making him frown sadly but knew he needed to do this. I'm sorry, Interest, but for the sake of the overworld I must go, Maxa said before walking off into the swamp. Dractyl flew through the air as he hid from Takanam, having escaped from the female underworld's assault. The overworld scouts head darting back and forth, searching for any sign of where she might try attacking him from, completely missing Takanam appear from the clouds above him. You can't get away from me that easily, Turkey, Takanam said before diving down towards Dractyl, with the overworlder looking behind him to see his opponent approaching. Turkeys don't fly, retorted Dractyl, before the two began a game of cat and mouse in the air. Dractyl taking a chance to look behind him to see if Takanam was gaining on him, only to be confused when he didn't see her. Though when he looked forward, the scout's eyes widened when he saw Takanam flying right below him before she created two flame orbs in her hands, with Dractyl immediately flying straight down to avoid the barrage of fireballs, only to grunt in pain when he was hit by two flame orbs before he flew up to escape being hit further, while flying across from Takanam to retaliate. Wind slash! Dractyl shouted, while flapping his wings unleashing a large funnel of wind at the underworlder, knocking her out of the air. That's how you play it. Take control, take command, Dractyl thought, hoping to finally break his losing streak, only for Takanam to fly up through the clouds. Maybe you aren't a turkey, but you're gonna be a roast chicken, said Takanam, before unleashing a tornado of fire at Dractyl that began sucking him in. Not again, I can't lose again, thought Dractyl, not wanting to lose another match, especially when he's so close. Hailstorm! Dractyl shouted, flapping his wing, releasing a blast of hail downward and creating an opening in the flames, which he quickly flew through. Smart move, Takanam stated, after seeing he actually managed to escape. Here's another one. Delirium, said Dractyl, blasting Takanam with the attack, with the underworlder trying in vain to escape only to still be hit. Today's the day I break my losing streak, thought Dractyl, regaining his confidence in winning the match, before using a thunder shout blowing away the clouds and hitting Takanam. Lightning burst, Dractyl said as lightning shot off his body and impacted Takanam, electrocuting her. Yes. My luck's finally changing. Now I'll code you with Unsanity, said Dractyl, launching the attack at Takanam while she was still being shocked, only for the underworlder to break free and dodge the attack. Smoke surge, Takanam retorted, expelling a massive cloud of black smoke, blinding the scout as he lost track of where Takanam was. Only for her to reveal herself when she hit him with a paralyze, holding Dractyl in place laughing as she had him right where she wanted him. That's a paralyzed attack, Birdbrain. But don't worry, I won't let you crash. Lavalanche? Takanam shouted, unleashing a blast of lava at Dractyl, the attack impacting the overworlder and reducing him to code. Hotech Drome. Tom looked down at seeing he lost again, while Takanam transformed back into his opponent, Sam Shady. Guess you aren't so major without Maxa, Are you minor Tom? Sam taunted with a smirk, glad at the chance to get back at Tom after being beaten by a newbie when he first came to Chaotic. The taunts making Tom clench his fists, before grabbing his scanner and storm out of the drome, heading for Naruto's house. While Sam also exited the drome, only to stop when he was met by Cristela. What do you want, Cristela? Sam asked, while walking past the brunette towards the port court. Just wanted to congratulate you on beating Major Tommy. I've also had my eye on you for a while, Sam, and I wanted to talk to you about the chance of making an alliance. Cristela said, with Sam stopping and looking at her with a wary expression, knowing Cristela was a rather ruthless player. But at the same time, he was intrigued at this alliance. I'm listening, replied Sam, making the brunette smirk. Naruto's house. Meanwhile, at Naruto's home, Tom was further depressed at his most recent loss, with his friends offering their own support. It's just a temporary setback, dude. Keyword, temporary. You just need to get your confidence back. Get your mojo flowing, said Peyton, while patting Tom on the shoulder. What mojo? I haven't won a single match since I lost my Maxa card. And even when I finally got a new scan of him, I can't even use him thanks to Blut and his decomposition music, said Tom, hating that he had a new Maxa scan, but was unable to use him thanks to what Blut did. With his words making the others wince, as they remembered how they learned what happened to Maxa's low courage. After Naruto and Tom had another private match in the beta dromes. Flashback. You ready? Naruto asked, while looking at Tom, the two currently in the beta drome, to find out what happened with Maxa's courage and how it got so low. Yeah, let's do this, replied Tom, as the two locked their decks, showing that Naruto would be using Interest. Okay. I'm setting the location for the Forest of Life, since that's where Interest's last scouting mission was before she and Maxa went into hiding, Naruto said, with Tom nodding, while taking a breath since he wasn't sure how he would act while transformed into this version of Maxa or what he'll see. Interest attacks Maxa, said Naruto as the two selected their creatures and transformed into them. With Maxa gasping in fear when he saw the monstrous appearance Interest had, before shaking his head, knowing he had to focus. Let's get chaotic. Forest of Life. When the two appeared in the Forest of Life, Maxa jumped as everything seemed twisted and demonic, as if he's trapped in a waking nightmare. Tom, can you hear me? Interest asked, staying out of sight so she didn't end up freaking him out. Yeah, I hear you, replied Maxa. Alright, just like before with Slicknick, just concentrate, focus on the memories of what happened, said Interest, with Maxa nodding. Right, if I can just concentrate, Maxa muttered as he began focusing on the memories. When this first happened, as he began getting flashes of the forest, seeing Interest restrained against a tree. Trap. A trap. Maxa gasped as he came out of the memories. It was a trap. Someone lured Maxa here, using Interest as bait, Maxa said, with Interest frowning at hearing this. If it was a trap, that means it was laid by a powerful creature, someone that'd want to destroy Maxa, said Interest. Destroy, Maxa said before gasping as he saw more memories, this time seeing Blut flying in the sky, using some strange music against Maxa. Decomposition. Destroy Maxa. I got it. It was Blut. Blut used some music called Decomposition. That must be what drained Maxa's courage, Maxa said. Then we have what we need. Interest said that she wanted Maxa to see Narin. He should be able to help us learn more about decomposition. So, we need to go now, and sorry in advance, Interest said. Sorry? For what? L'avalanche? Shouted Interest, jumping out and blasting Maxa with lava, as he burst into code. Betadromes, like I said, sorry, but I didn't need you freaking out and try running or something, said Naruto as he and Tom exited the Betadrome. It's fine, with how Maxa was, I probably would have done something to escape, Tom replied as they ran for the port court to prepare him and speak to Narin about what they learned. Lake Kenaipa. When the two reappeared, they headed up the stairs to Narin's castle, Tom being more wary than Naruto, given the last time he was here. You sure it's a good idea to just walk in? Tom asked, seeing Naruto wasn't worried about them disturbing Narin or annoying the overworld High Muge. Yeah, it's fine. Narin, of Jack. Either of you here? Naruto called out, with Tom looking at him in confusion at the second name. Who's AFJ? Naruto, it's good to see you again, my friend, said F. Jack as he and Narin appeared in front of the two humans, with Tom being surprised at F. Jack's appearance, seeing as he looked like a younger version of Narin, whose attire consisted of a blue trench coat, black long-sleeved turtleneck shirt, blue long pants, as well as pair of silver gauntlets and greaves on his hand and feet, while having silver armor over his chest and shoulders, a sword strapped to his waist, along with carrying a wooden staff in his hand. Narin, we met before, Tom said. I remember who you are, Tom Majors. Normally I do not permit uninvited guests, especially from Chaotic. Why have you come here? Narin said. Master, please, I'm sure they wouldn't have come here, if it wasn't important, said Jack, knowing that even if his father has begun opening up more since his return, he still likes his privacy and doesn't like to be interrupted during his research. Yeah, that's right. We came here with information about Maxa and what happened to him, Tom said, with Narin narrowing his eyes. Let me see, said Narin, holding his hand up, before to Tom's shock, he was suddenly saw flashes of the memories he saw in Maxa's head again as they zoomed past his eyes. You just, Tom said, realizing Narin had just looked at his memories to see for himself what happened. Come with me, Narin said as he began heading for the library, knowing from what little he saw, Maxa was likely in grave danger. Sorry about Master Narin, he can be pretty impatient when it's something important, said Jack, with Tom shaking his head to shake off the weird feeling of having his memories looked at. It's fine, given what happened with Maxa, it is pretty important. I'm Tom, by the way, Tom said, with Jack smiling and shaking his hand. I know, Naruto's told me about you and your friends in Chaotic. I'm Jack, Narin's apprentice, replied Jack, keeping the fact he's already met Tom, or he will meet him eventually, a secret. Jack then took them both to the library, when Narin was already busy looking through his books, with Tom looking around in amazement, before going over to a jar with some insect-looking creature inside. Don't touch anything, Narin said without looking, with Tom stepping away from the jar before sitting down. I just wish there was something I could do to help Maxa, said Tom, wishing he could do more to help Maxa. You're already helping him, Tom. Since from what Interest said, Maxa was being pretty tight-lipped about what happened, Naruto said. He is right. You already have, with your memories of being Maxa in Chaotic. They have revealed the nature of his torment. But I need more. What was the name of the music Blut used against Maxa? Narin asked. It was Decomposition, that was the music that Blut used on him, said Tom, taking a moment to remember the exact name. Decomposition? That's one of the rarest and most ancient music in history, Jack said, surprised that anyone even remembered what decomposition was. Correct, Jack. Decomposition is one of the most insidious of all musics. He who falls under its influence lives a waking nightmare of fear. His courage will decrease and disappear, his wisdom will follow, then his speed and his power. But the added danger of decomposition is this: what the victim of this music loses, the music caster may gain. There is no known music that can reverse the effects of decomposition, Narin said gravely. There's gotta be some way to help him, said Tom, refusing to give up. We do not know where Maxa is, and in his current state, he does not wish to be found. Your efforts, noble as they may be, might attract attention. I do not think Blut knows that his music worked, or he would have made his move already, said Narin, with Naruto frowning as he thought over what decomposition does, before realizing something. You said that what the victim of decomposition loses, the caster may gain? Not will gain, but may gain. So, Blut must think that decomposition was a dud, since he obviously hasn't started gaining all of Maxa's power, otherwise he would have made a move against Chire by now, Naruto said, with the other three realizing this as well. Then that means Maxa's courage isn't being transferred directly to Blut, it's being transferred somewhere else. That's why Maxa left. He's going to wherever his power is going, said Tom, feeling glad and relieved there's still a chance to help Maxa. If that is the case, then we must hurry to find out where Maxa is going, before Blut also realizes this. Thank you, Tom Majors, Naruto Uzumaki, you both have done more than enough to help Maxa, Narin said, knowing their help could potentially save Maxa from truly being destroyed. The two nodded before porting back to Chaotic, knowing they've done all they can at the moment. And flashback, they had filled their friends in on everything they learned, all of them being glad that Maxa could still be saved. But despite this, Tom was still depressed that his losing streak was getting even bigger. It's not the cards, Tom, it's the player. You won a match with Bodo, remember? Sarah said, with Naruto nodding in agreement. Yeah, and that was after Maxa got coded as well. You're still a great player, even without Maxa, added Naruto, knowing it wasn't how powerful or rare a player's scans and cards were, it was the player themselves and how they used them that determined the match. Naruto and Sarah are right, And what about all those other wins you've racked up in the Krellin Drome? You must be close to a Codemaster match. Kaz said, with both Naruto and Tom having the most wins in the Krellin Drome, making it so they were close to being able to challenge Codemaster Krellin themselves. Yeah, real great. Then I'll be coded even faster, said Tom, being much less enthusiastic about facing a Codemaster without a usable Maxa scan. And he had even tried training in the beta dromes to compensate for Maxa's low courage, giving him battle gear and music to boost his courage. But even then, he still can't use him without risking the other players picking up that something is wrong. Especially the more crooked players, that'd happily give the information to Maxa's enemies. Something that would definitely tip off Blut that his music did in fact work. And even if the tribes are working on an alliance to combat the Melians, should they ever escape the doors of the D-mines, that didn't mean they were allies now and wouldn't hesitate to jump at the chance to take out Maxa if they learned how weak he was at the moment. Though it didn't really surprise them that Blut would still try to pull something like this, while compromising the alliance the tribes are trying to form in the process. All for his own personal gain to take over the underworld and all of Parim. A lot of good that'll do him, if the Melians show up and make him their personal bitch. Naruto thought, knowing Blut wouldn't be able to do anything against the Melians' mind control. Listen guys, thanks for trying to cheer me up, but I just want to be by myself for a while, said Tom, before standing up and exiting the house to port to Chaotic. Later Rock River Canyon, I gotta get back into the game. Maxa or no Maxa, I gotta get out of this slump, Tom thought, while picking up some rocks and throwing them into the river. But what if they're wrong? What if it's the cards and not the players? Thought Tom, especially with how Naruto has almost always been using Ursus in his matches recently and winning, not to mention the Meridian scans he has. Tom was pulled from his thoughts when he heard something and saw a shadow. That looks like Maxa? Tom said, surprised and happy at seeing the overworlder. Maxa? Wait, it's me, Tom, not an enemy or a monster, said Tom, thinking Maxa believed he was a monster again and was running away. Chasing after him, Tom climbed up to a ridge and looked around, only to be confused when he didn't see any sign of Maxa or whoever he saw. Help me! Hearing the cry, Tom rushed over with his eyes widening, when he saw a chaotic player dangling off the edge. Down here! I can't reach my scanner and I can't hold on much longer, said the player, his eyes widening in panic when he started slipping, with Tom spotting his scanner tucked into his belt, raising a brow as he was momentarily confused by its white color. Okay, grab my, Tom said, reaching down to help him, before his eyes widening when the teen lost his grip and fell, with Tom quickly grabbing hold of him. Grunting, Tom pulled the player up onto the ledge, with the two panting once they were safe. Phew, thanks for the help, thought I was a goner for a moment. My name's Kit. Kit introduced, while smiling in thanks. No problem, glad I was here to help. My name's Tom, replied Tom as the two shook hands. Later, you lost your Maxa in a challenge match? Kit asked as he and Tom sat by a fire and having asked him why he was in Rock River Canyon, getting an abridged version of what happened. It's a long story. But I think Codemasters sort of look down on challenge matches, so don't say anything, okay? Said Tom, with Kit chuckling as he threw some twigs into the fire. Your secret's safe with me, replied Kit, though knowing the Codemasters didn't actually look down on such matches, since it was the player's choice to wager their cards and scans. They only look down on those that don't uphold their end of the wagers. I don't know what to do. I haven't won a match since I lost Maxa, Tom stated, now fully seeing how Naruto felt after his own losing streak. It's not the cards, Tom, it's the player, said Kit. Huh, that's what everyone says, muttered Tom, while looking down since he keeps hearing that today. Maybe because it's true, Kit replied. What about in a Codemaster match? Challenged Tom, knowing how Codemasters have plenty of rare scans that no one else does, wanting to know if it comes down to the player in a Codemaster match. Especially in a Codemaster match, answered Kit, poking the fire before pulling out the burning stick, while Tom was surprised at his quick reply. Have you had a lot of Codemaster battles? Tom asked, believing he's faced some of the Codemasters. I've had my share, beaten a couple too. They were all tough battles, but I pulled through by believing in myself and my teams, said Kit, blowing out the flame, surprising Tom that he's beaten some of the Codemasters. Kit also wasn't lying, since the Codemasters did occasionally face each other in private matches, as a way to keep their skills sharp while waiting for players to get 7 wins in their dromes. I might be battling Codemaster Krellin soon, if I ever win another match, Tom said, doubting he'll get the chance to face Krellin if he keeps losing, and even if he did, he'd probably lose before even getting close to coding one of his creatures. What's it take to beat a codemaster? Asked Tom, wondering if he could some advice. That's a question I can't answer. Kid replied, since there wasn't a definitive strategy to face any one codemaster, all you can do is try your best and make sure you know your team and your opponents. Tom looking down at this, only to perk up when Kit spoke again. But I can give you a few pointers in the beta dromes, added Kit, with Tom looking up in surprise at this, before nodding. Later beta dromes, alright, pick your 6 creatures, Kit said, as they docked their scanners and began assembling their teams. I don't know anything about this guy or how he plays. He was in Rock River Canyon, so I guess he goes there for overworld scans. But his scanner is white, not blue, red, brown, or yellow. Maybe it's like Naruto's and he uses a mixed deck. If that's the case, let's see how he likes me using my own mixed deck. Tom thought, believing his scanner color meant he used a mixed deck like Naruto does. For the front I'll have Ibian, Slicknick, and Jespadin. Dracnus is one of my best underworlders and his ability will really help deal damage. And, Tom thought, before scowling when he came to his scan of Blut. Flashback, seriously, I'll take any card any of you offer, if you want it, Tom said, looking at his friends, while showing them his scan of Blut, having been trying to get any of them to take it for any card they're willing to offer. He'd happily even just give it to them for free, since after everything Blut's pulled, locking him, Naruto, and Takanam in jail, allying with the Mypedians, his failed coup against Shire, and now learning what he did to Maxa. Tom wanted nothing to do with the Underworlder and definitely didn't want a scan of him anymore, regardless of how powerful he was. But so far, none of them have been willing to take it off his hands. Look dude, I know you aren't Blut's biggest fan, but don't you think you're overreacting? Peyton asked. Yeah. Seriously Tom, I know you're angry for what Blut did to Maxa, but getting rid of a rare and powerful scan like that, it's just crazy, said Sarah. I don't care. He's a lying, manipulative lunatic that would probably burn Param to ground if he could rule over the ashes. And I don't want a creature like that in my deck, Tom retorted. Look Tom, I get it. I'm not Blut's biggest fan either, after he tried overthrowing Shire, but you don't see me getting rid of my skin of him, said Kaz, knowing how Tom was feeling, but knew he shouldn't want to get rid of a skin just because he doesn't like the creature. Tom, I know you're angry and don't like Blut. Hell, I don't think anyone in Param likes Blut. But you can't just get rid of your scan of him. Besides, look at it this way, whenever you use him in a match, you'll be able to use his power and knowledge for yourself and for the benefit of others. Like when you helped us with Shire's plan to stop Blut's coup, said Naruto, with the others nodding in agreement, while Tom frowned as he looked at his scan. Fine, I'll keep it. But I'm not promising to use it unless I have to, Tom said, relenting and accepting to keep the Underworlder's scan. And flashback. While Tom still didn't like the idea of using Blut, he figured that after all the trouble he, Naruto, and Takanam had gotten into because of him scanning the Underworlder, he might as well use him. Plus, it'll be a good surprise, with how rare scans of him are. And in the back, I'll have Tenguth Toborn, Tom thought, while looking at his assembled team, pleased at the lineup. Now for battle gear, a Valaric Shard will pump up Jespadin's earth attacks. The Aspect Amplifier, Wit will boost Ibian's wisdom even higher, and a Cyclance for Slicknick. The Aerodrone for Dracnus will be another nice surprise, and a Prism of Vacuity for Blut to give him a little extra energy, and to take out his power, if I need to. And finally, the Sword of Kiat for Tenguth Toborn, thought Tom. Now music. Song of Resurgence to restore my energy, Song of Geonova and Melody of Malady for offense, with Dracnus's ability boosting the damage dealt by them. Fortissimo in case I need to go big, and Discord of Disarming for any battle gear. Better add Song of Future Sight for any surprises he might have, thought Tom. Speaking of surprises, I'd better use the locations I know best, along with some surprises of my own. 2 copies of Glacier Plains, Underworld City, the Riverlands, Castle Bodrin, Gaho's Tower, Mount Pillar, Kira's City, Skeletal Springs, and Fear Valley. Tom thought, pleased at his fully assembled deck. I'm ready, Tom said, knowing he's assembled the best team he can make for whatever Kit will throw at him. Me too, replied Kit, as they locked their decks, with Tom being shocked when he saw only a single creature on Kit's board, even more so at who the creature was. Ursus? Tom said, shocked to see the tribeless creature. Hey, I did say I've beaten a few Codemasters before. But I'm sure you already know who Ursus is, now let's see if you can handle him, said Kit, with Tom gulping at realizing Kit has beaten Codemaster Krellin. I'm guessing you also have a scan of Prexicasm then, Tom stated, knowing if he had Ursus, then he also has a scan of Prexicasm. You'll see. You attack first, replied Kit, with Tom frowning, since normally in such a situation, he'd think that he has the advantage against one creature. But given he's seen Naruto's battles as Ursus, he knew just how dangerous he was, and he's also facing someone who's actually beaten Krillin. So, Tom knew he needed every advantage he can get. Spinning the randomizer, Tom saw it land on Mount Pillar, knowing the best creature to attack with first. Ivena attacks Ursus, Tom said, choosing the Danyan before transforming into him, while Kit selected Ursus and transformed as well. Ibian gulped at being this close to Ursus, since while he has seen Ursus in action, this will be his first time facing the tribeless creature. And he definitely was just as frightening in person as he was on a screen. Ready to get chaotic? Ursus said. Yeah, sure, replied Ibian. Mount Pillar. Ibian walked through Mount Pillar as he searched for Ursus. Okay, I'm in a location I'm familiar. While using a creature that has the home field advantage, no reason to panic, Ibian said to himself, before freezing when he heard growling. Looking, Ibian saw Ursus standing on a ledge before roaring, freaking the mandible out. That's a reason to panic, said Ibian, remembering just how terrifying Naruto was as Ursus during his match against Clay. Arbor Smash! Ursus shouted, jumping off the ledge and shooting a log straight towards Ibian, with the Danyan jumping out of the way of the attack. Granite Balls! Said Ibian, unleashing a blast of stone balls towards Ursus, which slammed right into the tribeless creature. Though Ibian was shocked when Ursus didn't even flinch from the attack, as it looked like some kind of barrier was around him, blocking the granite balls. Lavalanche? Ursus said, slamming his fist into the ground, causing the ground to start shaking and split open, with pillars of lava blasting out of the fissure. With Ibian being knocked off balance from the shaking, before crying out when the ground opened up right beneath him. Vine Snare! Shouted Ibian, while shooting vines out that wrapped around an outcropping, saving him from going splat or being consumed by the lava. Though he grunted as he was still hit with falling debris. Alright, if earth attacks don't hurt, then try this. Power Pulse! Ibian said, shooting a barrage of green fists at Ursus, only for his attacks to once again do nothing to his opponent. What's going on? I know I'm hitting him. It can't be an ability, since it couldn't block all my attacks, nor has Naruto's Ursus skin shown to have an ability that can block attacks, either. And I didn't hear any music, so it can't be that. It must be his gear. Ibian thought, realizing Ursus must have a battle gear protecting him. Before Ibian could think of a plan, he saw Ursus jump down towards him as his claws extended. Slash Claw! Ursus shouted, releasing purple energy slashes towards Ibian. Oh! Muttered Ibian, his eyes widening as he wasn't able to avoid the attack, before it impacted him as he burst into code. Betadrome, why weren't any of my attacks working? What kind of battle gear do you have that was blocking them? Tom asked as Ursus turned back into Kit. I have this, it's called a Droskin. It neutralizes the effect of almost any attack, and I think I'm the only one who's got a scan of it. Kit answered, with Tom looking at the battle gear in shock, wondering how he was supposed to beat him with gear like that. Well, that's great, muttered Tom, knowing this just got a lot harder. I believe it was my attack now. Ursus attacked Slicknick in Prexicasm. Slicknick tried blasting Ursus with his cyclants, being much more careful of where he stepped, thanks to Naruto's previous advice on how dangerous the location was. Only for his attack to prove useless, thanks to the Droskin and leading to him being coated by Ursus as well. Jespadin attacks Ursus. Jespadin activated Song of Geonova, which seemed to damage Ursus, but still not enough to slow him down. Before he was coated by an Arbor Smash. Ursus attacks Dracnus. Ursus roared as he smashed the Aerodrome, while Dracnus was coated by a Skeletal Strike. Betadrome, I thought you were going to give me some pointers. So far, all I've learned is that you have a lot of powerful scans, Tom said, starting to get angry at the repeated defeats. Sometimes you learn more from losing than winning, stated Kit. Well, that's easy to say when you're winning, Tom retorted. So you're giving up? Kit asked, wondering if Tom was forfeiting the match. No way. But something still doesn't make sense, Tom said, while narrowing his eyes. And what's that? Said Kit, smirking, seeing Tom was getting close to figuring it out. The way you battle with Ursus, you don't fight like someone who's just scanned him, you fight like you know him and how he fights, just like how Naruto uses him. Then there's the Droskin, you say you're the only one who has a scan of it, but I've never seen or heard of that gear from any of the tribes, meaning the only place you could have possibly gotten a scan of it was in Prexer Chasm, said Tom, muttering to himself at the end, before narrowing his eyes at Kit. Who are you? Tom asked, seeing he's figured it out. Kit pulled out the special card that all Codemasters have. Tom watched as the card lit up with circuitry, before the lines on the drone walls lit up as well with energy, going all the way up to the ceiling. Before a light shot down right on top of Kit before he began transforming, but not into Ursus. Instead, he was now much taller and garbed in long white robes with a large blue collar, and a long white mask with blue lenses and wing-like attachments on the sides. Codemaster Krellin? Said Tom in amazement at seeing his suspicions were true and Kit was really Krellin, with Krellin nodding at his identity being revealed. Why did you try? We all face challenges we're not prepared for. The challenges themselves are not important. What matters is how we face them. I told Naruto that once and I'm glad to see he found friends to help him face his own challenges. Krellin said, with Tom being surprised at his words before thinking about what they meant. Now, I believe the attack is yours, Major Tom, said Krellin, pulling Tom out of his surprise before he nodded in determination and spun the randomizer. Gaho's Tower, said Tom, upon seeing the location. Choose your attacking creature, please, Krellin requested. Then Blut attacks Ursus, said Tom, now having a strategy that could, if not let him beat Krellin, then give him the battle of his life. The two chose their creatures, with Tom turning into Van Blut and Krellin turning into Ursus. Let's get chaotic, Codemaster Krellin, said Van Blut. Gaho's Tower. Ursus stalked the halls of Gaho's Tower, sniffing the air a few times to see if he could catch Van Blut's scent, narrowing his eyes when he heard something. Coil Crush! Shouted Ursus as his horns extended and wrapped around the invisible Van Blut, crushing him, before throwing the underworld against a wall. The Droskin may protect you from my attacks, but it doesn't protect you from the area around you. Sunderground! Van Blut said, slamming his fists against the ground, causing it to split open underneath Ursus, and while he wasn't damaged, the tribeless creature still fell through the hole, with Ursus digging his claws into the wall, catching himself from falling further. And now to get rid of that annoying gear. Discord of Disarming, Van Blut said, activating his music, as Ursus's eyes widened when the music came down, before he looked to see the Droskin shatter, rendering him vulnerable to attacks. Nice move, now let's see if you can keep it up, Ursus said before launching himself out of the crevice. Mega Roar! Roared Ursus, roaring loudly towards Van Blut. Power Pulse! Van Blut retorted, as the two attacks flew past each other, impacting both creatures, knocking them back. Oof! Ugh, well, let's see you hit what you can't see, said Van Blut, before turning invisible and flying up into the air, as Ursus got up and narrowed his eyes. I don't have to see you to hit you. Petrifying Power! Ursus said, while raising his arms, tearing several large pieces of stone out of the tower as they floated into the air. Sure, it won't do any damage since Van Blut controls the current location, but the attack wasn't meant to do damage. As Ursus looked around, searching for the slightest change in the rock's movement, before spotting one that just moved and acting. Skeletal Strike! Shouted Ursus as a skeleton emerged and raced right towards Van Blut, impacting the invisible underworlder and reducing him to code. Betadrome, saving your Discord of Disarming music was a good move. Waiting to use it with Van Blut in a location where he has the advantage, Ursus said as he transformed back into Krellin, while Tom nodded at his words. Thanks, and now with the Droskin gone, I can show you what I can really do, replied Tom, while smirking, with Krellin chuckling as he spun the randomizer, which soon landed on Raveno Ridge. I'm sure you will. Ursus attacks Tanguth Toborn, Krellin said, as they both selected their creatures and transformed. The real battle starts right now, Tanguth Toborn said, as Ursus roared. Let's get chaotic. Raveno Ridge, Tanguth roared as he jumped down towards Ursus, his sword clashing against the tribeless creature's claws, sending them skidding back. Shadow Strike, Ursus said, launching his shadow towards Tanguth, the Overworlder igniting his blade and swiping at the attacking shadows, dispelling them before they can reach him. You can't take me down that easy. Ember's Swarm, shouted Tanguth, launching a blast of embers at Ursus, knocking him back. Hot move, stated Ursus. That's not all I've got. Song of Future Sight, Tanguth said, activating his music to see what Ursus's next attack will be. Slash Claw, said Ursus, swiping his claws at Tanguth, only for the Overworlder to dodge them thanks to Future Sight showing him what to expect. Coil Crush, Ursus said as his horns extended and wrapped around Tanguth's sword, the two entering in a tug-of-war, before Tanguth managed to overpower Ursus and swing him into the side of a mountain. Tanguth looking at the downed Ursus in amazement, seeing he's actually throwing him off his game, believing he could actually beat a Codemaster. Mega roar! Tanguth roared, causing the mountain to begin shaking as rocks began raining down around Ursus, the tribeless creature knowing if he didn't do anything, he could end up Code. Song of Translocation, Ursus said, activating his music, before Tanguth suddenly found himself standing on a ledge in Prexachasm, with Ursus above him. You showed real fight and intelligence back there, Tom. You almost got me, even without Maxa. Like I said, it's the player, not the cards. Don't forget that, Ursus said. Thank you, Codemaster, but this battle isn't over yet. Terraport, said Tanguth, pressing his hands against the cliffside, surprising Ursus before they were suddenly transported to a new location again, this time ending up in Underworld City. Looking around in surprise at the sudden transportation again, Ursus couldn't help but smirk at seeing his refusal to give up. Before turning back to Tanguth and seeing the overworlder charging towards him, before jumping into the air. Lavalanche, said Tanguth, shooting a blast of lava at Ursus. Arbor Smash, Ursus shouted, while shooting a log at Tanguth. The two attacks colliding against them at the same time, before both Tanguth and Ursus burst into code. Beta dromes, whoa! Tom muttered, shocked that he had actually managed to code Ursus, even if he ended up being coded as well, before taking notice of how Krellin wasn't in the drome anymore. Codemaster? Said Tom, wondering where he went or how he disappeared like that. Tom then looked at the exit, seeing it open and showing it was daytime already, before grabbing his scanner and leaving the beta drome. Later, Naruto's house. Then he pulled the Song of Translocation on me, but I surprised him by using Terraport and sending us to Underworld City. Then we attacked at the same time and coded each other. It was so cool. It would have been cooler if I actually won, but... Tom said as he finished telling his friends about his match with Krellin, with all of them being impressed that Tom hadn't only come close to beating a Codemaster but tied with him as well. Hardly anyone beats Krellin. I can't believe you actually tied with him, Peyton said, amazed at how Tom managed to tie with Krellin. And the fact he was using Ursus, you really did great, said Naruto, as while he hasn't seen Krellin battle before, he figured he must be even better at using Ursus than him. You think Krellin knew where you would be? And he set the whole thing up? Kez asked, finding it strange how Tom just happened to run into a Codemaster, while he's currently in a slump. I never heard about a Codemaster doing that before, said Sarah, shocked if it was all actually planned by Krellin, never hearing of a Codemaster approaching a player like that. With Tom thinking it over, since it did seem pretty convenient that he'd run into Krellin like that. While Naruto chuckled at their suspicions. Well, what's that old saying, once his chance? Said Naruto smirking, as the others heard footsteps approaching them, with Tom's eyes widening in shock at who he saw. Twice is coincidence, Krellin, in his human form, said as he walked up to the table as the four players looked at him in shock at the fact they were getting a chance to meet a Codemaster so casually, and without his usual mask and robes. Code, Peyton stuttered, feeling short on breath. Codemaster Krellin, muttered Sarah. Whoa, it's such an honor to meet you, sir. I mean Krellin, I mean Codemaster, Kez said, not wanting to offend Krellin in any way, only for Krellin to chuckle and wave off his formal reply. Relax, Kid Shire, I'm not here as a Codemaster. When I'm like this, just call me Kit, said Krellin, with the group, minus Naruto, nodding dumbly. Wait, does that mean your real name is Krellin or Kit? Peyton asked, wondering if the dromes were named after the Codemasters or if they were titles they were given after becoming Codemasters. That's for me to know and you to find out, Peytonic Master, replied Kit, while chuckling with a mischievous smirk. Okay, Kit, why did you come here? Not there's a problem with that, Sarah said, adding the last part quickly as Kit sat down. Well, after hearing about all the adventures you've all gone on with Naruto, I figured I'd take the chance to meet you all personally, Kit said, much to their further amazement. With Peyton, Kaz, and Sarah eagerly jumping at the chance to get to know more about Kit, with Naruto and Tom joining in the conversation soon after. The friends feeling like things just got a lot more interesting for them. Naruto and Kaz walked through Everrain, a location in the underworld that's directly under Lake Kenaiba, with the lake water constantly dripping down into the massive cavern. There were plenty of puddles all throughout the place, along with huge weedy plants and ferns. Currently, the two were following Hearing, who brought them to Everrain, after telling them about something worth scanning that'll be here. Of course, that was only after they had to bribe him with strange purple-pink goo. We had to go to Skeleton Lake for that, Whatever it is. This better be worth it hearing, Kaz stated. And be thankful my clones collected a lot of that stuff too, added Naruto, having used his shadow clones to collect a lot of the goo for hearing, as a way to stock up on favors for more scans. Don't worry, it is, replied Hearing, knowing that not a lot of chaotic players had scans of this particular creature. Walking up a hill, the three soon reached one of the walls of Everrain, with Kaz being horrified when he saw lava bursting out of the wall and pouring down into the cavern. Hearing, are you insane? We're gonna get this whole place is gonna get destroyed, Kaz shouted, not believing Hearing would bring them here, just to get killed by lava. Relax, Kaz, I doubt Hearing would have brought us here, if he wasn't sure things wouldn't work out, said Naruto, while pulling out his scanner and scanning the pouring lava, knowing that such a scan of Everrain would be really useful, and a big surprise, in drone matches. Yeah, we're completely safe. Look, Hearing stated as he pointed down at the ground, with Naruto and Kaz seeing two creatures walking towards the lava. A giant gray creature that looked to be made of stone and a smaller green creature sitting on the giant one's shoulders. Never seen them before, Naruto muttered, with Kaz nodding in agreement, not recognizing who the two were. Though the two watched in amazement as the two creatures worked together to knock down a giant stalactite with a power pulse, before using a telekinetic bolt to manipulate several vines to form a giant makeshift slingshot, with the big creature pulled it back, then launching it straight into the hole, stopping the lava. Awesome teamwork, said Naruto, amazed at seeing how well the two worked together. Whoa! Who are they? Kaz asked, wanting to know the creatures' names, having never heard of two underworlders working that well together, almost as if they were one creature. Bor Majar, Hearing answered, while smirking, knowing they would have been amazed to see Bor Majar in action. Too bad the scanner can only scan one creature at a time. Naruto, I'll scan Bor and you scan Majar, then we'll come back later and scan the other, Kaz said, with Naruto nodding in agreement, wanting to scan these two, as they pulled out their scanners. Locking onto Bor Majar, the two scanned the creatures, only to be shocked when they saw their new scans. No way, that's impossible. But totally cool, Kaz said. Very cool, said Naruto. Upon seeing they didn't just scan one of each of the two, they scanned Bor and Majar at once, before looking at Hearing. Hearing, what's the deal with those two? How did our scanners get both of them at once? Naruto asked, figuring there had to be a story as to how these two could be scanned together. It all started a long time ago, when began Hearing. Sorry, Hearing, I don't have time to listen to any stories. I got a drone match coming up soon and need to hurry. And I just got the perfect surprise scan to use, Kaz said before pointing out, eager to use Bor Majar in his match, knowing there'll be a major shock. While Hearing and Naruto looked at where Kaz was in annoyance, especially the latter since this was looking very familiar to him. Sorry about that, Hearing, I'll come back later to hear the story about those two, said Naruto. Okay, I'll be here for a while. See you, Naruto, Hearing said while waving, which Naruto returned before he ported back to Chaotic. Port Court. Reappearing in the Port Court, and uploading his new skin of Bor Majar, Naruto managed to catch up to Kaz, who was rushing out to head to the Imthdrome for his match. The two seeing Tom, Sarah, Peyton, and Kit waiting outside the drome for them. Am I late for my match? Kaz asked, hoping he didn't miss it. No, you're 30 seconds early, said Sarah, annoyed at how close Kaz was cutting it. Where were you two? Tom questioned, wondering what they could have been doing that'd make Kaz nearly miss his match. Everrain, with Hearing. And we just scored the sweetest underworld creature scan, ever, said Kaz, before he and Naruto showed them their Bor Majar scans. Yeah, check it out, two creatures at once, Naruto said, with Tom, Sarah, and Peyton being amazed, while Kit nodded since he's seen both Majar in action. He just hoped that Naruto and Kaz didn't make the same mistake that so many other players did. Dude, what did you guys do? Hack your scanners? Peyton asked. Yeah, I thought it could only scan one creature at a time, said Tom, wondering how they got scans like that. Actually, Bor Majar is considered one creature, a very unique creature, but still one creature. Bor is the brains and Majar is the muscle. Together, they make for a dangerous opponent, Kit said, furthering their shock. I know, you should have seen them in action. But don't worry, you'll get to see how awesome they are soon, said Kaz, fully intent to use Bor Majar in his match, not seeing the looks of worry on his friends' faces. Kaz, I don't think that's a good. Naruto started, only to be cut off, when Kaz already entered the drome. Idea, said Naruto, while sighing. Gee, I wonder where I've seen this before, Tom said dryly. Kaz has had a winning streak, he's being overconfident, and he's about to use a creature that he just scanned in a drone match," added Peyton. "Yeah, I know. Kaz is doing the same thing I did, that lead to my losing streak and break from matches," Naruto stated, with Sarah rolling her eyes and crossing her arms. "Oh great. Tom's just starting to come out of his own slump, but now Kaz is probably going to enter his own." "Hey Peyton, it might be your turn next," said Sarah, while looking at the Mypedian player, who rapidly shook his head. "Oh no, 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 no. I do not rush into matches, using new creatures that I've never heard of before, or let a few losses get to me," Peyton said. "You just jinx yourself," stated Naruto, with Peyton's eyes snapping open at realizing what he just said. "Crud," Peyton muttered before the four looked to Kit. "Hey Kit, you've seen Bor Majar in matches before, right? How were they used?" Naruto asked, with Kit crossing his arms, remembering the times he's seen Bor Majar in matches. "Like I said, Bor Majar can be a dangerous and powerful opponent to face, but can also be a tricky creature to use, since those that use them in drone matches, without prior training or knowledge, make the mistake of separating them. Since Bor Majar is essentially a 2-in-1 creature, so they think that they can separate the two to get an advantage over their opponent. But that usually doesn't end well. Along with how disorienting it can be since your consciousness is split between both Bor and Majar," Kid explained, having even once faced a player in a Codemaster match who used Bor Majar, believing they had the advantage by having two creatures that could attack from different sides, only to get coded after making that mistake. That's not good. Even worse is that Kaz's opponent is a guy named Sanjay97. He's really tough and has a dangerous Danian deck. Not the kind of guy you want to try a new creature on," Sarah revealed. "Yeah, I already made that mistake. That's the same Danian player who beat me," said Naruto, with the others looking at him in surprise, along with being even more worried for Kaz. "That's really not good," Tom stated before pulling out his scanner to call Kaz to warn him, with the underworld player answering after a few moments. "Kaz, you can't use Bor Majar in your match. You only just scanned him and don't know how he fights. Just use a different creature and wait to test Bor Majar out in the beta dromes," Tom said. "Don't worry, they're awesome. And besides, I'm on a winning streak." "Okay, I'm not denying that. But if you do use them, whatever you do, don't separate them," Tom said, knowing if he can't talk Kaz out of using Bor Majar, then he can at least make sure he doesn't make the mistake of separating them. "Why not? That's the best part. Two creatures at once, meaning his Danians will be coded twice as fast. Now I gotta finish setting up my team." Before Tom could say anything, Kaz had already hung up, making the group sigh, knowing he was likely going to make the mistake of separating Bor Majar. "Guys, I'm gonna port back to Everine. Hearing is still there and can tell me more about Bor Majar. Hopefully, I'll get back before Kaz uses him," said Naruto, before heading back to the port court. "I'll go too," Tom said, not wanting to risk seeing Kaz actually use Bor Majar after ignoring his warnings, knowing that'll hit his friend hard. Nodding, the two headed back to the port court, before porting to Everine. Once the two appeared in the underground forest, they began searching for Hearing. "Hearing!" Tom called out. "Hearing!" said Naruto, while narrowing his eyes for any sign of the tiny creature. "Hearing!" shouted Tom, only to be startled when Hearing jumped down right in front of him. "Take it easy. My name's Hearing, not Hard of Hearing. I'm guessing you're back to learn about Bor Majar," Hearing stated, with Naruto and Tom nodding. "Yeah, you brought Naruto and Kaz here to skin Bor Majar but didn't tell them everything. Now Kaz is probably going to make a jerk of himself in his match," said Tom, unaware that Hearing was going to tell them, before Kaz ported back to Chaotic. "Not my fault. Kaz was in a rush to get back to Chaotic. He transported away, before I could tell him the whole story," Hearing retorted, having intended to tell Naruto and Kaz, but Kaz had ported away before he could. "So, what is the whole story?" asked Naruto, figuring that now was as good of a time as any to learn more about Bor Majar. "Okay. It all goes back to when Bor and Majar were one. Sort of. Bor became attached to Majar after an accident with a rock strap, keeping him stuck on Majar's back, resulting in the two never being able to split up. Along with them arguing more than working together, sometimes fighting each other more than their enemies. Then one day, Slicknick showed up and attacked them, with Bor and Majar spending more time arguing than fighting, resulting in them nearly being taken out by stalactites from a lavalanche. But they survived, and instead, the rock strap that was keeping Bor connected to Majar was broken, finally separating the two. Hearing explained. I'm guessing they were both happy to literally be off each other's backs, stated Naruto, with Hearing nodded in agreement. Yep, they were glad to finally be separated. Unfortunately, that didn't give them an advantage to Downstaluk, since while Majar was powerful, he also wasn't really a thinker or planner. While Borth can give Ulmer and Bodil a run for their money in brains and planning, but he didn't have the power to utilize those plans. After realizing this, Majar actually had the idea that they should work together by putting their strength and brains together. It was by working together that they were able to defeat Staluk. And from that day, Borth Majar became one great warrior. Hearing concluded. I get it. That's why those other players that used Borth Majar failed. They tried separating them, when they're supposed to keep them together. I gotta warn Kaz, Tom said, while pulling out his scanner, hoping he wasn't too late to tell Kaz about Borth Majar. Thanks, Hearing. And since we're here, do you think I could get a scan of you? Naruto asked, with Hearing gasping in amazement and excitement. You wanna skin me? Said Hearing, excited that he was being scanned, since not many players scanned him due to his size. Yeah, since you're really resourceful and seem to know practically everything that goes on in the underworld, plus your size makes it easy for you to hide and escape opponents. You'd be a great addition to any team I have. Naruto replied, with Hearing practically squealing, before nodding rapidly to let Naruto skin him, with the whiskered blonde doing so. And here, I got a present for you, said Hearing, while pulling out what looked like a pen or a laser pointer, with Naruto raising a brow at the strange-looking battle gear. What's that? Naruto asked, with Hearing shrugging in response. I dunno what it's called, I just found it one day. But with what it can do, I started calling it the Deconstructor, watch, said Hearing, while pointing at a tree. Then to Naruto's shock and amazement, a beam was shot out that instantly vaporized the tree, until only ashes were left. Pretty cool, huh? Hearing said, with Naruto nodding mutely as he scanned the Deconstructor, knowing he definitely needed that for drone matches. Hey, I just called the others to warn Kaz about Borth Majar. Hopefully they'll tell him in time, Tom said while walking back over to them. Great, let's go, and thanks again, Hearing, said Naruto, with the underworld nodding, before going back to where he was sleeping, while Naruto and Tom ported back to Chaotic Port Court. Reappearing in the Port Court, Naruto and Tom ran off to where their friends were. How's the match going? Tom asked. Close. Too close, replied Peyton, knowing one wrong move would cost Kaz the match. Sanjay is down to Moash, while Kaz is down to Ajitos and Chire, Sarah said, with the two looking to see Ajitos being hit by a lavalanche. Naruto frowned at the sight, remembering his own match against Sanjay, and how he was practically used like a punching bag. Did you talk to Kaz? Did he get my message about Borth Majar? Tom asked. Yeah, we were able to tell him. But by then, Borth Majar was already coded, answered Kit, with the group watching as Moash blasted Ajitos with his battle gear, coding the Underworlder. But before he was coded, Ajitos used the Song of Revival to bring back Borth Majar. Imtherdrome, Borth Majar, I can't believe it, Moash said, while laughing as he turned back into Sanjay. You brought back Borth Majar? Isn't it less embarrassing to just let me code Chire and win? Sanjay taunted before laughing again. We'll see, retorted Kaz weakly, before looking at his scanner to see Tom calling him. Don't let him rattle you, and don't make the mistake you made the first time. Borth Majar's one creature, not two. Your trouble started when you split him up, remember? Right, keep Borth Majar together, no matter what, Kaz said, with Tom nodding before Naruto came into view. You got this, Kaz. Just do me a favor and smash that annoying bug. Kaz nodded, since during the match Sanjay had thrown a few insults at Naruto as well. Given the similarities between the two matches, with how he and Kaz both used new creatures against him. So, Kaz intended to beat Sanjay, both for himself and for his friend. Activating the randomizer, Kaz saw it landed on Everain, the perfect location to use Borth Majar. Borth Majar attacks Moash, Kaz said, selecting Borth Majar and transforming into the two creatures, while Sanjay chose Moash. Heh, this just means I'll have twice the fun coding you again, said Moash, while smirking. We'll see who has fun. Let's get chaotic, Borth Majar retorted. Everain, I'm one creature, I'm one creature. Two names, one guy, stick together, thought Borth Majar as they walked through Everain looking for where Moash was hiding. Just then the Danian jumped out, in front of the Underworlder. Pebble Storm! Moash shouted, shooting a barrage of pebbles at Borth Majar. Or he intended to, only to have a few pebbles shoot out and bounce harmlessly off Bor Majar, with the underworlder looking down at the attack before smirking at Moash. Our turn. Force strike! Shouted Bor Majar, with Majar slamming his fists onto the ground, causing it to start shaking, before Moash cried out when he was launched into the air by a blast of energy. Vine snare! Moash said, shooting vines out of his hands and wrapping them around a tree, before swinging towards Bor Majar. Thunder shout! Said Moash, releasing a sonic shout that threw the underworlder back. Whoa! Bor shouted, when he was knocked off Majar's shoulders, but was thankfully caught by Majar, before he could be thrown away. That was close. Now then, delirium! Said Bor Majar, while blasting Moash with the attack, disorienting the Danyan. Ectospasm! Bor Majar said, before shooting a ball of electrical power at Moash. Rock wave! Said Moash, slamming his fists into the ground to create a wave of rocks to act as a shield, only a few rocks to shoot up from the ground, leaving him open to be hit. Here in Everane, Earth attacks are much weaker. The next time you face an underworlder, do your research first, you fool, Bor said, smirking, while Moash growled as he got up. Then how about some fire? Lavalanche? Shouted Moash, shooting a blast of lava at Bor Majar, which, while weakened due to being part earth, was still strong enough to deal some damage. With Bor Majar grunting as he jumped out of the way but was still hit. You just gave us an idea and a friendly reminder. Unsanity, Bor Majar said, while blasting Moash, causing him to become dizzy and confused. Seeing their opponent was stalled, Bor Majar looked around, before smirking when they spotted a large stalactite hanging from the ceiling. Power pulse! Shouted Bor Majar, while Majar threw his fists out and releasing several energy blasts that knocked the stalactite down, having it land right in front of them. Telekinetic bolt! Bor Majar said, psychically manipulating the vines to create a large slingshot. Seeing they were finished, Bor Majar grabbed the stalactite and began pulling it back as far as they could, with Moash soon coming out of his dizziness, only for his eyes to widen at what he saw. What was it you said before? Looks like that winning streak of yours is about to come to an end. Well, here's your end. Release! Bor said as Majar released the stalactite, which sailed towards Moash, reducing the Danyan to code. Drome. Bor Majar smirked as he turned back to Kaz, while Sanjay scowled and grabbed his scanner. You got lucky with those two idiots, Sanjay said. Luck had nothing to do with it, I just put my heads together to crush you, like a bug. By the way, Naruto says hi, said Kaz, smirking as he exited the drome, pleased at having not only won the match, but avenging Naruto for his loss as well. Port Court. Back in the Port Court, Naruto, Tom, Sarah, Peyton, Kit, and Kaz had just cheered for the Underworld player's victory with Bor Majar. Along with him getting back at Sanjay for how he humiliated and toyed with Naruto when he defeated him. While having a small laugh, when Kaz jokingly asked if he should use 2 straws for their toast to Bor Majar. So, it's agreed that we won't use new creature scans in drone matches, that we have no prior training and knowledge of. Right, Naruto said, with everyone nodding in agreement. Yep, Kaz said, given how he was so close to losing the match, due to his lack of knowledge and experience with Bor Majar. Yeah, said Tom as he nodded in agreement. Definitely, Sarah said, as she 100% agreed with Naruto's proposal. Oh yes, said Peyton, before taking a sip of his soda. All while Kit chuckled, while raising his own cup in agreement to what Naruto said. Though, while Kaz was able to avoid his own potential slump. Don't forget that you did jinx yourself, before the match had even began, Peyton, Sarah said, while sporting a mischievous smirk, caused the Mypedian player to pause mid-sip. Oh man, did you have to remind me, Sarah? Asked Peyton as he facepalmed, knowing he will have to keep his eyes open for the foreseeable future. Well, look on the bright side. While I managed to dodge a potential bullet this time around, I'm pretty sure that I will eventually have my own slump, as well, Kaz said, while chuckling in good nature. This causing everyone to laugh, with Peyton eventually joining in the laughter, as well. Within Poro Forest, Naruto and Ivena could be found sparring against each other, with Sarah and Interest standing off to the side, watching the two. Both Naruto and Sarah had come to the overworld, so the former ninja could help Interest in her search for Maxa, having been trying to find him ever since he vanished from the Glumuk swamp. While knowing the disappearance of one of her oldest friends, and someone she considered family, would be hard on his friend. Even more so with Maxa still being under the effects of decomposition, and the longer he remains under it, the weaker he'll become. leading to Naruto porting to pair him to help Interest in her search, with Sarah tagging along as well. Both to help, and so the tiger-like overworlder couldn't get another lead on her. With the two having found Interest with Ivena, who joined her former mentor in searching for Maxa. Leading to Naruto and Ivena sparring, as a way to help take Interest's mind off of things, so she didn't end up a wreck. I still can't get over Naruto being able to do all that, Sarah said, still amazed at how Naruto was able to effortlessly keep up with creatures, not to mention all his other abilities. Yes, it certainly is quite a sight, even more so due to Naruto's personality. Not many would use such abilities as selflessly as he does, whenever he fights for those he cares for. It makes me glad to have met him, along with all the times we spent together, Interest said, glancing at Sarah with a smirk, much to the girl's annoyance. Yeah, I know, he actually fought against Odu Bathax to save me, when I was captured, Sarah casually stated. He does seem to make a habit out of saving people. Like risking and exposing himself to save Takanam and I from the Marillions. And me personally when I was brainwashed. Perhaps one day, I'll give him a proper reward instead of just a scan, Interest replied, making Sarah's eye twitch at the hidden meaning in her words. Before either of them could say anything, they saw that Ivena had managed to successfully pin Naruto to the ground, holding his arms down and straddling his waist. Looks like I win, said Ivena, smirking, pleased at having managed to win the match. Yeah. You're pretty good, Ivena. That was one of the toughest spars I've had, Naruto said, having been enhancing his strength and speed with chakra. But could see that while he's getting back in fighting shape, Ivena definitely had more experience than him and trained her entire life. You mind getting off me now? Asked Naruto, upon seeing Ivena showed no signs of getting up, the female creature releasing his arms and crossing her arms under her bust. No, I don't think I will, Ivena replied, not really wanting to get up from her position. Well, in that case, said Naruto, as before Ivena could react, the whiskered blonde grabbed her by her thighs, making her let out a short gasp, before throwing her off him. With Ivena landing on her front, and before she could get up, Naruto grabbed her arms and held them behind her, while putting his knee on her back. I guess that means I win now, Naruto stated, while smirking. Well, you have me then, I'm at your complete mercy, said Ivena with her own smirk, much to Sarah and Interest's annoyance, as they could see they were acting more friendly with each other than usual. I believe both of you are finished. In fact, why don't we try sparring, Naruto, if you think you can handle me, that is, Interest said, making Naruto get off Ivena, with her and Sarah now looking at the feline overworlder in annoyance. Or we could also get back to searching. Though maybe we could try splitting up into teams, me and Naruto going one way, while Interest and Ivena go the other, suggested Sarah, hoping for the chance to get time with Naruto, without the other two. If we're forming teams, it might be better if I go with Naruto, while you go with Interest. After all, she'd be able to protect you better if you run into trouble, while Naruto and I can look out for each other, Ivena stated, wanting some time with Naruto herself, to explore more of her growing feelings for him. Naruto looked between the three as he began realizing that more was going on than just them butting heads, given the fact both Takanam and Interest have now kissed him. And now he was seeing similar expressions on Sarah and Ivena's faces that Interest had when she asked him about his kiss with Takanam, right before she then kissed him as well. Sarah, Ivena, do you two like me? Naruto asked, deciding to just ask them for confirmation, as he remembered Tom and Kaz to be on the lookout in case his friendship with Ivena turned into something more. While he could see the way Sarah was butting heads with Interest and now Ivena, making him wonder if she liked him as well. With his question making Sarah and Ivena blush at having Naruto ask them about their feelings before they could tell him themselves. Yeah, I do. It started back during our trip to Mount Pillar, and we got to know each other. Then when you came to save me when I was captured, and even risked yourself to fight Odu Bathax to free me. Yeah, I like you, Naruto, Sarah answered, with Ivena nodding in agreement. I do as well, or at least I know I have a strong attraction to you. With how you helped us battle the Mypedians and Underworlders, then letting yourself get hit to protect me, despite my previous behavior. And after we've started hanging out, since then, I've come to consider you a great friend, Naruto, and hope to see if we could be more, said Ivena, knowing she was attracted to Naruto and admired him, making her hope for the chance to see if they could be together to see where things go. Naruto looked between the two in interest, not knowing what to say at learning he had 4 girls that liked him. Even more, if he included the ones in the elemental nations, as Naruto began realizing that there were actually girls that liked him as well. Which made him feel like a bit of a jerk for not at least suspecting something. But then again, Naruto had always assumed that loving someone was the same as loving ramen, never really thinking there was a difference. Now though, he's starting to see that there is a very clear and big difference. Oh. Well I'm really flattered. I honestly wouldn't expect any of you or Takanam to like me in that way. But I'm not really sure if I can return any of your feelings, not that it's anything wrong with any of you. No, definitely not that, as I'd be lying if I said that I don't feel something for the four of you, from all the times we've spent together. But I'm not comfortable with the idea of choosing one of you, only to end up hurting the other three. I'm sorry if that's not the answer any of you wanted to hear. Naruto said, unable to deny he thought Interest, Takanam, Sarah, and Ivena were all great, and he did feel something for them. But he wasn't going to choose one, only to hurt the others. No, we understand. We should actually be the ones who are sorry, said Ivena, Sarah and Interest nodding in agreement. Yeah. I guess we were so focused on getting ahead of the others, we didn't really take into account your own feelings. Sorry, Naruto, Sarah said. I'd also like to apologize for kissing you just to get one over on Takanam. Despite our differences, we can also be rather territorial when we want to be, added Interest, now feeling bad at kissing Naruto the way she did, which probably only confused his feelings even more. All three of them now feeling bad at putting Naruto in a position where it seemed like he had to choose between them. None of you have to apologize, I should have been able to realize it sooner and said something. It's my fault that you all had to feel the need to fight each other, Naruto said, wishing he had been able to notice the signs earlier, while the three sighed at hearing this. All of them hating that even when they're trying to apologize, he still feels the need to make them feel better and blame himself. It's both annoying and endearing, only further showing the three why they like him. Before any of them could say anything, a ball of light flew down in front of them before a holographic projection of Narin appeared. Naruto Uzumaki, I am glad to see you are in Param. The High Muges and I require your assistance to help in the preparations for the Melian invasion, Narin said, making all four stand up straight at hearing this, while Naruto stepped forward with a serious expression. What do you and the other High Muges need? Naruto asked, wanting to help prepare the tribes in any way he can. You must scan the leader of the Melians and look through his memories, revealed Narin, much to the shock of the four at hearing just what they wanted Naruto to do. Later, Chaotic, I'm going with you, Sarah said as she and Naruto ported back to the port court, after they got the rest of the details from Narin. The High Muges wanted Naruto to scan the Melian leader and look through his memories, so they can figure out just what the Melians are planning, along with what their numbers and strengths are. How they plan to open the doors of the D-mines, what they plan to do once they invade Param, and any weaknesses they may have. With Naruto and Sarah immediately porting back to Chaotic, once they got all the information, with Sarah insisting that she was going with Naruto. With the Uzumaki's response always being the same. Absolutely not. This won't be like any other scan quest, Sarah. There will be actual danger that no normal Chaotic player could face, said Naruto, refusing to even consider letting Sarah join him, given how even Interest and Takanam had trouble facing the Melians when they were trapped there. With Sarah being just a normal human, there's no way he was going to risk her getting hurt or worse. And I'm not some helpless little girl. I can handle myself just fine, Sarah retorted, while crossing her arms. I never said you couldn't, and I'm sure you can. But you have no experience with the Melians or seen what they can do. The fact that I'm going to scan their leader will make it even more dangerous, which is why you aren't going, Naruto stated. He fully knew that Sarah could handle herself, having seen times where she looked ready to attack a creature that angers her. Like the time she was captured by the Danians and was more annoyed than scared, even looking ready to attack the guards and maybe even Odu Bathex to take back her scanner. I don't care. I'm going and there's nothing you can do to stop me. Like you said, it'll be dangerous, and you'll need all the help you can get. Plus, I want to get some Melian scans of my own. So either let me go with you, or I will find my own way there, said Sarah, while narrowing her eyes at him, making Naruto sigh at seeing how she wasn't going to drop the matter. Alright, how about this? If you can beat me in a Betadrome match, I'll give you a scan of the Numen Void Lands, Naruto said, willing to offer a compromise and a scan of one of the few safe Melian locations he has. Given how the Chamber of Waves was now being patrolled by Melians, waiting for him to show up, and he wasn't going to push his luck with Cerulean. As well, so far, the Melian High Muge has remained neutral between him and the other Melians, if only to spite Aeon for his exile. But he wasn't sure how long that will last, until Cerulean changes his mind and tries capturing him to get his exile revoked. Deal. Meet me at the Betadromes in 4 hours, and make sure you have my new skin ready, Sarah said, while smirking confidently that she'll be able to beat Naruto, as while he is a strong player, so was she. Naruto nodded and sighed, before going and porting to the Void Lands to get a skin for Sarah, in the event she does win. Along with taking the time to search the memories of his Meridian scans to try and find out where Aeon is located, and how to get there. I really hope I don't regret this, thought Naruto as he ported away, unable to help, but feel like he should just complete his mission now, then throw the match just to let Sarah get her Meridian scans, without worry of putting her in danger. But if there's one thing about him that hasn't changed, it's that he always keeps his word, even if he really wished he could break it right now. Later, Naruto and Sarah stood across from each other in a Betadrome, as each of them selected their creature for the match, with it being decided to be a one-on-one match. Ready? Naruto asked, with Sarah nodding as they locked their decks, showing Naruto was using Ursus while Sarah was using Assel, with the Uzumaki tensing a little at seeing the Danyan princess. I haven't seen you use Assel before in any matches, stated Naruto, having hoped she'd use a creature he's more familiar with, but he didn't know anything about Assel, while Sarah smirked. Yeah, I was saving her for a special occasion, Sarah replied, having held back from using Assel in matches, having intended to use her should she ever have a really tough match as a means to surprise her opponent, while only using her in training matches to get a feel for her and her abilities. With this being the perfect chance to use her for the first time in a real match. Flipping a coin to decide on who'll have the attack, due to the lack of a drone master, Sarah ended up winning the coin toss, before spinning the location randomizer, which soon landed on Mount Pillar, making the girls smirk widen at having the home field advantage. Assel attacks Ursus, Sarah said as they both selected their creatures and began transforming. Don't think this'll be easy. If you can't handle Ursus, you won't be able to handle the Meridians, said Ursus. Just be more worried about not being turned into code. Let's get chaotic, Assel said. Mount Pillar. Ursus walked through Mount Pillar, keeping an eye out for wherever Assel could be, with Vlaric's shard already equipped. The tribeless creature refusing to take any chances and wanted to code Assel as quickly as possible. I just have to find her before she finds me. And when I do, I'll hit her with everything I've got until she's code, Ursus thought, knowing he couldn't risk Assel beating him. Ectospasm. Ursus grunted as he was hit with a pulsating blue ball of power, knocking him back into a wall, as Assel jumped down from a ledge wielding a sting blade. What's the matter, big guy? Getting distracted. Let me help clear your mind, delirium, Assel taunted, before firing her attack at Ursus, who managed to roll out of the way and dodge it. Slash claw, shouted Ursus, swiping his claws through the air and launching claw-shaped energy blades at Assel, who was knocked back from the attack, before grunting as she crashed through a wall to a lower floor. Power pulse, Ursus said, while jumping through the hole, firing several green energy fists at the Danyan princess. Telekinetic bolt, said Assel, releasing a blue energy wave and grabbing hold of the surrounding rocks, forming a shield around herself. Saving herself from the attack and managing to get away as the impact kicked up a cloud of dust and debris, with Ursus narrowing his eyes at seeing she's vanished before he immediately took off running. She's found me, so she'll be chasing me, right where I want her to follow me, Ursus thought, refusing to take chances, while being thankful for his past trips to Mount Pillar, allowing him to become familiar with the location and the traps that the Danians had set up everywhere, against intruders. Having found one that he knew was near, so he'd know where to lead Assel. Iron balls! Assel shouted from behind Ursus, firing a barrage of iron balls at him, with the tribeless creature being unable to dodge them as he was sent skidding across the floor. Brave Lint, Ursus said, creating a bright light which he fired as a beam at Assel, with the attack slamming into her, sending her flying back. Thunder shout, said Ursus, releasing a loud shout, bringing Assel to her knees as she covered her ears. Rock wave, said Assel, managing to slam her fists on the ground, unleashing a large wave of rocks at Ursus, forcing him to stop his attack and jump to the side to avoid being crushed. Gravel grind, Ursus said, throwing his arms out, creating a tornado of gravel that sped towards Assel, whose eyes widened at the sight, as she ran away from the tornado. Song of Geonova, said Ursus, casting his music, which rained down right onto Assel, knocking her off balance and damaging her, while the tornado slammed into her from behind. The Danyan princess groaned as she was thrown through another wall, as Ursus went in after her. Sunderground, Ursus said, slamming his fists into the ground, causing a fissure to open up right beneath Assel, sending her falling hundreds of feet to the ground below. Vine snare! Shouted Assel, launching vines from her hands, which wrapped around Ursus, making his eyes widen as he was pulled through the fissure as well. Are crazy? You'll get us both coated! Ursus shouted, before reaching out and digging his claws into the wall, stopping their fall, while Assel grunted as she slammed into the wall. No, the only one who'll be code is you! Earth Pulse! Assel shouted before slamming her fists into the wall, causing it to start shaking as Ursus's grip began loosening. Freeze Flash! Said Ursus, while shooting a blast of ice at his own arm, freezing it to the wall and holding him in place, much to his relief, before he glared at Assel. Happy now? Now we're both stuck, Ursus said, only to see Assel smirking. You may be stuck, but I'm not. Fortissimo! Shouted Assel, activating her own music, as Ursus's eyes widened as Assel began growing into a giant. With the added weight breaking the ice holding them as they fell once again, with Assel landing safely thanks to her now giant size, while Ursus plummeted to the ground. Thunder shout! Ursus shouted, releasing a sonic wave at the ground, managing to slow his descent enough to survive hitting the ground. Though he didn't have time to recover, as he quickly rolled out of the way of Assel's descending foot. Ash Torrent! Said Ursus, releasing a large cloud of ash as he began running away, to wait for the music to wear off. You'll need to do better than that to escape me. Pebble Storm! Assel yelled, releasing a large blast of giant pebbles at Ursus, who could only dodge and weave in between the projectiles. Directed Bravery! Ursus shouted, shooting several energy blasts up at Assel, who raised her arms blocking the blasts. Granite Balls! Said Assel, shooting giant granite balls down at Ursus, whose eyes widened at the much larger projectiles. With the tribeless creature doing his best to avoid them, only for one to soon come straight towards him, with Ursus unable to avoid it as he was crushed and reduced to code. Beta dromes, yes! Yes, yes, yes! I beat you! Assel cheered as she turned back into Sarah, while Naruto sighed in resignation before pressing a button on his scanner, with Sarah grinning as she saw she now had a Numen Void Land scan. A deal's a deal, you beat me, so you get a Numen Void Land scan, said Naruto. Awesome! Let's go, I can't wait to get my own Melian scans, Sarah said, excited at the chance to scan some Melians of her own, as Naruto sighed again as he couldn't help the growing sense of unease he's felt since offering the deal to Sarah. He just hoped that they could get in and out of Melian territory before things go sideways. Later Numen Void Lands. After getting some supplies for the trip, Naruto and Sarah had ported to the Numen Void Lands, with Sarah looking around in amazement at the location. Wow, I have never seen a location like this. It almost feels like we're underwater, Sarah said, looking around, while feeling like they were standing at the bottom of the ocean, with how everything looked. Well, the Meridians are known as the Deep Ones, along with being strongest in the water, so I guess their territory would reflect their nature. Now let's go, I already know the way to Castle Rathwack, where An is. And Sarah, if I tell you to do something then do it, said Naruto seriously, not wanting to take any chances, with Sarah nodding in agreement, knowing it was dangerous here. The two then set out towards Castle Rathwack, thankfully not encountering any Meridians along the way. With Naruto and Sarah soon reaching a new location, once they left the Void Lands, one that Naruto didn't recognize. What is this place? Naruto muttered, looking up and frowning, when he saw a trail of blue energy that seemed to be flowing to somewhere, while Sarah pulled out her scanner and scanned the location. It's called the Oligarch's Path? Oligarch? Asked Sarah, wondering if that was a title. From what I got from the memories of my Meridian scans, that's the title of their leader, An the Oligarch. Naruto answered, frowning, before his eyes widened at sensing danger, with him quickly grabbing Sarah and jumped away. Just in time, as several attacks impacted where they were once standing, as Naruto jumped behind some rocks and put Sarah down. Before looking, only to curse when he saw several Meridians. With it only being worse when he saw Melian. Sarah, I'm gonna try and draw their attention. When you see a chance, run as fast as you can past, don't argue. Just do what I say, Naruto ordered, looking at Sarah, when she opened her mouth to argue, only to shut it and reluctantly nod. Seeing this, Naruto jumped out from behind the rocks and created several shadow clones, getting the Meridians' attention. Before the clones began launching several jutsu at them. With Sarah peeking out from the cover, unable to help herself from looking at the Meridians, wanting to skin one. Her eyes then falling on Melian, who seemed to be focusing on the real Naruto specifically, with the girl seeing the Melian was distracted. I gotta get a scan of that one, at least, Sarah thought, while pulling out her scanner and focusing on Melian, before she began scanning him, smiling at seeing she successfully scanned the Melian. Unfortunately, due to the light on him, Melian turned and caught sight of Sarah, seeing that Naruto had brought someone with him. With the Melian chieftain breaking away from the fighting and rushing over to Sarah, whose eyes widened at this. With Naruto also catching sight of this, much to his fear at seeing Sarah was spotted. Sarah! Port OU, electric rain! Melian said, taking the chance to turn and fire an attack at Naruto, with Uzumaki crying out as the electrified droplets impacted him. Naruto! Sarah screamed, when Melian grabbed her before mentally ordering the other Melians to retreat back to Castle Rathwack, knowing they now had the perfect bait to lure Naruto to them. Naruto grunted as he tried standing up, only to stumble, unable to do anything but look on helplessly as the Melians escaped with Sarah. Damn it! I have to follow them and save Sarah, Naruto thought, while moving as fast as he could after the Melians to save Sarah before anything could happen to her. With Sarah, meanwhile, the Melians, with Sarah, soon arrived at Castle Rathwack, with the chaotic player struggling the entire time against her captors, only stopping when they arrived in a large chamber, with who she could only guess was Aeon standing in the shadows, looking down at them. With Sarah attempting to put on a brave face, despite the fear she was feeling at having her mind taken over. Oligarch, the boy has returned, and he brought this one with him. He will likely be here soon to rescue her, Melian said, with Aeon narrowing his eyes at hearing that Naruto was back, before turning to Sarah as his eyes glowed, making her eyes widen as she thought that he was going to take control of her mind. Only for Aeon to instead look through her memories, learning more about Naruto and that only he has these unique abilities, that no other human does, along with how he came to Parim and Chaotic. Along with the true nature of the Chaotic game, and why they have come here. How interesting, to learn the existence of so many more worlds, outside of Parim. And the boy, Naruto Uzumaki, he wishes to skin me to know what our plans are, Aeon said, while looking down at Sarah, who gulped in fear at seeing he now knew why they were here. You have nothing to fear, girl, we will not be taking over your mind, not yet anyway. As long as Naruto remains alive, it will be useless, since he can simply break our control, along with being immune to our power. Something that will only result in allowing you both to escape. But if he so wishes to skin me, then I shall grant him the honor. Right before I crush him for the constant humiliations he has given not just the Melians, but myself. Aeon growled as he stepped out of the shadows, as Sarah's eyes widened at seeing the oligarch. He was easily the largest creature that Sarah has ever seen, resembling a yellow-green and blue sea serpent with tentacles in place of legs, several eyes dotting around his body, and dozens of tentacles sprouting from his head in place of hair. Along with his eyes and mouth glowing with a bright yellow light, and a glowing crown made of light hovering over his head. I have not despised someone as much as I do him, not even the Drylander tribes. With each humiliation he inflicts on the Melians, is a humiliation I suffer. And the fact that as long as he draws breath, thousands of solins that we've spent planning will be for nothing, said Aeon, knowing that as long as Naruto lived, their plans would fail. Just like how their last plan to conquer the Drylander tribes fell apart, because of that Mypedian, Kili, escaping them. They were arrogant the last time, believing they had already succeeded in conquering Parim, only for it to be ruined because she escaped. And now history, it seems, will repeat itself with Naruto's own interference. And Aeon has no intentions of making the same mistake as his predecessor, Farental. Take her to the dungeons, ordered Aeon, with Melian nodding as he took Sarah to the dungeons. With the oligarch making preparations for when Naruto arrived, fully intent to make sure he doesn't leave here alive. Later, after some time, Naruto soon arrived at Castle Rathwack, while getting a quick scan of the location, before heading inside. With the whiskered blonde frowning warily when he found the place completely devoid of Melians. With Naruto beginning to search the entire place, before stumbling on a large chamber. Greetings, Naruto Uzumaki. How nice of you to join me, said Aeon mockingly, as Naruto tensed at the sudden voice, before turning around to see an upper level above the entrance, which he jumped up and got his first look at the oligarch. Aeon, you're even uglier than the rest of the sushi here, Naruto said, with Aeon raising a hand to chest in mock hurt. How rude of you. And here I was going to let you skin me, just like you were planning to do, said Aeon smirking, while Naruto was set on edge at how he knew that, knowing that meant Sarah was here. Consider it a reward for being a constant thorn in my side, as it will be the last skin you'll ever get. To know that you came so close to succeeded in your goal, only to die, that it was all for nothing. That with your death, the girl you brought with you will be placed under our control," said Aeon, while pulling out Sarah's scanner and waving it mockingly, before setting it down, while revealing a viewing crystal showing Sarah imprisoned, making Naruto clench his fists. "While she's only a human, I'm sure she'll make a good replacement for the Drylander woman you robbed me the chance of making my personal slave. Right after I show her your corpse," said Aeon, as Naruto's anger rose at hearing this, wanting nothing more than to attack Aeon. But knew that's what the oligarch wanted, to get in his head and mess with him. Instead, Naruto pulled out his scanner and scanned Aeon, knowing he wouldn't get another chance like this. Especially since he was now aware of his mission, by looking into Sarah's mind. "You're gonna regret taking Sarah," Naruto said, while pocketing his scanner and prepared to attack Aeon, only to cry out in pain when he blasted in the back. Groaning, Naruto sat up, only to see Ihon Kalin, Nunquorn, and Laminkle, along with 2 other Marillions he didn't recognize. With one resembling a green manta ray, with 5 eyes, 4 on his body and another on his eye stalk. And the second looking like a large undersea worm, with multiple tentacles emerging throughout his body. "The only one who will regret anything is you for daring to stand against the Marillions. I'm sure you are familiar with Ihon Kalin, Nunquorn, and Laminkle. So allow me to introduce Nethuar and my personal advisor, Iraktab. All of you kill him," Aeon ordered, while choosing to sit back and watch. "Hee, it's time you suffered for humiliating us, human," Nunquorn said, as he and Laminkle were going to enjoy taking their revenge on him for their previous defeat and humiliation. "And here I was hoping to not see you dumbass again. I'd actually prefer the 2 mermaids, at least they're nicer to look at," taunted Naruto, as the 2 growled in anger before rushing towards Naruto. "Liquescent swirl!" Nunquorn shouted, while launching a large swirling mass of water at Naruto. "Tornado tackle!" said Laminkle, launching a tornado at Naruto as well. With the 2 attacks combining together into a massive vortex of water, fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu, yelled Naruto, breathing out a massive fireball at the attack, with the resulting collision creating a massive amount of steam. With Naruto using the cover to appear behind Nunquorn, before jumping up and delivering a drop kick straight to his head before spin kicking Laminkle away as well. "Caustic Cascade," Iraktab said, firing a blast of water at Naruto, knocking him out of the air and to the ground. "Ice Disc," said Nethuar, launching multiple ice discs at Naruto, slicing him to pieces, only for it to be revealed to be a clone. "Rasengan!" Naruto shouted, slamming a Rasengan down onto Iraktab, making the chieftain screech in pain as the attack drilled into him. "Hailstorm," said Laminkle, firing a blast of hail at Naruto, knocking him away. "Deadwater Devastation," Ihon Kalin said, shooting a blast of water at Naruto, slamming down to the ground. Gritting his teeth, Naruto managed to focus and use a substitution, escaping the attacks. "Wind style, drilling air bullets," said Naruto, firing off several blasts of air at the Marillions. "Torrent of flames," Nunquorn said, shooting jets of flames at Naruto, with the flames being empowered by the wind bullets they hit. "Water style, water encampment wall," Naruto said, releasing a blast of water that surrounded him and doused the flames. "Flood force," said Nethuar, turning Naruto's water against him as it surrounded the Uzumaki in a sphere of water. "Using water against Marillions was a foolish mistake." "Lightning burst," said Laminkle, shooting lightning at the water sphere, electrocuting Naruto, who gritted his teeth in pain before he used another substitution to escape the water. "Let's see how you like it. Lightning style, electromagnetic murder," Naruto said, launching a stream of electricity at Laminkle, electrocuting him in return. "Electro web," said Iraktab, shooting electrified webbing at Naruto, sticking him to the wall and shocking him. Grunting in pain, Naruto grabbed the webs to tear them off, only for them to electrocute him harder. Not seeing a choice, Naruto called in the Kyuubi's chakra, giving him the power needed to break of the webs. "Okay. Now you've pissed me off," Naruto said, looking at the Marillions with red-slitted eyes. With Sarah, meanwhile, Sarah was watching the fight via the viewing crystal provided by Melian, who was ironically enough, the one who was assigned to guard her. Seeing that Naruto was able to hold his own against the chieftains and fluid morphers before he began being overwhelmed by them, only to regain the advantage, with Sarah noticing his eyes had somehow turned red, with wisps of red chakra coming off him. "Come on, Naruto, you can do it," Sarah thought, hoping Naruto will be able to beat them. Only to cry out, when Melian wrapped a tentacle around her and lifted her into the air. "What are you doing?" Sarah demanded, trying to get free as Melian held her in view of the crystal. "The time for games are over. He'll either lay down and die, or watch you die," said Melian, as Sarah tensed while her eyes widened in realization. Back with Naruto, he's managed to put the Marilians on the defensive with his use of the Kyuubi's chakra, knowing he had to take them down fast, then get Sarah and her scanner out of here. "Enough," Aeon said, making everyone pause in the fighting and look to him. With Naruto's eyes widening, when he saw Sarah in the viewing crystal, be held captive by Melian. "I grow tired of these games. You will stand down now, Naruto Uzumaki. You will stand down, or you will watch as Melian rips the girl apart," threatened Aeon, with Naruto growling and glared at the oligarch, but dropped his stance while his eyes returned to their normal blue. "Flame Orb!" Nunkwon shouted, firing several fireballs at Naruto, the Jinchuriki crying out as the attacks burned him. "Thunder Shout!" said Laminkle, releasing a loud sonic wave at Naruto, who covered his ears in pain as the attack shattered his eardrums. "Ice Sheet!" Nethuyar said, sending a wave of ice at Naruto, with several icicles shooting up from the ice and stabbed him. "Fluid Might!" said Araktab, firing a giant water fist at Naruto, with the Uzumaki gasping in pain as the fist slammed into him repeatedly. "Electric Rain!" Ihun Kalin said, launching a barrage of electrified rain drops at Naruto, who cried out as he was electrocuted. "Yes! Yes! Scream more! This is the fate of those that challenge the Marilians." "Inferno Gust!" Nunkwon said cruelly as he hit Naruto with a wave of flames. "Voltorch!" said Laminkle, hitting Naruto with more electricity. With the chieftains joining in with their own attacks, enjoying torturing the one who's humiliated them time and time again, wanting to make his suffering last before killing him. With Sarah, "Stop! Stop it, please! Please leave him alone!" Sarah begged, crying as she was forced to watch as Naruto was tortured, while knowing the Marilians won't listen, and even if they did, they still wouldn't stop. What made it worse was that Sarah knew this was her fault. That this wouldn't be happening if she hadn't made Naruto to take her with him. Unable to just sit and watch anymore, Sarah tried wiggling to escape Melian's tentacle to try and help, or do something, anything but watch anymore. Only for Melian to tighten his grip on her. "It's hopeless, girl. Even if you escape me, there's nothing you can do to help him now. The only thing you can do is watch and know that soon, the only thing you'll worry about is serving your new masters." Melian taunted, pulling Sarah right in front of his eye, which gave Sarah the opening she needed. Before Melian could react, Sarah reared her head back and headbutted the chieftain right in his eye, making Melian screech in agony and close his eye, while throwing Sarah aside. The girl taking the chance to escape the dungeons, while Melian began firing attacks off in every direction in both pain and rage. With Naruto laid on the ground as the Marilians continued their assault, only to freeze when he heard Sarah scream, before the viewing crystal suddenly went dark. With it soon coming back on after a few moments, showing Melian, and to Naruto's horror and anger, he was holding the remains of Sarah's black t-shirt and her shoes. Shaking in rage and anguish at seeing his friend was killed anyway, Naruto's body was soon engulfed in bubbling red chakra taking the shape of a fox with two tails, while his eyes turned red and black as Yami took control. "Once again, you failed someone, when it mattered the most. But don't worry, Naruto, I'll be sure to make these Marilians suffer before I kill them," Yami roared before swinging his claws, throwing the Marilians back before vanishing in bursts of speed as he knocked them all around, until soon, the chieftains and Flidmorphers were laying on the ground beaten, broken, and bleeding. With Yami then turning his attention to the stunned Aeon, vanishing in another burst of speed, as Aeon cried when Yami reappeared and raked his claws across his chest. "You bleed good. 'Cause you'll be bleeding a lot," Yami exclaimed in sadistic glee, while releasing a large fireball at Aeon. "Dead water devastation," Aeon said, shooting out a blast of water at the fireballs, the two attacks canceling each other out. With Yami jumping through the resulting steam, with a Rasengan in hand. "Rasengan!" Yami said, slamming the attack right into Aeon's head, sending the oligarch crashing to the ground in pain. Though his pain soon turned to anger at being struck by such a lowly and feral being. "You think this power you have is greater than my own? Let me show you what true power is," Aeon said as he began transforming into a large multi-headed monstrosity, having assumed his true form and would use his true power. "Xenocentric Wrath," said Aeon, unleashing a large barrage of energy darts at Yami, who ran around dodging them, only for Aeon to slam his tentacles into him, knocking him to the ground. Rage of Aeon! Aeon shouted, summoning several pillars of water, before having them all slam into Yami, pinning him to the ground. Yami roaring, before unleashing a large blast of fire, pushing the water back and allowing him to escape. Primordial Rage! Said Aeon, shooting a red energy blast at Yami, knocking him across the chamber. I'll rip your head off! Yami growled as a third tail began forming and was about to charge Aeon again. Naruto! Naruto, I'm here! Yami froze at the sudden voice, before grunting and grabbing his head, as he saw Sarah, who was somehow still alive. Fine, I'll let you take back control. But only because it seems we're outmatched, even though I'm once again hauling your ass out of the fire. Yami said, before reluctantly giving control back to Naruto. Sa Sarah? Said Naruto as he regained control, while the chakra cloak began vanishing. I'm alright. It was a trick, Sarah said. Flashback. Looking back at the chieftain, Sarah's eyes widened when she saw Melian throwing attacks in every direction, with the girl just narrowly able to dodge one coming towards her. Before she got an idea and quickly tore her black shirt off, along with her shoes, before making her escape. End flashback. I got my scanner, we can get out of here, said Sarah, while showing her scanner, having managed to grab it during the confusion and fighting. Neither of you are going anywhere, Aeon roared, refusing to let them escape his grasp. Only to cry out in pain, as Naruto used the last of his chakra to create as many shadow clones as he could, with all of them rushing and attacking Aeon with a barrage of Raisengans. See you never, Aeon, said Naruto, before he and Sarah ported out of there. Just in time, Aeon unleashed a blast, destroying the clones, with the oligarch roaring in pure rage at having lost his chance to deal with Naruto before he soon turned his rage to his chieftains and fluid morphers for failing to just kill him, resulting in Aeon mentally attacking them, knowing he can't physically hurt them any more than they already are, but refused to let them get away with not killing the boy, when he ordered them to. Felfer, the plan has been compromised, you must free yourself before you are discovered, Aeon thought as he contacted Felfer, knowing he couldn't risk the Drylander tribes discovering the Fluidmorpher, otherwise they'll never be able to escape from behind the doors of the deep mines. Yes, Aeon, as you command. Ice Pillar, Felfer groaned as he staggered away from Ice Pillar, having had a method to free himself, should the original plan ever be compromised. Unfortunately, given how long he's been frozen, he wouldn't be able to control any creature. Knowing he'll have to hide in the shadows to rest and recover his strength, all while waiting for an opportunity to open the doors of the deep mines. Port Court. Meanwhile, back in Chaotic, the moment Naruto and Sarah appeared in the port court, the Uzumaki collapsed to the floor unconscious. Having run out of energy, now that the adrenaline has left him, after the taxing battles he just had and all the damage he took. With the sight getting everyone's attention, even more so when they took in Naruto's beaten appearance. With it also getting the attention of Tom, Kaz, and Peyton, who immediately rushed over to their friends. Dudes! What happened? Peyton asked, shocked at the state they were in. Were you guys attacked? By what? Said Kaz, not believing the state Naruto was in, given he didn't think any creature could put him in such a state. Sarah, what happened? Where did you guys go? Tom questioned as he and Kaz began lifting Naruto off the ground, while the four looked around at the growing crowd, with everyone whispering and muttering at what was going on. None of them sure how they were supposed to explain this. Thankfully though, help arrived when Codemaster Krellin appeared at the transporters. Everyone get back now, Krellin ordered, as the crowd stepped back in shock both at the sight of a Codemaster appearing and doing what he said. With Krellin silently motioning the others to get Naruto out of there and back to his home, making them nod in thanks at his appearance. Before they rushed off to his home, with Krellin hiding his worry for his charge and what could have put him in such a state. But for now, he needed to make sure there wasn't a panic, before contacting the other Codemasters. After Naruto was brought to his home and looked after by some of the androids, along with Krellin having to make up an excuse for the condition Naruto was in, giving the other players a partial truth that Naruto and Sarah had been attacked by a dangerous creature, with Naruto protecting Sarah. Given incidents like that had happened in the past, with players not taking the dangers of Param seriously, only to end being attacked, with some not even returning at all. Thankfully, it was enough to not cause too big of a panic, with players still freaking out at seeing firsthand just how dangerous Param can be if they're reckless. With Krellin then going to Naruto's home and was relieved to see that his own healing factor was starting to work. But the Codemaster could also that it's unlikely he'll be waking up anytime soon. Before he then gathered Sarah to find out what happened, along with Tom, Kaz, and Peyton given how close they were with Naruto as well. taking all 4 of them to his drone to speak with the other Codemasters. Krellin having already messaged them of what happened, so they were already present on screens when they arrived. With the 4 friends not even taking the time to be amazed at seeing all the Codemasters at once, still in shock at Naruto's condition. Sarah being the worst off, knowing it was her fault this has happened in the first place. Now then, you're going to tell us exactly what happened, not only of why you were with Naruto in Melian territory, but how he ended up in his current condition. Krellin said as all eyes were on Sarah, with the Danian player shaking before opening her mouth trying to find the words to say. Eventually managing to speak, as she began telling them of what happened, from when Narin first contacted Naruto in Poro Forest about the mission from him and the other High Muges. To scan Aeon and look through his memories to find out what the Meridians were planning. Her insistence that she go with him, wanting to get her own Meridian scans, and his refusal before eventually offering a one-on-one match. With Sarah managing to win and Naruto taking her with him to Meridian territory. Only for things to go from bad to worse when they encountered some Meridians, with Naruto fighting them off while Sarah hid. Only for her to make things worse when she couldn't resist getting a scan of Melian, leading to her being exposed and captured, before being taken before Aeon himself. Where he looked through all of her memories and found out not only about Naruto's mission and where he came from, but chaotic as well. With Naruto soon arriving and fighting the Meridians himself, only to be forced to stop or else she would die, leading to them attacking him repeatedly. How Sarah then managed to escape, with Naruto believing she was dead leading to him going berserk with Aeon stepping in. Though when Sarah revealed she was still alive and regained her scanner, Naruto regained control of himself, before the two were able to port back to Chaotic, where they were found in their current condition. All the while Sarah explained all this, she was trying to keep herself from breaking down into tears at what happened. And while their masks hid their faces, she could tell the Codemasters weren't pleased at what she had done, forcing Naruto to take her with him. Sarah, what were you thinking? Sure, getting Meridian scans would be cool, but this wasn't the time or place to get them. Not only because of what Naruto told us about the Meridians, but with how important this mission for the rest of Parim. You could have just asked him to bring you some scans, Kaz said, frowning in disappointment, having learned just how serious such things were after helping Chirrut deal with Van Blut, with Peyton and Tom nodding in agreement. While they couldn't deny they also wished to get Meridian scans after hearing about them, they also knew that Naruto's mission was way more important. Now it could be potentially rendered useless, since the Meridians now knew about it. Not cool, dude, not cool at all, said Peyton, shaking his head. You can't really call me out for getting skin happy anymore now, can you? Tom said while crossing his arms, knowing he could sometimes be reckless in getting scans, but never that reckless. Sarah flinched at their words, but couldn't say anything in response, knowing they were all right. The only reason we aren't banning you from ever returning to Chaotic right now is because the kid would likely port himself to Parim and not come back until we let you come back, said Hotek, making Sarah gulp. Hotek is correct, your actions would warrant being banned from Chaotic. But given what we know of Naruto and his personality, it's likely he would still defend you. But that doesn't mean you will get away without being punished, Imther said, knowing that Sarah still needed to be punished. With the girl only nodding solemnly, before pulling out her scanner when it began beeping, showing a new code has been uploaded into it. Sarah looking at Krellin, showing he's the one who had just uploaded the code to her scanner. I've just uploaded a new code to your scanner, one that after your next trip to Parim, will make it so you can no longer port to Parim or Earth, nor will you be allowed to take part in drone matches, said Krellin, with the message and implications being crystal clear to Sarah. The Codemasters were basically grounding her. My next trip to Parim? Sarah asked. Yes, you will be going with me to speak with the High Muges and tribal leaders, to let them know exactly what you've done, how you compromised Naruto's mission, and what has happened to him. You will be allowed to transport once back to Earth, to let your Earth self know what has happened and why you won't be accessing your deck anytime soon, Krellin said, Sarah nodding with her head hung low, knowing she's likely getting off easy compared to what could happen. Later Parim, after Sarah ported back to Earth, giving her Earth self her memories, which honestly felt horrible as she had to relive the entire experience again. With the Danian player taking a few moments to cry to herself, now that she was alone, before managing to gather her bearings and port back to Chaotic. With her and Krellin then porting to Lake Kenaipa to speak with Narin, since he was the one to give Naruto his mission. They didn't tell the overworld High Muge exactly what happened, only that it was important to speak with him, the other High Muges, and the tribal leaders. Making Narin realize something must have gone wrong with Naruto's mission, before contacted his fellow High Muges where they arranged a meeting location, eventually settling on Runic Grove. With Narin teleporting himself, Krellin, and Sarah they were met by Kopond, Lor, and Enerhep. Along with 3 large viewing crystals showing Chire, Prince Eifler, and Queen Alexia, all of them having been informed of the importance of the meeting by their respective Muges. "Where's Maxa?" Chire demanded, narrowing his eyes when he didn't see his archenemy was also present. "I am afraid that Maxa is unable to join us. He's currently on a long-term secret mission, of which none of us are sure when he will return from. Only that he told us it was a matter of grave importance. So, for the time being, I will be acting as his representative," Narin answered, making Chire narrow his eyes but grunted in acceptance. "Now then, I take it this meeting has to do with the young chaotic player's mission to scan the Melian leader? Where is he?" questioned Enerhep, all of them guessing that's what the mission was about. "I'm afraid that it does concern Naruto's mission. Unfortunately, it didn't go as planned and Naruto is now unconscious for who knows how long," Krellin said, making their eyes widen in shock, as by now they were aware or at least suspected Naruto's abilities. Now to hear he was unconscious, it made them wonder just how powerful Aeon really is. "What exactly happened?" questioned Narin, narrowing his eyes, as Krellin motioned Sarah to come forward. "This is Sarah, a fellow chaotic player and a friend of Naruto's. She was with him during his mission and fully aware of why it has possibly been rendered useless," Krellin said, with Sarah flinching as all the eyes now on her. But knowing she had to tell them, Sarah began telling the high Muges and tribal leaders what had happened. And the more they heard, the more they shared in the Codemaster's disappointment, along with being angered. Since this mission was meant to give them an advantage over the Meridians to protect their homes and their people. "Do you have any idea what you've done, girl? This mission was of the utmost importance for us to learn what we can about the Meridians, straight from the memories of Aeon himself. This might all just be a game for you and the rest of the humans to play, but not to us, it's our lives," Chire shouted, standing up and glaring at Sarah, making the Danian player flinch. "I have heard about you and young Naruto from my daughter. She said you could be quite reckless and determined. It seems she understated just how reckless," said Alexia while narrowing her eyes, getting another flinch from Sarah, with it hurting even more that came from the leader of her favorite tribe. "When you two came before and told me of the threat the Meridians posed, I had been under the impression both of you also understood how serious the threat was. I see now only one of you understood the threat," Eifler said, while clenching his throne's armrests. "Sarah Lawrence, even if this mission could be considered a success due to Naruto Uzumaki scanning Aeon, it may now be rendered useless. As any plans they have would now change, making any information we get irrelevant, along with the means of how they plan to open the doors of the D-mines," said Narin, narrowing his eyes at Sarah, who could only lower her head. Afterwards the high Muges and tribal leaders began discussing their own punishment, as while the Codemasters already gave Sarah their own punishment. Her actions endangered not only Chaotic and Naruto personally, but also Param. So, she'd be receiving a second punishment as well, with really starting to sink for Sarah how badly she messed up. While she and the others have realized and come to terms with the fact that the events in Param aren't just a game, the reality of it all was starting to truly set in for her. "It's decided then, both the girl and Naruto will be cleaning Gaho's tower from top to bottom, after he's woken up. Along with a guard from each tribe watching them and ensuring Blut and his followers don't try anything," Chire said, with Sarah's head snapping up at hearing Naruto's inclusion. "What? I can accept the punishment for me, since it's my fault, but Naruto didn't do anything. He only let me come because I wouldn't stop asking and was only keeping his word," said Sarah, accepting the punishment for herself, but didn't want Naruto to be punished as well for her screw-up. And while it is a good thing for him to have such a sense of honor in keeping his word, this was not a moment where he should have kept it, Alexia stated, the others nodding in agreement. Indeed, while his honor and willingness to keep his word is noble, this mission was far more important than any promise. Something that this event and punishment will hopefully teach him to be more careful with his promises, and that there will be times they need to be broken," said Eifler, along with making a mental note to have Mudinas start locating the conjurers and bringing them back to the Mipdim Oasis. Knowing they'll need as much help as they can get against the Meridians, and having the conjurers and their war beasts will certainly give them a much-needed advantage. This made Sarah look down, unable to argue against them, knowing they were right, and it only made her feel more guilty. As given what she knew about Naruto, he'd probably only blame himself for not being stronger to protect her and accept the punishment. She just hoped she could find some way to make it up to him when he woke up. Time skip 2 days. Port Court. 2 days have passed since Naruto and Sarah's return from Melian territory, with things having since calmed down for the most part. With the whiskered blonde's friends occasionally hearing some other players talk about what happened, but nothing else. While Sarah has been staying by Naruto's side, ever since she and Krellin returned from Param. Currently, Tom and Peyton sat in the port court at a docking table to make a trade, one that Tom wasn't sure about accepting. Come on, Tom, this is an awesome great deal. Your scan of that sweet spot at Ravenel Ridge for these sweet Mypedians, Quan, Ribian and Shimmerk, which I guarantee will rock your world. It's practically a steal, Peyton said, since he's trading 3 of his best Mypedians for the Ravenel Ridge scan, since he really wanted it. Tom frowned at the offer, still remembering what the Mypedians did to Reggie, along with attacking them and blasting Kaz, and didn't want to trade any of his cards for Mypedians. But he also remembered his match against Krellin and how he used Van Blut, despite how much he hates the Underworlder for what he did to Maxa. Yet he still used him and put up a good fight against Ursus, even if he was still coded. Fine, here, Tom muttered as they did the trade, with Peyton grinning at getting the scan, but could see Tom still wasn't happy. You still thinking about what happened with Reggie and Kaz? Peyton asked knowingly. Of course I am. They kidnapped Reggie and held him hostage, then they blasted Kaz. I'm still angry about what they did, but I remember my match against Krellin and how I still used Van Blut, even after what he did to Maxa. So, even if I don't like some creatures, I'll still use them, said Tom, frowning, making Peyton frown as well before he suddenly smiled as he got an idea. Dude, I got an idea. How about you and I take a trip to the Mypedian desert? I can introduce you to some of my awesome Mypedian pals, so you can see not all of them are like the ones we encountered. Besides, it'll be a good chance to get some new scans for that upcoming match you got, Peyton said, with Tom frowning at the suggestion but reluctantly nodded in agreement. Fine. But I don't have a scan of the Mypedom Oasis, I only have one of the Kasher Driftlands, stated Tom. Great. That's not too far off, let's book, Peyton said before dragging Tom to the transporters before they ported away. Later, Kasher Driftlands. After Tom and Peyton arrived at the Driftlands, the overworld player was already unamused, when he fell down a hill and got a mouthful of sand. With it not helping when Peyton started giving several examples of different creatures that could be evil or were better than certain overworlders. And while Tom could accept using creatures he didn't like, he was still getting annoyed by it, along with how long they'd been walking. I don't what's worse, the sand in my ears or the you in my ears. How could anything good come out of a place like this? Said Tom, as so far, the only thing they've seen is sand and rocks, the two being unaware of something in the sand following them. Hey look! A Mypedian watering stone, these things suck water from the air somehow. Pretty cool, huh? Come on! Peyton said as they ran over to the watering stone, while Tom finally took notice of something following them under the sand, only being able to get out a short cry before he was pulled under. Ah, better than a smoothie! Let's kick back here for a little while, the oasis is only about an hour's walk straight out that way, said Peyton while pointing to where the Mypedom Oasis was located, before chuckling when he didn't hear anything. I don't hear any snaps about the Mypedians now, Peyton stated, smirking, only for his eyes to widen when he heard Tom cry out. Peyton! Shouted Tom as he burst from the sand, being held in a large blue-green claw. Tom! Peyton said before looking around before grabbing a rock and running over, smashing the claw several times until it released Tom, with the two taking off running away from the creature. This is great, Peyton. I really love Mypedians now, said Tom sarcastically, believing whatever attacked them was a Mypedian. Though the two didn't get far as whatever attacked them had threw them into the air, while a large red and green scorpion stinger burst out of the sand and began chasing after them, with the two continuing to run away from the creature, believing they lost it in a crack in the ground. He could have just put up a keep out sign, Tom said, annoyed and angry that they were attacked over some water. Forget about that, release the negativity and soak up some of the splendorous Mypedian magic that surrounds us, said Peyton, not wanting to let one attack ruin the purpose of their trip. I see rock and sand, Peyton. I hate sand, it's coarse, rough and irritating. And it gets everywhere, Tom said in annoyance, while emptying the sand from his shoe. I wouldn't worry about the sand in your shoe, dude, said Peyton when he looked back and saw a sandstorm coming towards them. Why not? Said Tom, only look back and see the coming sandstorm, resulting in them taking off running again to escape it. Stay where you are. Symphonic shield, said a Mypedian as they activated a music, casting a shield around Tom and Peyton, protecting them from the sandstorm. Once the sand cleared, the two looked to see who saved them, seeing gold-brown, bipedal Mypedian with horns, wearing a worn purple cloaks, a pair of leg guards over his thighs, which connect to his loincloth. His chest is bare, revealing a stone embedded into the center of his rib cage, just below his chest. "Whoa, Tyan," Peyton said, smiling at the sight of the Mypedian Muge. "This place is treacherous. Follow me, I will lead you safely out," said Tyan, knowing this part of the desert was dangerous for more than just sandstorms. It wasn't long until the three had arrived at Tyan's, with both Tom and Peyton starting to feel the effects from how long they've been in the desert. If you had tried to make it to the oasis without water, you would have dried up less than halfway there. Unlike the one who attacked you, I believe that hospitality is a gift to the giver, Tyan said, handing them both pitchers of water, which they gratefully took and drank from. "I guess we should thank you for saving us twice, Tyan," said Peyton, relieved to get more than a single drink of water. "Yeah, you're really cool, especially for a," Tom said, only to catch him, but Tyan knew what he was going to say. "For a Mypedian. Why do you dislike my kind?" Tyan questioned, while narrowing his eyes. "I mean, not Mypedians like you. It's Mypedians like that thing that dragged me under the sand," said Tom, not wanting to give him the wrong impression. "That was now Mypedian. That was Slurk, an overworlder," revealed Tyan, surprising Tom. "An overworlder? But he was in the desert, and he was such a," Tom said, not understanding how an overworlder could be like that. "A while back, a couple Mypedians hurt our friend. Tom's been kinda down on the tribe ever since," said Peyton, cutting Tom off. "They didn't care what happened to us." "They weren't," said Tom. "What? Human? We're not human, we're Mypedian. Because we're different, you find us difficult to understand. Just as we sometimes find you difficult to understand," Tyan retorted, making Tom frown, but knew he was right. "Perhaps, if you saw the world through Mypedian eyes, you might understand us better. I know of your chaotic game, skin me, then when you use me in your competitions, you may see the world as I do," Tyan said, standing to allow Tom to scan him. "Yeah, walk a mile in his shoes," added Peyton, knowing Tyan would be the perfect Mypedian for Tom to scan. "Mypedians don't wear shoes," said Tyan while looking at Peyton. Forget the shoe thing, no shoes," Peyton said quickly. "Alright, I'll try it," said Tom as he pulled out his scanner and scanned Tyan. Though just then Slurk's tail burst from the sand and struck Tyan, knocking the Mypedian back as the overworlder emerged from the sand, joining with the thieving Mypedians to steal Slurk's water. "Humans can't be trusted either," Slurk said, snapping his claws at them, with Tom and Peyton running again, only for Slurk to burrow underground and jump out in front of them. Luckily, before Slurk could attack them, Tyan had recovered and saw Slurk about to attack the two. "Cyclone Slam," Tyan said, blast Slurk with a cyclone, knocking him back into the cave wall. "These humans are under my protection. Go back to hoarding your water and leave us," Tyan demanded. "So you can sneak back later with more Mypedians and steal it?" "No, this ends now," said Slurk, before jumping towards Tyan as the two began fighting each other. "What should we do?" Tom asked, looking at Peyton, not sure what they were supposed to do. "Try not to get squashed," said Peyton, knowing there wasn't anything they could do at the moment. Slurk then hit Tyan with a toxic gust, with the Mypedian retaliating with a lightning burst attack, only to be thrown back when Slurk unleashed a barrage of iron balls at him. "Tyan!" Tom and Peyton said, running over to check on him, with Tyan getting up and ushering them back. "One less sand crawler in Slurk's desert," said Slurk wickedly, as Tyan stood up, knowing what he had to do to deal with Slurk and save his friends. "Remember this, Tom, just as the sands shift forever, every end is a beginning and every beginning an end," said Tyan, before rushing forward with Slurk grabbing him in his claw, only to be shocked when Tyan started glowing as he activated his ability. "We gotta go!" Peyton shouted, grabbing Tom, and running out of the cave, knowing what was about to happen, the two managing to get out just in time as an explosion went off in the cave, collapsing the entrance and throwing Slurk outside. "Whoa, what was that?" Tom said, shocked at seeing an attack like that, only for both of them to be further shocked when something else unexpected happened. Acceleration. Iron balls. Torrent of flames. Tom and Peyton looked in shock when Slurk was hit by a speeding Gadup, while Intress and Kaibon hit him with a barrage of iron balls and a blast of flames. "Kaibon, go help Tyan," Gadup said, pointing to the cave, prioritizing saving his fellow Mypedian first. "Right," Kaibon said, pulling out a song of revival music before running to the cave, using his drill arm to break through the rocks to get to Tyan. "Whoa, didn't see that coming," muttered Peyton at the sudden turn of events. What is the meaning of this interest? Demanded Slurk, angered at being attacked by a fellow overworlder. Slurk. For disobeying Maxa's orders to return to Kira's city and threatening the growing tribal alliance, you are hereby under arrest. Come quietly or else. Interest ordered, much to Slurk's shock and anger. Traitors. All of you are traitors, who will not take Slurk's desert. Rock wave. Slurk shouted, slamming his fists on the ground, sending a large wave of rocks at Interest and Gadup. Wind slash. Gadup shouted, swinging his tail, launching a crescent-shaped blast of air at the rocks. Torrent of water, said Interest, firing blasts of water at the rocks as well, with the combined attack stopping the rock wave before it could hurt anyone. But when the dust cleared, Slurk was long gone, making Interest and Gadup frown. Damn it, he got away, muttered Interest. He won't get far. Prince Eifler and Prince Mudinu refused to take any chances and have several scouts around the entire area. Gadup said, knowing the princes aren't taking any chances and are making sure Slurk is finally removed from the Mypedian desert. With Kaiban and Tyan soon exiting the cave, much to Tom and Peyton's relief, but were still confused as to why they were all here. Interest, Gadup, Kaiban? What are you all doing here? And what was that attack you used, Tyan? Tom asked, confused at what was going on. I came here to arrest Slurk, who had been ordered to return to overworld territory by Maxa, but he disobeyed and remained here. Now that he's resisted arrest, he's now branded an overworld traitor. While Gadup and Kaiban were sent along to assist me, as a show of good faith. Interest said, with the Mypedian and Underworlder nodding in agreement. Prince Eifler has been trying to get rid of Slurk for many solins already. This was just our chance to do that and show our support of the alliance, added Gadup. And you were lucky. I always take a song of revival with me on missions, Kaiban stated, knowing he could never be too careful. Yes, you have my thanks, Kaiban, Gadup, Interest. And that was no attack I used, Tom. Some Mypedians have the ability to use their energy, all of their energy, to save others at the cost of themselves, Tyan revealed, shocking Tom at hearing this. You were going to sacrifice yourself to save us? Tom asked, not expecting this, and now feeling ashamed of his previous prejudice against Mypedians. Yes. And you have nothing to be ashamed of. All tribes have the good and the bad, including the Mypedians, said Tyan, with Peyton nodding in agreement. He's right, dude. Just look at the nasty Slurk dude. He shows how all overworlders aren't good guys and can be really nasty, Peyton said. Your friend is right, Tom. And now you know better than to judge an entire tribe after a bad encounter with some creatures, stated Interest, with Tom nodding at their words. Yeah, and thank you, Tyan, Tom said, with Tyan nodding in response. Well, we should get going. You still got your match, Tommy, said Peyton, with Tom nodding as they pulled out their scanners, before Interest stopped them. Before you go, how's Naruto? Interest asked, having been worried when she learned of Naruto's condition and what happened, wanting to see how he was doing, with Tom and Peyton looking down. He's still unconscious. We don't know when he'll wake up, only that whatever happened during his fight with Aeon, it really took a lot out of him, said Tom. Yeah, he's one tough dude, but I guess even he has limits, Peyton said, making Interest nod sadly, but was relieved that Naruto was still alive and alright. With that, Tom and Peyton ported back to Chaotic. Later, Drome. After returning to Chaotic, Tom and Peyton had met up with Kaz, with Sarah still being by Naruto's side. Though they did tell her about what happened before it was time for Tom's match against Slicknick, who Tom remembered from his match against Naruto, along with his attitude. Major Tom, right? I read up on you, nice stats. I've been looking forward to this, having an all-overworld match, Nick said, smirking, while Tom didn't look amused as he began assembling his team. Said Tom, not really in the mood to talk with Nick, both from his attitude and what could have happened to Tyan if the others didn't arrive. Overworlders are the best. It's finally nice to battle someone who knows which tribe rules over those other three losers or doesn't mix them like that loser, Phantom, Nick said, still angry over his loss against Naruto, while Tom narrowed his eyes, though what his opponent said next really angered him. And between us overworlders, I'm hoping that loser stays gone. We don't need someone like him disgracing the best tribe anymore than he already has, said Nick, making Tom clench his fists. Yeah, I'm turning you into code, Tom thought as he went through his creatures while planning to utilize a similar strategy to the one that Naruto used against Slicknick. Okay, Tyan, I'm putting you in my clean-up position, and I'll use Quan in the front to really shake him up. And in the middle, I'll have Tangith Toborn and this'll really get under his skin, Lord Van Blut. And for the last places up front, Draal and Arius. Tom thought, smirking while knowing that'll really get under Nick's skin, seeing him using Mypedians and an underworlder, like Van Blut. Now for battle gear, the Ring of Narin will be a major boost for Tyan, and the Lickalizer will let Quan use water attacks, and a Vlaric Shard for Van Blut to boost his earth attacks. A Pyroblaster to give Draal some firepower, and Stone Mail to give Arius a little extra protection. And Tangith Toborn, the Sword of Kiat. Thought Tom before moving on to music. Now for music, the Symphonic Shield was pretty awesome and useful in the desert, so that'll be for defense. And for offense, the Melody of Mirage. And for Van Blut, I'll give him Song of Treachery and Melody of Malady. And Slicknick wants an overworld battle, fine, I'll use my favorite overworld locations. And a few surprises. Tom thought, smirking as he added the Mypdom Oasis and Godhost Tower. Once their teams were set, Tom and Nick locked their decks revealing their sides, with Nick scowling when he saw Quan, Tyan, and Van Blut. You're mixing Overworlders with Mypedians and an Underworlder? That's disgusting, Nick said, glaring at Tom. Because Slicknick won his last match here in the Amazon Drome, he will attack first, said the Drome Master, with Nick spinning the location randomizer. The first battle will be in the Forest of Life. Slicknick choosing target and attacking creatures. You're gonna regret using those creatures, traitor. Raimusa attacks Quan, Nick said, choosing Raimusa while Tom chose Quan. I'll only regret how quickly you'll burst into code, retorted Tom as they turned into their chosen creatures. Let's get chaotic. Forest of Life. Quan walked through the forest while searching for Raimusa, along with getting used to being a Mypedian, before soon spotting the samurai overworlder sitting on a fallen tree. Grunting, Quan tried turning invisible, only to turn see-through for a moment. I should have asked Peyton how to do the invisible thing, Quan thought, cursing himself for not asking how to turn invisible, as he tried again only to fail. Maybe if I relax, just go with the Mypedian I'm in, thought Quan, relaxing his body and letting the Mypedian guide him, before a moment later, he successfully turned invisible. Sweet. Now let's show Slicknick what a non-overworlder can do, Quan thought, smirking as he approached Raimusa. Mypedian-loving traitor. Vine snare! Raimusa shouted, shooting vines from his fingers that wrapped around Quan, revealing him. Cyclone slam! Said Quan as a cyclone of wind shot out of his chest, destroying the vines, and impacting the overworlder. Fortissimo! Said Raimusa, using his music before he grew to giant size, before grabbing Quan and picking him up. Thanks for the bigger target. Toxic gust! Quan yelled, shooting a blast of toxic air into Raimusa's face, before making his escape. With Raimusa following right after him and was about to crush the Mypedian under his foot, but Quan managed to escape and turn invisible again, with Raimusa looking around for where he could be hiding. Over here! Cyclone slam! Said Quan, blasting Raimusa with a cyclone of air, hitting the overworlder and knocking him down, with the impact being hard enough to reduce him to code. Amazon Drome. Nice battle, Major Tom. Maybe you should change your screen name to Lizard Boy, Nick said, pausing to try and think of an insult, only for Tom to smirk at him. Maybe you should change yours to Loser Boy, replied Tom before taking his turn. Draal attacks Zalik. Draal blasted Zalik with his Pyroblaster, reducing him to code. Orth attacks Quan. Quan hit Orth with his Lickalizer, blasting him into code as well. Arius attacks Velrith. Velrith was hit and turned to code as well. Larina attacks Van Blut. Van Blut laughed as his shadows attacked Larina and coded her. Arius attacks Ulfadin. Ulfadin blasted Arius with his cyclones, coding him. Ulfadin attacks Draal. Draal cried out as he burst into code from Skeletal Springs water. Tangith Toborn attacks Ulfadin. Tangith tried escaping as his rock wave was turned back onto him by Ulfadin's Mirthquake, only to be crushed and coded. Port Court, that's bad. Tangith was Tom's go-to creature, Kez said, seeing Tom was now down to Van Blut, Quan, and Tyan. He's not out yet, Kaz. Tom's still got Quan, Van Blut, and my man Tyan, the Mypedian magic maker. Peyton said, confident that Tom can win this, especially since he still has 3 creatures while Nick only has Ulfadin. Amazon Drome, you're down to the bottom of the barrel, Mr. Mypedian, taunted Nick, confident he can win against inferior creatures, like Mypedians and an Underworlder. You know, I'm gonna take a page from Naruto. Shut up and spin the randomizer, Tom said, honestly getting sick of hearing this guy talk. With Nick doing so, while smirking when it landed in Kira's city. Ulfheden attacks Van Blut. Nick said, wanting to get rid of what he figured was the bigger threat, while seeing the Mypedians as easy targets to deal with however he wanted. The two chose their creatures and began turning into them, with Ulfheden growling while Van Blut flexed his claws. Let's get chaotic. Kira's city. Ulfheden looked around the overworld capital, checking any corner and alleyway he came across as he looked around for the underworlder. Yo, Major Tom. Let's finish this. Ulfheden shouted, wanting to beat this traitor already. Well, alright, if you insist. Song of Treachery, said Van Blut high up in the air as he activated his music, with Ulfeden's eyes widening before crying out as he was hit and felt himself become weaker. What's the matter? Feeling a little weak? Here, this should help, shriek shock. Van Blut said, unleashing a loud shriek that hit Ulfheden, damaging him further, before the overworlder summoned his cyclants. The lightning burst, said Ulfheden, firing a blast of lightning at Van Blut, knocking him out of the air and to the ground. Ugh. Congrats, you managed to land a hit on me for once. That's more than I can for Larina. Rock wave, said Van Blut, equipping his Vlaric shard and slamming his fists onto the ground, sending a wave of rocks towards Ulfheden, who scowled and jumped out of the way. You don't get to talk about my overworldist traitor. Flash kick, shouted Ulfheden, kicking his legs at Van Blut, who flew up into the air to avoid them. You're overworldist? Funny, since from where I am, you're acting more like an underworlder. I'm actually looking for some new minions, care to try out? Van Blut taunted. I'll rip those wings from your back for saying that. Winter Claw, yelled Ulfheden, swinging his claws and releasing large ice-shaped claws at the underworlder. Oh, feisty. Now here's mine, Skeletal Strike, Van Blut said, as a skeleton emerged from him and launched itself at Ulfheden, smashing through the ice and crashing into the overworlder. Vine Snare, said Van Blut, shooting vines at Ulfheden that wrapped around him before Van Blut flew up into the air, dragging Ulfheden with him. Careful, we wouldn't want you falling and bursting into code, now would we? Who am I kidding? Of course I do. But first, said Van Blut, swinging the overworlder around before launching him into the air. Fear Projection, Van Blut said, blasting Ulfheden with the attack, further lowering his courage. And now for Ferocity, said Van Blut said, unleashing swirling dark spirits as Ulfheden that attacked him, as the overworlder screamed with his low courage, until he finally hit the ground groaning in pain. With Van Blut landing on the ground in front of him, smirking. Like you said before, how about we end this? Van Blut said, only to be surprised when Ulfheden got up and turned to him. Viper Lash, shouted Ulfheden as vipers extended from his claws and struck Van Blut, knocking him back. Tornado Tackle, Ulfheden said, continuing the assault by launching the underworlder back after blasting him with mini tornadoes. Slash Claw, Ulfheden roared, swinging his claws, launching claw-shaped energy blasts at Van Blut, knocking him further back, with the underworld's second-in-command groaning. Well, that took a turn, didn't it? Muttered Van Blut, rubbing his head, before he grunted as Ulfheden kicked him away. Any last words, Underworlder? Ulfheden growled while aiming his cyclants at Van Blut, who held up 3 fingers. Just 3. Melody of Malady, said Van Blut, casting his music, as Ulfeden's eyes widened before was blasted with the music, damaging him slightly while Van Blut got up as he was healed. Ah, much better. Now where were we? Oh yeah, I believe I was about to turn you into a million pieces of code, Van Blut said, as Ulfheden got up, growling, and glaring at him. Typical Underworlder, needing to use cheap tricks. But fine, I'll just deal with the lizards first, and then you. Song of Transposition, said Ulfheden, using his own music, as Van Blut suddenly found himself replaced with Tyan, who looked at himself, before looking at the Overworlder. Very well, Tyan said, equipping his ring of Narin. Rock Wave, Ulfheden shouted, slamming his fist on the ground, sending a wave of rocks at Tyan, who activated his ring's shield, only to grunt as some rocks still hit him before his ring vanished. You'll need more than some fancy ring to stop me. Lavalanche, said Ulfheden, launching blasts of lava at the Mypedian. Symphonic Shield, Tyan said, activating his music as a shield formed around him, protecting him from the lava. Melody of Mirage, said Tyan, once the attack ended and his shield vanished, as his music played, creating several mirages of himself. Slimy Lizard, Iron Balls, Ulfheden yelled, firing iron balls at the Tyans, only for all of them to be mirages. Wrong choice. Inferno Gust, Tyan said from behind the Overworlder, firing a blast of flames at him, knocking him down. Viper Lash! Said Ulfheden as vipers emerged from his claws before jumping at Tyan, knocking him back with the vipers. You're finished, lizard? Ulfheden growled, while Tyan looked at him calmly. Every end's a beginning, every beginning an end. And your end's beginning, right now, Tyan said before jumping up and grabbing Ulfheden as he began glowing before they both burst into code. Port Court, what was that? Kez said, having never seen an attack like that. Just something Tom learned from a friend, said Peyton, while smiling. Drome, I don't get it. Who won? Demanded Nick, annoyed and angry at not knowing what just happened. You have no creatures left. Major Tom has Quan and Van Blut. Major Tom wins the match, said the Drome Master, making Nick scowl and glare at Tom. You only because of some cheap tricks. Typical Mypedian and Underworlder. Nick spat, as Tom frowned at him and shook his head. You know what, Nick? Naruto was right about you. You'd think you would have learned after losing against him. And learned more about the other tribes and their abilities, but you didn't, otherwise you would have known about Tyan's. Instead, you just choose to ignore them and treat them like they're inferior to Overworlders. Well, guess what? You just lost to a Mypedian and an Underworlder, but I'm sure you wouldn't be acting like such a sore loser if you lost to an Overworlder. And that wasn't a cheap trick, it's called sacrifice, the greatest move a real friend would make for those they care about. And I care about all my creatures, no matter what tribe they belong to, something you clearly can't say the same about, said Tom, before brushing past Nick and exiting the drome. Once Tom left, Nick scowled and stormed out of the drome, angry at daring to be called a sore loser by a traitor like him. Though he was stopped when he saw Cristela standing outside the drome. What do you want, Underworlder? Nick demanded, glaring at her, with Cristela merely smirking. I've got a proposition for you, Nicky, a partnership. Against some annoying little losers we both hate, said Cristela, making Nick pause and look at her in consideration, with his loss against Naruto and now Tom, along with the humiliation he suffered from both of them, making him think of the sudden proposal. Perim. Meanwhile, within Perim, Slurk had managed to escape his pursuers within the Mypedian desert, leading him straight down into the underworld. Traitors. Thieves. All of them traitors and thieves, stealing Slurk's desert and water. Slurk will make them pay for stealing from me, Slurk shouted, swearing to get revenge against the Mypedians and his former allies. HM, traitors and thieves you say, said Van Blut, appearing from the sky, making Slurk stop and looked up at the Underworlder. I believe we could help each other out then, Van Blut said, smirking, while knowing he'd prove a useful ally with his knowledge of the overworld and the Mypedian desert. With Slurk looking up at Van Blut, before grinning wickedly and nodding in agreement. A few days after his match against Slicknick, Tom had ported to Ravenel Ridge on a skin quest to try and locate Magician's Arch. With him and his friends having been trying to find it, ever since Naruto told them about the hidden location. Searching all over Ravenel Ridge to find wherever it was, but so far, they haven't had any luck in locating it. Man, when Naruto said it was a hidden location, he really meant hidden. Tom muttered, seeing that hidden locations were called that for a reason now. Though suddenly, Tom stopped as he climbed onto a rock, looking forward only to be surprised when he saw a mountain with an arch at the top. The overworld player being surprised at the sight of several overworld magicians flying in and around the arch. Whoa! Stated Tom while pulling out his scanner and scanning the arch, before seeing what effect it'd have on creatures that battle here. Creatures lose all their magicians, that'd definitely be a surprise for opponents, when they're unable to use music, Tom said, making a mental note to come back here and get scans of it for Kaz, Peyton, Sarah, and Naruto. Thinking about the whiskered blonde, Tom frowned. Since even now, he was still unconscious from his fight against Aeon. Though took solace in the fact that he's finally starting to stir and move, showing he'd hopefully be waking up soon. Shaking his head, Tom prepared to port back to Chaotic, only to stop when he heard something in the sky. The teen looking up, only to be confused at the sight of a blue ball of energy. That's freaky, muttered Tom while backing away, since the thing looked like some kind of attack, before being freaked out and slightly scared when it suddenly rushed towards him. Tom immediately turned around and ran to escape the attack, only to see it was keeping up with him before suddenly rushing ahead of Tom, and then turning right back towards him. The chaotic player only having time to let out a short scream when the attack collided against him. But rather than feel pain, Tom opened his eyes to see he was in a black void with blue, pulsating lights around him. Tom Majors! Narin's voice suddenly boomed around him, making Tom jump slightly. Listen closely to my instructions, the fate of the overworld, and all of Param may depend on you. Come to my castle immediately, said Narin as Tom found himself back in Ravenel Ridge. Narin must have found something to help Maxa, better hurry, Tom said before pulling out his scanner and porting away. Narin's castle. Reappearing out the High Muge's castle, Tom rushed inside and was greeted to Narin, Intress, and of Jack. Narin, Intress, of Jack. Did you guys find Maxa, or something that can help make him better? Tom asked. We've actually been able to do both, locating where Maxa is and where he's going, along with how to get him back to his normal self, replied of Jack, with Narin and Intress nodding in agreement. Maxa's traveled to the Labyrinth of Linsick, a location in the underworld. Intress revealed, surprising Tom that Maxa would go to the underworld. Why would Maxa go to the underworld to get help? Questioned Tom, with Narin conjuring an image of what Maxa is doing. To save himself. Our research has shown that Maxa's abilities and strength are in fact being stored somewhere within a coalstone. Whosoever breaks the coalstone would gain everything that Maxa has lost. The stones are kept within this sanctuary, and the only way to reach it is through the Labyrinth of Linsick. Narin explained before dismissing the images. We need you to use your scanner and transport yourself to as close to the sanctuary as you can get to retrieve the coalstone. While it seems Blut doesn't know about the coalstone yet, none of us want to take any chances for something to happen to Maxa, said of Jack, knowing they couldn't be too careful in saving Maxa. Agreed, which is why, while you retrieve the coalstone, we'll be going to the labyrinth to locate Maxa before anything happens to him. Intress added, with Tom nodding in agreement, and pulled out his scanner. I'll head there now to get the coalstone, and then meet you guys in the labyrinth to find Maxa, replied Tom, about to port away, only for Intress to stop him. Before you go, how's Naruto? Intress asked, wanting to know how her friend/crush was doing. He's showing signs that he may wake up soon, so maybe just a few more days or even hours by now. Sarah's been with him the entire time, and watching after him, Tom answered, only to wince when the three creatures frowned at the mention of Sarah. Sorry, you're probably still upset about what? Said Tom, only for Narin to raise a hand. You have no need to apologize, Tom Majors. We, the tribal leaders, and those who care for Naruto Uzumaki are no longer angered at Sarah Lawrence's actions. While she may be one of the few chaotic players to understand that it's not just a game, perhaps the reality of it didn't fully set in, until now. Narin stated, with of Jack and Intress nodding in agreement. As given from what they've heard, every time they've gone on a skin quest that went wrong, in some way or another, their scanners usually pulled them out of the difficult situations that they've found themselves in. So Sarah could have been in subconscious denial about everything, that nothing would go wrong, and if it did, things would work out, giving her a sense of invincibility. With Tom nodding in agreement, as he couldn't deny there'd been times he felt like that, given how things always seemed to work out for them on skin quests. And he's sure that Kaz and Peyton have felt that same way at times, as well. But after what happened to Naruto, they doubt they'll have that same arrogance ever again. Now fully knowing that Param wasn't a game, and there were very real dangers. Master Narin is right, the Overworlders and Danians are now just neutral to her actions, with it helping that she has her own friends with both tribes. Added of Jack. Though for the Mypedians and Underworlders, it's going to be an uphill battle. Intress said, knowing those two tribes definitely won't be very welcoming to Sarah. She also had the same mentality as a young, rash soldier that didn't fully understand what they signed up for, nor developing a concept of consequences, due to things always working out for them. Only to have that belief come crashing down, when they're faced with reality. Added Intress. Agreed. And this does not mean that we are not disappointed, as while she can still complete her skin quests in the tribe's respective territories, she also will not be trusted like she once was, and will need to work to regain the trust that she had earned. Narin stated. And just a warning, some creatures that were in the know about the Melians may even be hostile to her, at the very least. Intress warned, knowing Sarah will have to be careful with some creatures that are aware of the Melians, especially if she ends up encountering Takanam, who's definitely angry after learning what happened to Naruto. Tom sighed at hearing this, knowing Sarah will have a hard time being in Param, when the Codemasters finally lift her punishment. But also nodded in understanding, since it will take a while before she can go around like she used to. Thanks, I'll get going to find the coalstone, said Tom before porting away, hoping that things will go off without any problems. Later, thankfully, things did go off without any problems, as Tom arrived at the sanctuary and found the coalstone contained Maxa's power before grabbing it. Though he also took a spare one, just in case things somehow went sideways for them. Before he then ported to the labyrinth of Linsick and headed inside, where he met up with Narin, of Jack, and Interest. Maxa! Tom called out as they searched the maze for where the overworld leader could be. Maxa, we're here to help you! Shouted if Jack. Jigo away, I need to do this myself. Maxa said from where he was in the maze, showing they were starting to get close to finding him. Maxa, we know what you're looking for, the coal stone that contains your power. We already found it, said Interest, hoping that'll get her friend to show himself. Why you do? Questioned Maxa, not believing they learned about his reason for being here, and already got the coal stone. Yes, now please reveal yourself, so that we may make you whole once more, Narin said as they looked around for where Maxa could be, before looking at the sight of Maxa peeking out from behind a pillar. Toss it H here, Q quickly, said Maxa, trying to force himself to stay calm, despite seeing monsters everywhere he looked. Alright, here you go. You just need to break it, said Tom, pulling out the coal stone and tossing it to the overworld leader, who eagerly grabbed and began squeezing with what strength he had left. The coal stone began cracking as Maxa was covered in a blue light, until it finally shattered as he felt his strength and courage returning to him, smiling as he shrugged off his cloak. Ah, that's more like it, Maxa said, thankful and relieved to be back to normal, as the others ran up to him. It's good to have you back, Maxa, said Interest, smiling at her friend, which Maxa returned with a nod. It's a good to be back and thank you, all of you, for helping me even when I tried pushing you away. And you, Tom, thank you for retrieving the coal stone, even when you had no reason to get involved in this mess, said Maxa to the chaotic player. Thanks, but I did have to get involved. If any of my friends are in danger or need help, then I will do anything I can to help them, Tom replied, making the creature smile, impressed at such determination from a human. You sound like Naruto from what I've heard, willing to do anything to help, no matter the danger, Maxa stated, only to notice the frown at the mention of the Uzumaki. What happened? Questioned Maxa, being able to tell something happened while he was away, with Narin placing a hand on his shoulder. A lot has happened, old friend. We may speak of it back in Kira City, Narin answered, with Maxa nodding as they departed the labyrinth to return to Kiru. Later, Kira City. Tom, Narin, and Interest took Maxa back to his castle, with Jack returning to Narin's castle as the Hein Muge didn't like leaving it unattended and empty, with what he had inside. Once they arrived back, the three filled Maxa in on everything that happened after he was hit with decomposition. The overworld leader mentally cursing at what's happened and what the Marillions now knew. I agree with the punishment given to both Naruto and Sarah. This could potentially jeopardize any plans we make against the Marillions and render any knowledge we get from Aeon's memories useless, Maxa said, frowning and shaking his head, while hoping they might still be able to salvage something from this mess. Yeah, I know, Sarah feels terrible about what happened and will do anything she can to prove it. And Naruto's probably just going to blame himself for what happened, and not be angry at her, said Tom, knowing the whiskered blonde isn't one to get angry at his friends, unless they do something really stupid to make him angry. That sounds like him. And I suppose with those scanners that let you teleport anywhere in Parim, along with Naruto's own abilities and presence, anyone would be overconfident. When you put someone like that on a pedestal, you tend to forget that they're still mortal. Even more so, when you put yourself on a pedestal like that, believing yourself to be invincible, stated Maxa, frowning while making the overworld player look at him in confusion, as Interest and Narin looked at him in understanding. You're thinking about that day, aren't you? Interest said, knowing what Maxa meant. Yes, Maxa replied while solemnly looking into the fire. Everyone has long since forgiven you, Maxa. You have proven yourself for many Solons now, stated Narin, aware that the overworld leader still felt a great amount of guilt and self-loathing for his actions that day, and what it led to. What are you guys talking about? Tom asked, confused about what they were talking about. I wasn't much better than your friend, back when I was your ages. I was overconfident, hot-headed, and rash. Back when I only knew how to solve a problem with force, rather than with peace and diplomacy, answered Maxa, surprising Tom as he couldn't imagine the normally cool-headed Maxa acting like that. You were? Questioned Tom, with Maxa nodding in response. I was. I used to be so full of myself and arrogant that you'd think I was an entirely different person. Due to me being the son of the overworld leader, my father King Vlarin, and seen as prodigy warrior by both my allies and enemies alike. Even when I had friends like Interest and Rasnus, and mentors in Narin and Tartarek, who all tried to help curb my rashness, I still never really moved past it. With that being perfectly clear, when I gave myself a self-assigned mission, to attack the underworld as payback for an assault by them, Maxa explained as his mind drifted back to that day. Flashback. Maxa raised his arms, walking down between two rows of guardsmen, smiling and laughing at the cheering crowd around him. The young prince basking in the attention and praise his people were giving him. "Oh please," Intress muttered with a small smile as she watched her friend soaking in the attention. Soon Maxa reached his father's throne and knelt down before him, with Vlarin looking down at his son with pride. "Maxa, my son and heir. You have shown great strength, courage, wisdom, and loyalty, defending both your comrades and the overworld. Proving yourself as one of our finest warriors. And I know that when the time comes, you will lead the overworld as a true ruler," Vlarin said, with Maxa giving a large smile at the praise. "Thank you, father. I swear I will lead just as you have and defend the overworld to my last breath," said Maxa, making the crowd cheer for a moment before Vlarin raised a hand. "I know you will, my son. And it is with that, a toast to not only the newly formed truce between the overworld and underworld, but to my son and your future leader, Maxa," declared Vlarin, before being met with more cheers. Only for it to end when a guard came rushing into the hall, getting everyone's attention. "My lord, underworlders have invaded the city. They're attacking the armory right now," said the guard, shocking everyone while Vlarin quickly stood up and began issuing orders to stop the invaders, before they could do any damage to the city or its citizens. "Later, the underworlders must pay for what they've done," Maxa growled as he paced in his father's study, after Vlarin returned from dealing with the invaders. "And they have paid, with their lives. For now, we will increase our security and border patrol, while looking for the opening that allowed them entry into the overworld capital and have it properly sealed," stated Vlarin, believing that was the end of the matter. "They infiltrated Kira's city, broke the ceasefire, and could have done who knows what kind of damage, if they weren't stopped. We must show the underworld that we won't stand for such a blatant attack," argued Maxa, with his father giving him a warning look. "And who's to say that Cronus will not paint them as rogues, traitorous underworlders? We will be seen as the instigators and inviting more conflict onto our people," Vlarin said, which only further angered Maxa. "So we are to do nothing, while the other tribes believe us weak and cowardly for not retaliating against such an attack?" Maxa demanded, only to back down when Vlarin stood up and slammed his hands down on his desk. "Enough. There will be no further actions taken, and you will do nothing, Maxa. That is final," said Vlarin, making the prince grit his teeth before bowing his head. "As you say, father," stated Maxa before exiting the room. End flashback. "I was never one to actually do what I was told though, and I refused to let something like this go," Maxa said while frowning. "You went to the underworld, didn't you?" guessed Tom, with the overworlder nodding in response. "Yes, it was my own mission to lead an assault against the underworld in retaliation. I gathered some of my trusted friends, including Intress, and lead our attack into the underworld. And at first, we took out a good portion of the underworld forces we came across, but there were just so many of them. Then we lost what little advantage we had when Chire, who was still Prince Chire at the time, arrived along with Takanam and Agitos. That's when everyone was killed, until only Intress and I were left. I was able to subdue and grab Chire, while Intress was taken hostage by Agitos and Takanam. And that's when he arrived," Maxa said as he gained a haunted look in his eyes. Flashback. "Let her go now," Maxa demanded as he held Chire in a headlock, while Intress was being held by Agitos with Takanam's claws at her throat. "You seem to think this is a negotiation, overworlder. It's not. Release Chire now and give yourselves up," retorted Agitos, while the female underworlder smirked. "Or don't, and give me an excuse to rip the kitty's throat out. Not that I need another one," Takanam said, hissing the latter part in her sister's ear, with Intress glaring her enemy heatedly. "Big talk while I'm restrained. Why don't you have lizard face let me go, and we'll see whose throat gets ripped out," growled Intress while baring her fangs. "Give it up, Max, or you're outnumbered, your friends are dead, and if you kill me then you'll both die. Surrender, and maybe I'll consider sending a ransom to your father to have you both taken back," Chire stated with a smirk, while Maxa gritted his teeth as he looked around, trying desperately to think of something he could do to get him and Intress out of this mess. Vine snare. Though suddenly everyone's eyes widened when Takanam and Agitos were hit by a vine snare, with the vines wrapping painfully around them as they winced at the tightness. While Intress was smacked aside by more vines, being sent crashing at Maxa's feet. Coil crush. They were further shocked when an elongated black arm and clawed hand shot out and wrapped tightly around Chire's throat, pulling the underworld prince free from Maxa's grip. While Maxa and Intress were now starting to become terrified, as they saw just who had arrived. It was an incredibly tall creature that possessed a great resemblance to Chire, but not having the same bulky frame as the prince, instead having a more slim, lean, and muscular physique. While his height made it so Chire just barely reached his sternum. He had pitch black skin with several spikes emerging from his back, with blood-red markings covering the spikes, his chest, and abdomen, giving him the appearance of a blood-stained shadow. With his horns and eyes being a blood-red as well, instead of the blue color that Chire has. But the most defining feature of the creature was the large, black dragon-like wings with blood-red highlights emerging from his back. They knew who this, the king of the underworld and one of the most terrifying, if not the most terrifying, creatures in all of Parim. Cronus. And currently, he was holding his own son by his throat and narrowing his eyes at him. Before looking around at all of his dead soldiers and the state of those still alive, before looking back at Chire. "And what do you think you are doing, boy?" demanded Cronus. Father, I was capturing these T2A after they had attacked." Chire choked, only to grunt in pain when Cronus threw him against the wall before looking at Maxa and Intress, who tried putting on brave faces despite their growing fear. Fear that only increased when Cronus gave just a small flick of his wrist. "L'avalanche?" Cronus said before the ground split open as lava shot up and began covering the entire area, melting away anything it touched, even the soldiers unlucky enough to not get away in time. As soon the entire area was transformed into a sea of molten magma. While Cronus didn't react as the lava touched him, before he even began gliding through it towards Maxa and Intress. "You invade my domain, kill my followers, make a fool of my son, and you would really believe that I would let you leave here alive, or capture you?" said Cronus as he soon stood towering over the two overworlders, who could no longer hide their fear at his imposing form. "No, the only thing that will be done is having what's left of you being sent back to Kira City," Cronus stated before aiming his hand at Maxa and Intress. With Maxa being completely frozen as he looked up at Cronus with wide, terrified eyes, for once feeling true fear and humility. As he realized that he wasn't facing some ordinary underworlder. No, Cronus wasn't a normal creature by any definition of the word. He was a demon. Song of Stasis. Before Cronus could unleash an attack, he was suddenly hit by a Song of Stasis and found himself frozen in place. Though only looking mildly annoyed as even after just getting hit, he's already starting to break through the music. While Vlarin jumped down between Cronus, as well as his son and his friend. "Vlarin, come to save your whelp and his pet," stated Cronus, as Vlarin stared his archenemy down. "Cronus, there's been enough bloodshed today. Please, let me take my son and his companion back to the overworld. I assure you, I will discipline them both severely," Vlarin replied, the underworld king narrowing his eyes at him. "And what of this unprovoked attack on my territory and soldiers? Breaking the ceasefire we had? Do you think I will simply let this go?" Cronus demanded. "The underworld broke it first, when they attacked Kiru," retorted Maxa after gathering up his strength, only to wilt when Cronus looked at him. "And where's your proof that the underworld was responsible? That these weren't simply rogues seeking to incite conflict? Much like you, boy," said Cronus before looking back at Vlarin. "Go, take your whelp and pet, and never return to the underworld. And when you return to Kira City, be sure to let them know just who is responsible for the end of our newfound truce," Cronus said, with Vlarin clenching his fists but nodded before grabbing both Maxa and Intress, leading them back up to the overworld. End flashback. Tom looked between Maxa and Intress with wide eyes, while the two creatures had their headed bowed low. Since that incident, Intress and I were treated as pariahs and warmongers for a time. All because our actions lead to the destruction of the truce my father worked so hard to get, not long after it was finally agreed upon. I was lucky to eventually regain the trust of my people, but the damage had been done," said Maxa, while Intress looked away in shame at her past actions, since she had only focused on the chance to fight and defeat her sister, not even thinking of the repercussion of their actions. And now they see that Sarah has to face the same trial that they once had to face. Wow, that's a lot to take in. But what about Cronus? Why did he have wings and be able to fight off the Song of Stasis? Tom asked, only to see Maxa gain a haunted look in his eyes. No one knows for sure. Some say he'd been born with them, while others say that he got them through self-experimentation and music. As Cronus wasn't just leader of the underworld, he was also the High Muge until Kopan took over, after Cronus disappeared. Revealed Maxa, shocking Tom that Cronus was the underworld High Muge as well. Disappeared? Tom asked. No one knows what happened, only that Cronus simply vanished one day. No one knows where, and honestly, no one wanted to try and find out. All of Param was simply glad that he seems to be gone for good. Interest replied, much to Tom's worry at hearing this. Was he really that bad? Questioned Tom as from the way they talked about Cronus, he seemed like Param's version of the boogeyman, only much worse and very real. Cronus was unlike anything anyone has ever seen. He wasn't just another creature, he was a monster that only your darkest nightmares could create. Whereas Chire is brash, hot-headed, and known for his temper, Cronus was calm and collected, even being respectful and courteous to others, even his enemies. But you could still sense the underlying danger that came from being in his presence. But when he got angry, when you truly earned his wrath, when he was actually being intimidating, that is when you needed to be worried. Even the Underworlders were terrified of him, as while Cronus was everything an Underworlder aspired to be. They weren't safe from his anger and cruelty, not even Chire, his own son, was safe. If anything, their familial connection, with Chire being the son and heir of Cronus, probably just made things worse for him. Maxa said, while looking at his shaking hands as even to this day, Cronus still terrified him, while Tom looked pale as he heard about Cronus. What? What would have happened if he didn't disappear? Tom asked. Then all of Param would be under his control, and the Marillions would be smart to stay behind the doors of the deep mines. Stated Maxa without any doubt in his voice, that if Cronus was still around, that's what their future would have been. Chaotic. Meanwhile, back in Chaotic, Naruto's eyes slowly began opening as he was met with the familiar sight of his room. What? What happened? Naruto thought, his memory feeling foggy on what happened. What happened? What happened was that you've yet again proven what a damn moron you are. Bringing the girl with you, when you were supposed to scan that fucking squid and nearly getting us all killed. QB roared. If it wasn't for me taking control, you would have just gone berserk and either gotten us killed, or ended up killing everyone else, including Sarah. All because you couldn't say no and had to keep such a stupid promise, King! Shouted Yami, while Naruto's memory slowly began coming back to him as he remembered everything that happened. Yeah, you're right. I really messed up this time. Naruto thought, since he knew that he messed up with bringing Sarah into Marillion territory, even more that he didn't try protecting her better or leave shadow clones to protect her. Instead, he let himself get overconfident in his abilities to protect his friends and underestimated the Marillions, due to his history of outsmarting them, which nearly led to Sarah dying and him going berserk, and likely be trapped in Marillion territory forever, if he had accidentally ended up destroying his scanner. All just so he could keep his promise to Sarah, which he could have done after his mission was over, since he didn't say when he'd take her to Marillion territory. And now it's all blown up in his face as a result. Though suddenly, Naruto was hugged by a tearful Sarah when she finally noticed he had woken up. You're alright, you're really alright. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry this happened, Sarah said, crying tears of joy and guilt, with Naruto smiling at her and returning the hug. As long as you're fine, Sarah, that's what I care about, replied Naruto, simply glad Sarah was safe, which only made the girl cry harder that he cared that much. Later, after Sarah calmed down and Naruto got out of bed, they went downstairs, where they were greeted by Tom, Peyton, Kaz, and Kit, with them explaining what had happened after they both returned from Marillion territory, along with the punishment both of them will have to serve. Thank you for all your help. I also understand and accept the punishment, Naruto said, knowing he had it coming for what he did, before he grabbed his scanner. Where do you think you're going? Questioned Kit, raising a brow. The beta dromes. I still have to look through Aeon's memories. And if we're lucky, they won't be doing anything too drastic in changing their plans, that they've likely spent thousands of solons working on. And if I can, hopefully I can get into Aeon's head and predict the changes he's going to make, answered Naruto, still wanting to try and make up for his screw-up. He just hoped there's something he can get some useful information from the oligarch's head. Naruto and Sarah stood outside Gaho's tower, being accompanied by their guards sent by the 4 tribes to ensure Blut and his followers didn't try anything. With their guards being Intres and Ivena, Takanam and Ivena, Odiubathax and Wama, as well as Ario and Malvadine. The 2 having arrived not too long ago for their punishment, though not before Naruto had met with the tribe leaders and the High Muges, telling them everything he was able to gather from Aeon's memories. Flashback. So, a Marillion known as Felfer was left behind when the Marillions retreated behind the doors of the deep mines, and he was going to be the one to open the doors, Maxa said, frowning as he, along with Chire, Prince Eifler, and Queen Alexia appeared through viewing crystals around Naruto, while the High Muges were present in person. All of them once again meeting at Runic Grove after Naruto ported to Narin's castle and told him that he was able to find out what the Marillions were originally planning, along with some other useful information. That's right, he was frozen in ice pillars so he could infiltrate the underworld and convince the current leader to open the doors and free the Marillions. And if that didn't work, then he'd just use his mind control to force them and the guards to open the doors. This is also what he looks like in his two forms, said Naruto before using a transformation to turn into Felfer in his normal form and his aquatic form. Figuring by this point, it's basically an open secret about his abilities and would be pointless to try and hide them. They also made sure that Felfer would have a means to free himself, should the Marillions' plan be revealed, so he's likely already escaped and is hiding to recover his strength. Naruto added, making the creatures frown at hearing this, but were glad they at least knew who to look for. Then this Felfer will likely be hiding where he has the advantage, probably somewhere with plenty of water and little to no land, said Eifler, with him and the other leaders planning to have their aquatic subordinates start searching lakes, rivers, and oceans for where Felfer could be hiding. What of Aeon's plans for the rest of Perim? Alexia asked, knowing Aeon must have some plan to defeat the 4 tribes. The original plan was for him to trick the tribal alliance into coming to him, and taking him to Lake Blaker, leaking the knowledge that Marillions lose their abilities while there. But when Aeon is taken there, he's only empowered to the point he can transform and reach a form known as the Avatar state, which boosts his mind control to the point it would affect all of Perim and every creature. But should that have failed, they also had a backup plan to have him still reach that form through a ritual, where he'd wield a still-in-development battle gear called the Baton of Aeon, using the attack rage of Aeon, and then a fluid more for using a music that they're still developing called Calling of Aeon. Along with Aeon slaying any enemies he's fighting, allowing him to transform into the Avatar state. Naruto revealed, shocking the leaders, their guards, and the High Muges at hearing all this. It would make sense why the Marillions would wish to use Lake Blaker to empower Aeon. As they're all connected to him, if he's defeated then they're all defeated. Stated lore, knowing it wouldn't be ideal for their leader to be on the front lines unless he was at his strongest. Agreed, but if he would attain that level of power, then it wouldn't matter as all of Perim would be under his control. Kopond added. Yes. Though while we know this and their plans have changed, we should still make Lake Blaker a location of interest and have it guarded. Should the Marillions seek to sneak Aeon there to ensure he is empowered, said Narin, getting nods of agreement from everyone. While that is good, Narin, I believe we all know what this means as well, Enraheb said, reminding everyone of one very important fact. If we want to defeat the Marillions, then we need to open the doors of the deep mines. Growled Chire, making everyone frown, knowing it was true. They would need to open the doors of the D mines and initiate the war themselves, in order to prevent the Marillions from finishing their contingency ritual to empower Aeon, giving them all time to cut the head off the metaphorical snake, as it were. Yes. Though we still have time, given the damage Takanam and I caused to the coral smithy, along with killing Barakatan, who had been in charge of seeing to the creation of the Baton of Aeon. By opening the doors and triggering the war, it'd take away the Marillions' time and resources from repairing the location and building the Baton, Naruto said, with Takanam smirking at remembering taking away the Marillions' coral smith. And Felfer had been the key to starting the war on the Marillions' terms. By opening the doors ourselves, we'll be starting it on ours, said Maxa, given the Marillions would doubt they'd open the doors themselves, giving them the advantage in being ready for when they come out. Thank you, Naruto. This information you have gained may have given us enough of an advantage for things to still work in our favor, despite the problems encountered. But you and your friend will still be completing your punishment, Maxa said, since the two would still be completing their punishment, which Naruto nodded in response to. I know and I accept the punishment, I'm just glad we both got out of there fine and still got some useful information, replied Naruto, not expecting to get out of his punishment, while accepting that he messed up. How can you so easily forgive her? Her being there nearly got both of you killed, and yet you act like nothing happened. Why? Takanam asked, wanting to know how Naruto could forgive Sarah that quickly, despite how he was nearly killed, with the leaders, their guards, and the High Muges also looking at the whiskered blonde, curious as well. As while they're no longer angry at Sarah, it'll be a while before they actually forgive her, yet Naruto forgave her the moment he woke up. I wasn't much better than her, since I messed up on my share of missions that could have gotten me and or my comrades killed. So I'd be a hypocrite for holding a grudge against Sarah, when I made mistakes of my own, replied Naruto, having looked back on all the missions and battles he's been in, now seeing he could have handled things a lot better. Like in the Land of Waves, during the battle on the bridge, where had to announce his presence, and then charge into Haku's crystal ice mirrors. Something that would have only gotten him, and his team killed, had Haku been slightly more ruthless and willing to kill. Then again during the second round of the Chunin exams, during the counter with Orochimaru. And while there was nothing they could have done, given who they learned they were against. In hindsight, his actions of encouraging Sasuke to stay and fight, rather than trying to escape, basically ensured he was branded with the cursed seal. Since Orochimaru had basically been toying with them, while only testing Sasuke to see if he was worthy of being branded with the cursed seal and become his future vessel. But if he felt Sasuke wasn't worthy, then Naruto didn't doubt the snake Sannin wouldn't lose any sleep over waiting a few decades until Sasuke had children of his own to target. Either way, he would have gotten his Uchiha vessel and the Sharingan. That's not even counting all the fuck-ups I made leading up to the training trip with Pervy Sage. Naruto thought while sighing, since he really did tend to rush into things and even hijack missions, without thinking of the consequences of his actions. And while they tended to work out in the end, most of the time, they still could have been handled a lot better. Even him ending up in Param and Chaotic could be his fault as well, given his refusal to lose a chance to bring Sasuke back, only to end up being sent here. I'm gonna go now. Sarah and I should be at Gaho's tower in a little while to start our punishment, said Naruto before porting away, while leaving all the creatures to think over his words and ponder their own foolish choices they made, either when they were just soldiers or growing into their respective positions as leader. I am unsure if you are aware of this, Chire, but I once tried expanding the Danians' territory into the underworld during my early days as queen, while using our hive ability to launch a coordinated and devastating attack. It was before you were leader, and during the reign of Cronus, said Alexia, causing all the creatures to stiffen and shiver at the mention of the former king of the underworld, while Chire scowled at just hearing his father's name. Then you only sent them to their deaths. Chire growled, his temper flaring at the mention of his father, while Alexia merely nodded. Yes, and they did when they encountered your father. He didn't kill them quickly, he made them suffer as slowly and painfully as he could, knowing that I and many other Danians would feel their pain and their deaths. Alexia said, shivering with a haunted look in her eyes, still remembering the feeling her followers' pain and eventual deaths. The shock of it all having even caused several other Danians to simply drop dead, unable to handle feeling such pain and agony being inflicted on their brethren. Yeah, he certainly enjoyed making things last. Chire muttered, remembering the punishments he had to endure from his father for his own mistakes, having learned just how creative he could be in punishments, and developing new ways to inflict pain. Ifler and Nidinu traded a look, remembering their own younger days and when they learned about the conjurers and war beasts. Being arrogant enough to believe they could master the techniques and create a war beast unlike any other, one powerful enough to help them conquer all of Param. And while they may have succeeded in creating a war beast, they didn't possess the power to control it, leading it to rampage across all of Al-Maipdom. Only being stopped when Ifler's father, Debsar, and the other conjurers arrived to subdue it with their own war beasts, but the damage had been done. There was a reason Jintanai was known as the Forgotten, because all Maipedians wished to forget the destruction he unleashed. The other creatures recounted their own past mistakes and how they had to deal with the consequences of them. And what should we do now? Questioned Ifler looking around, as they all recalled their less than stellar moments, no one really having an answer to his question. We'll do what every leader that have histories as warriors, or commanding their troops from afar, do when they have to punish their subordinates for their mistakes. We're going to act like hypocrites, Chire stated, making everyone nod in agreement. And flashback, Naruto was pulled from his memories by the sound of beating wings, before Van Blut landed in front of them. Well, isn't this such a nice gift, the human that delivered such humiliation onto me and his little friend. Now here to do my bidding, said Van Blut, smirking wickedly that he had both chaotic players here to clean his entire fortress. Only to scowl when Naruto quickly pulled out his scanner and scanned the underworld, before smirking at him. Wrong, birdbrain, we're just here to clean. Besides, there was nothing that said we couldn't get some scans while we're stuck here, Naruto replied, with Van Blut growling and looked to the guards to see if they'd do something, only for them to shrug since the Jinchuriki was right, there's nothing stopping them from getting scans if they wanted to. You just don't break anything, said Van Blut when he couldn't think of a counter-argument, before flying back inside. With Naruto, Sarah, and their guards heading inside as well, while breaking up into two groups, so they could cover more ground in getting the tower cleaned. With Takanam, Navena, Ivena, and Malvadine going with Naruto, while Intress, Wama, Odiyabathax, and Ario went with Sarah. Mostly for their own protection, rather than to make sure they didn't try to leave. Sorry we couldn't talk more before Takanam since we were focused on the meeting and what I learned. But it is great to see you again, Naruto said to the winged, female underworlder. It's good to see you as well and that you've recovered. And I'd like you to meet my student, Ivena. I've trained her since she was a little girl and now, she's one of the underworld's strongest conqueror Muges. Takanam said while smirking, always pleased at how far her student has come, with Ivena stepping forward. They really are twins, Naruto thought, seeing Ivena was completely identical to Ivena. The only difference being her hair was bright red and her skin was blue-gray, along with wearing black robes as opposed to white armor. Though the whiskered blonde could tell that she's just as beautiful as Ivena, especially her red hair. So, you're the human that Takanam talks so much about, Ivena stated, looking Naruto up and down, having gotten curious about him from all the times Takanam mentioned him. And you're Ivena, I actually heard about you from Ivena, replied Naruto, with the Muge's expression turning dark and cold as she looked at her sister. I'm sure you did, said Ivena coldly, also knowing about his friendship with Ivena, though being slightly surprised when her twin didn't look at her with the usual anger, instead looking nervous and hopeful. Yeah, mostly that you're really strong and not someone to underestimate. Especially with your ability to increase the power of your allies' elemental attacks and disciplines, Naruto said, causing both sisters to be surprised with Ivena looking at Ivena, while the overworlder looked at Naruto, only to see him wink at her, making her realize what he's doing. Well, it's true, you're one of the strongest creatures I've met, and know you can handle your own against any opponent, said Ivena, seeing Naruto gave her a chance to try reach out to her sister. Plus, she would admit that Ivena is a powerful underworlder and not one who should be faced lightly. Humph, of course I am, Ivena muttered while crossing her arms. Though I already knew you were really strong, since I actually have a scan of you, and you were the first creature I used in my first match in Chaotic, Naruto stated, getting Ivena's attention. I was? Ivena asked, now intrigued at hearing this. Yeah, I battled against one of my friends who was using Maxa. It was a tough battle, but I was able to code him in the end, replied Naruto, as both Ivena and Takanam gained large smiles at hearing this. So, not only was I the first creature you ever used, but it was against Maxa and you defeated him, Ivena said, smirking at Ivena, taking pride in that she was the first creature Naruto used, and he defeated Maxa with her. Of course, you are my students, and it's only natural you have such power to defeat the overworld leader, stated Takanam, planning to never let interest live this down, that her student had the potential to defeat Maxa. Why couldn't interest be here instead? Thought Malvadine, sighing, while feeling like a fifth wheel right now. Did you really have to tell them that? Ivena asked, giving Naruto a dry look, knowing her twin would never let her live this down. Well, Ivena is powerful and you both have plenty of potential. But both of you are at your strongest when working together, said Naruto, with both twins looking at him at hearing this. What do you mean? Questioned Ivena, not knowing this. Your abilities when you work together, with you receiving energy Ivena, and you only needing to use one magician to deal damage to opponents rather than two, Ivena, making you both even more dangerous together than you are alone, Naruto answered, making the sisters look at each other for a moment. Well, I guess it's not that surprising that I'd be needed to give you energy, sister, stated Ivena, while smirking at Ivena. And yet I seem to recall that I've defeated you more times. It seems you're the one who could use the extra energy, Ivena retorted, with her sister scoffing. Oh please, I let you win most of those. After all, it wouldn't be very fun to crush you if you were too busy complaining about losing so much, Ivena said, with Ivena smirking at her words. Most of the time? So you're admitting that I have defeated you several times already? Asked Ivena. I admit nothing, except that you're delusional in thinking you could beat me if I was serious, Ivena retorted. Takanam watched as her student and her sister bickered with each other on who was stronger, her mind starting to drift back to when she and Interest were still close and had similar arguments. Both of them having always been trying to outdo the other, always wanting to see who was better at certain things. While Naruto smiled at the sight, as despite their words he didn't sense any actual malice or spite behind them, doubting the twins even realized they sounded like actual sisters rather than enemies. Hopefully, that'll be a push in the right direction, thought Naruto, wanting Ivena and Ivena to interact as sisters more rather than treat their only relative as an enemy, before the former ninja then looked at Malvadine. Hey Malvadine, what exactly do you do in the Mypdom Oasis? Naruto asked, curious to learn about more Mypedians. I'm a member of the Royal Guard, the same as Ario actually, and usually patrol the courtyard at the Royal Palace in Al Mypdom, answered Malvadine, not minding that his task wasn't something amazing, performing his duties with loyalty and devotion to protect the crown prince. Huh, you must be pretty powerful then, if you help protect the palace, stated Naruto, surprised to hear he's a royal guard. I can handle myself in a fight. Though I don't have the same natural aptitude for using music, like most other Mypedians do. So, I instead trained myself in my combat skills and mastering our invisibility ability. Malvadine replied, having had to work hard to earn his place in his tribe, which also taught him the value of hard work to earn what you want. With Naruto nodding at hearing this, being reminded of Lee and how he trained to master taijutsu to make up for his inability to use chakra for ninjutsu and genjutsu. With Sarah, meanwhile, things were much more tense with Sarah's group, with the Danyan player not saying anything as she simply began cleaning the tower. How've you been, Sarah? Wama asked, wondering how his friend's been since the last time they saw each other, as while he was upset after learning about what she did, Sarah was still his friend. Fine, just fine, Sarah replied quietly, making the Danyan frown before sighing. You don't have to be scared, we aren't going to let anything happen to you, assured Intress, guessing Sarah was scared about being attacked. I'm not scared, I just want to get this done so I can try, Sarah said, wanting to just focus on completing her punishment so she can try to make up for what she did. Her words making Intress and Wama frown, while Ario and Odyubathax glanced at her. Did you at least get a scan of a Melian? Ario questioned, causing Sarah to flinch at the reminder of her Melian scan and what happened afterwards. Yes, muttered Sarah, honestly wishing she didn't even have the scan anymore. While she could just delete it, she didn't want to, as then everything that happened would be for nothing, so she just kept it. Then do what the kid did and see if you can get anything useful from its head. Don't just sit around and mope, actually do something if you want to fix things. Odyubathax grunted, as while they haven't forgiven her, they could see that Sarah was genuine in wanting to make amends for what she did. Sarah just nodded silently, not sure if she would ever even use the scan or just keep it as a reminder of what she did. The girl only hoping that she could find some way to try and fix things, or something to do to make up for her actions. Later with Naruto, Naruto cleaned his section of the tower while making light conversation with Takanam, Nivena, Ivena, and Malvadine. Only to look up at hearing footsteps, only to scowl when he saw several of Van Blut's soldiers and Krek walking down the corridor, while leaving a trail of mud, sludge, and goo as they did. Sorry human, I'm sure you'll understand that training can get the troops rather dirty, Krek said, smirking at getting some payback against the human that knocked him out and prevented Van Blut from taking over the underworld. Oh, I understand perfectly, by all I means, continue on your way, replied Naruto with a fake smile, as the creatures moved past him while intentionally spreading out to make an even bigger mess. Just be careful not to trip over that tail between your legs, coward, Naruto added, making Krek pause and scowl, only to gulp when Takanam created a fireball in her hand. Give me a reason, please, Takanam said, narrowing her eyes at the cowardly creature, with Krek nervously backing off. Like I said, coward, taunted Naruto. I long for the day Chire finally gives the command to tear this place down, along with its traitorous inhabitants, stated Nivena, since no one loyal to Chire like Van Blut or his followers. I'm pretty sure every creature longs for that, Ivena said, knowing Van Blut was just as disliked by the other tribes, even without him being an underworlder. Agreed, said Malvadine. Don't waste your time or breath on them, they're all dicks anyway and aren't worth the trouble, Naruto said as he got to work, cleaning the mess the creatures made. With Sarah was facing similar problems with Scythia, with the underworlder not even making an excuse as she purposefully spilled several buckets of slime across an area Sarah had just cleaned. You missed a spot, human, Scythia said, smirking, as Sarah silently went over and began cleaning up the mess. Leave now, Scythia, or else, threatened Intress as she grabbed the underworlder's shoulder tightly, with Scythia flaring at her before scoffing and walked away. Sarah? Wama asked, looking at his friend in worry, knowing she'd usually give her own response to something like that, yet she just remained silent. I'm fine, really, I just want to get this finished, said Sarah, just accepting it as part of penance to try and make up for her actions, something that really worried Wama as he didn't see any signs of the fire that she usually had in her. The Danyan now starting to see just how affected Sarah was by what happened, now seeming more like a shell of who she was. Later, after several long hours, Naruto and Sarah eventually managed to finally clean all of Gaho's tower, even while having to deal with Van Blut's grunts purposefully making more messes for them to clean. They were able to get it all done, allowing them to finally leave and head back to Chaotic. I swear, the first chance I get, they're going to regret messing with me. Naruto thought, planning to get back at Van Blut's grunts. Though before he could port back, Wama stopped him, getting Naruto's attention. Hey Naruto, do you think you could talk to Sarah? Wama asked, immediately worrying Naruto that something happened. Did something happen? Questioned Naruto, with the Danyan nodding in response. Yeah, Scythia and some of Van Blut's other followers kept making more messes to clean up, and Sarah just accepted it, not trying to fight back or nothing. I'm guessing the same happened to you, replied Wama, worrying and angering Naruto, who nodded. Yeah, it did. I'll talk to her, see if I can get her to say anything, Naruto said. Thanks, despite what happened, Sarah's my friend and I'm worried about her, said Wama, with the whiskered blonde nodding in agreement before he went over to Sarah. Hey, are you alright, Sarah? Naruto asked, the Danyan player nodding slowly in response. Yeah, I'm fine, just glad we can go back now, replied Sarah as she pulled out her scanner. Are you sure? 'Cause Wama told me what Scythia and the others did. You can tell me anything, you know that, right? Said Naruto, only to flinch when Sarah just shook her head. It's fine, really, nothing bad has happened, so it's nothing you need to worry about. Besides, we're done anyway, so it doesn't matter, Sarah said. Naruto could only look at her with a frown before sighing, doubting that he'll be able to get her to talk right now, but hoped she talked to him soon. With the two then porting back to Chaotic now that their punishment was finished. Odu Bathax wandered around Mount Pillar, looking around for anything or anyone that shouldn't be here. Whirling around with his hands up when he thought he heard something, while glancing around for something, anything, at all. Before shaking his head and lowering his arms. Get a hold of yourself, Odu Bathax muttered to himself, missing Jada suddenly appearing behind him, crawling on the wall before the Mypedian stalker jumped off. Flash kick! Jada shouted, kicking his legs towards the Danyan, launching several energy waves towards Odu Bathax. Odu Bathax grunting as he was thrown back by the flash kick, before quickly summoning his plasma pounder and a spectral viewer. Got you now, lizard boy! Odu Bathax said before firing his plasma pounder at the Mypedian, throwing him against the wall before Jada turned invisible again. Nice try, but I can still see you, stated Odu Bathax, putting the spectral viewer over his head and seeing where Jada was trying to run to, firing his pounder at the Mypedian, forcing him to dodge the blasts. Rock wave! Odu Bathax shouted, slamming his lower arms onto the ground while still firing the plasma pounder at Jada, sending a wave of rocks towards him, throwing him across the area as he skidded across the floor. You aren't the only one with battle gear, said Jada, pulling out a musician's lyre and played it, granting him a second musician. Melody of Mirrored Action and Melody of Mirage, Jada said, using both musicians to activate the two musics, with Odu Bathax gasping when his spectral viewer was suddenly destroyed before being surrounded by dozens of Zaids. Can't hit what you can't see, or in this case, you can't even hit what you can see. Tornado tackle! Shouted Jada, throwing his arms forward, launching a tornado at the Danyan, throwing him back as Odu Bathax grunted when he crashed into the floor. Lightning burst! Jada said, firing a blast of lightning at Odu Bathax, this time pushing him further back. The Battlemaster groaning as he stood up to regain his bearings, before looking around at the Zaids surrounding him. Even if I can't find you, I can still hit you, Odu Bathax shouted before firing his plasma pounder repeatedly at all the Jadas around him, dispelling several of the illusions, but not finding where the real Jada was. Inferno Gust. Pebble Storm. Hailstorm. Airassault. Odu Bathax grunted with each attack that hit him, before firing his plasma pounder in each direction an attack came from, only to be met with another illusion and then another attack hitting him. The Danyan looking around at all the illusions still surrounding him, starting to feel overwhelmed by all of them. Mirthquake! Odu Bathax shouted before he let out a loud laughter, sending shockwaves in every direction, dispelling all of the illusions at once, but also costing him his earth element. After stopping his attack, the Battlemaster looked around to see all the illusions were gone, but still didn't see any sign of where Jada was. Over here, iron balls, said Jada, appearing to the Danyan's left, before launching a barrage of iron balls at him, not only pushing Odu Bathax back further, but also destroying his plasma pounder. No, 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 no! Odu Bathax muttered at seeing both of his battle gear were destroyed, before seeing Jada's once again turned invisible. Only to grunt at feeling a fist slam into face, making the Battlemaster swing at where he thought Jada was, only to miss. Missed me, Jada said, before smacking Odu Bathax with his tail, pushing him back, while the Danyan swung at him again. Missed me again, stated Jada as he kicked Odu Bathax in the chest. This continuing for several moments, with the Mypedian stalker staying invisible and beating up Odu Bathax, while dodging all his attempts at hitting him back. With each attacking pushing Odu Bathax further and further back, until his eyes widened when he felt himself now standing on the edge of a cliff. "W-O," Odu Bathax said, stumbling slightly as he just barely managed to avoid falling off the cliff, while Shada reappeared right in front of him. "I have to admit, I'm really disappointed, Chowdy Queen. I'd heard you were one of best Danyan players in Chaotic, at least once upon a time anyway. Now I see you're just a washed-up damsel in distress that should stick to being saved." "Funnel blast," said Jada before spinning around, creating a funnel of air around him, one that threw Odu Bathax over the cliff. The Danyan crying out as he tried grabbing onto something to stop his fall, only to soon reach the bottom and burst into code. Churl Drome, another drome match, another pathetic loss. Sarah thought as she reappeared in the Churl Drome, while Jada transformed back into her opponent, who took their scanner and headed for the exit. "Thanks for the match, I'll be sure to call you if I want an easy win again," said the player, smirking as they left, making Sarah sigh before she grabbed her scanner and left as well. The Danyan player heading back to the port court, where she met up with the guys, who looked at her in worry as she sat down. "Hey, good match, Sarah, you really tried your best," Tom said. "Yeah, even if you lost, just take it as a learning experience to improve yourself," added Kaz. "Totally. 'Cause next time, you'll be ready for any tricks like that," stated Peyton. "You did the best that you could, Sarah, that's all that matters. You will get better, I know it," assured Naruto. "They're all right, you never know what to expect in a drone match. All you can do is be prepared for anything and everything your opponent will throw at you. Besides, all Chaotic players have their down moments, even Code Masters," Kit said, knowing even the Code Masters could be caught off guard sometimes by players. Sarah could only sigh at their attempt to comfort her and cheer her up, and while she's thankful for their attempts, she's not in the mood to feel better. "Thanks for the effort, guys, but I think I'm gonna port back home for a while," said Sarah, being allowed to port back home again with her punishment over, before she stood up and headed to the transporters before porting her code back home. This only worrying the guys further, seeing how deep of a slump Sarah was in at the moment. "Guys, I'm getting worried about Sarah. She's hardly in Chaotic anymore, and when she is, she barely says anything or just goes straight to Parim, or back home," Tom said, worried for their friend. "She does know we already forgave her for what happened, and that we're still friends with her," said Kaz, thinking that Sarah believed they were still mad. "She knows, bro, but I don't think the issue is us," stated Peyton, with Naruto and Kit nodding in agreement. "Peyton's right. Sarah knows we aren't angry at her and have forgiven her, but I don't think Sarah's forgiven herself for what happened," Naruto said, seeing that Sarah was still blaming herself for what happened. "Along with the trauma of what happened, it may be a while before Sarah is back to her old self. And you've all seen how much she's been going to Parim to do everything she can to redeem herself," added Kit, with the others nodding in agreement. All of them knowing that Sarah's been porting to Parim as often as she can to redeem herself to the Tribal Alliance. Having provided them all the information she was able to get out of Melian's head, along with the Marillians he often works with, giving all the information to the Alliance. Along with even taking part-time jobs across all of Parim, no matter how small they were and how poorly she was treated. She was working herself to the bone, doing everything she could to redeem herself and to earn their forgiveness. "I'm gonna try calling her," said Naruto, pulling out his scanner to call Sarah to check in on her, only to sigh when it went straight to the messaging system. Poor little phantom. "What's the matter, is your girlfriend not talking to you anymore?" Christella taunted from a nearby table, smirking at the group who all frowned in annoyance at her comment. "Or maybe she's finally realizing there's only room for one queen in Chaotic, and it's certainly not an itty-bitty little bug like her," said Christella, with the group's annoyance growing at her comments, before ultimately deciding to ignore her and not rise to the bait. The brunette merely smirking at them before getting up to meet with her new allies, having finished finding and recruiting some of the meaner Chaotic players. Even better is that they all have a grudge against the loser squad, thought Christella as she reached the table where Nick, Tank, Sam, and Sanjay were sitting. "Boys, we've got work to do," Christella stated, knowing she'll be able to get a lot more done with these four as opposed to if she only recruited Clay. Back with the group, Naruto and Kit both got up. "I'm heading to Rock River Canyon to get a scan of Crystal Cave, see you guys," Naruto said before heading for the transporters. "And I still have my duties to perform," said Kit, since he still had his Codemaster duties to do, with the two waving to Tom, Kaz, and Peyton as they left, leaving the three boys. By the way, Tom, did you get a new Maxa skin after helping him with the decomposition? Kaz asked, looking at his friend, only for Tom to groan. No, I completely forgot to even ask for a new skin, since we still had to fill Maxa in on everything that happened since he got blasted by Van Blut's music, replied Tom, having forgotten to get a new skin of Maxa with everything that happened, along with learning about Cronus, the latter of which he didn't tell his friends about. Not out of mistrust or anything, but given what Maxa told him about Chire's father and their relationship. He'd rather not risk Kaz inadvertently mentioning Cronus in front of Chire, knowing that definitely wouldn't win him any points with the Underworld King. Well then, let's go right now, dude. I'm sure Maxa wouldn't mind you grabbing a new scan, Peyton said, with Tom nodding in agreement. Yeah, let's just hope he's at his castle and available, Tom said as the three got up and headed for the transporters, before porting to Kira City. Kira City. Luckily, Maxa was available, with the guards thankfully not trying to capture them for wandering around in his castle, also. The three finding the overworld leader in his study, looking over several scrolls and tomes, only to look up at hearing the door opening. Tom? I'm surprised to see you here, but also glad as well, said Maxa, smiling to his human friends. It's nice to see you too, Maxa. And actually, I was here for a favor. I was hoping I might be able to get a new skin of you, since the last one I got. Well, you know what happened. And if it'd be alright if Peyton and Kaz could skin you too? Tom asked, since Kaz and Peyton were interested in getting their own Maxa scans, as while they usually used Underworlders and Mypedians respectively, Maxa was still a powerful creature. Of course, it's the least I can do to thank you for your help, Maxa replied. Thanks, and it's no problem really, I was just glad I could help, said Tom, not having really expected anything in return for helping Maxa. The three pulling out their scanners and scanned the Overworlder, smiling at seeing their new scans, before they looked at what Maxa was looking over. Hey, what is all this stuff anyway? Kaz asked, looking at the scrolls and tomes, wondering what it all was. It's everything Narin, of Jack, and I were able to find on the Marillions, along with anything else that could be used against them when the time comes, answered Maxa, having been looking over every piece of information they could get on the Marillions and anything that'd be useful, with the three being surprised to hear this. Are they planning something big or making their move? Questioned Peyton. No, the Tribal Alliance is making our move. We're opening the doors of the D-Mines and starting this war on our terms, Maxa revealing, much to their shock, that they were actually going to open the doors of the D-Mines and release the Marillions. Is that really a good idea? Letting the Marillions out? Tom asked, given how dangerous the Marillions are, especially with their mind control. Right now, we don't have a lot of options. The best thing we can do is at least make it so the Marillions will be forced to fight on our terms, and not theirs. The other tribal leaders, and the High Muges have all agreed, said Maxa, knowing it wasn't ideal, but their options were severely limited on what they could do. One other thing, we've also spoken with the Codemasters and they've agreed with opening the doors of the D-Mines. And while chaotic players will still be free to travel to Param for their game, once those doors are open, it will be a lot more dangerous with the Marillions. They can and will control you. We aren't sure if their mind control would still affect you if you got away with your scanners, but it's better to be safe than sorry. So, no matter what, do not take unnecessary risks if you encounter a Marillion, Maxa warned, with the three nodding in response, knowing the Marillions weren't to be messed with nor worth the risk of being turned into their puppets. With Naruto. Meanwhile, Naruto had just entered Crystal Cave, looking around in amazement at the place. Wow, this place is awesome, said Naruto, seeing the mirror-like quality of the crystals, knowing they could even reflect attacks and music that hit them, and that's not counting if they rained down onto creatures battling here. They'd definitely code anyone hit by these, Naruto thought, seeing just how sharp the crystals on the ceiling were, just imagining what had happened to anyone unlucky enough to be standing under them. Pulling out his scanner, Naruto stepped back to get a good scan of the location, only to be surprised when he stumbled back slightly. What the hell? Naruto said in confusion, only to be surprised again, when he saw that he walked back into a crystal that was pushed back like a lever, revealing a hidden passageway in the wall. Whoa, wasn't expecting that, Naruto muttered before entering the passageway, wanting to see where it led, figuring it wouldn't hurt to explore more of Crystal Cave, since it apparently had some secrets. Following the pathway down, it wasn't long until Naruto was shocked, when he came out into a massive cavern that was made entirely of blue crystals, with numerous tunnels and edges around it. This place is amazing, stated Naruto while looking around as he went to explore the place, only to get another surprise when he took a step, only to suddenly float off the ground. Touching back on the ground, Naruto channeled chakra to his feet to keep himself in place, while looking around at the cavern again, seeing that it seemed to have reduced gravity. Deciding to test it out, the whiskered blonde jumped up, only find himself flying through the air. This is awesome, Naruto thought before landing on the bottom of a large crystal, before kicking off and landing on an upper level. Definitely getting a scan of this place, said Naruto, while grinning at finding a much better location scan, as he pulled out his scanner and scanned the cavern. Counterattack cavern, the crystals reduces the effects of gravity, and they energize creatures here too. Definitely glad I scanned this place, Naruto said, along with realizing this must be another hidden location, like Magician's Arch. Though just before he could port back to Chaotic, the Uzumaki tensed and quickly hid himself when he heard several footsteps. Peeking out, Naruto saw 4 other Chaotic players entering the cavern, making him narrow his eyes at them. How did they find this place? Thought Naruto, having seen the entrance close itself after he entered it, yet these guys found it just after he did, and going by the looks on their faces, something told him they other ideas about this location. Pulling out his scanner, Naruto aimed it at the players when they started talking, just in case they were up to something. Nice work finding this place, Dimitri. These scans will certainly fetch a nice price once we're done, said the apparent leader, making Naruto narrow his eyes at hearing they planned to sell scans of the location. It's almost a shame we have to blow this place into pieces, these crystals are so pretty, said the only girl, admiring the crystals. The scans we get after selling the location scans will be even prettier, said who Naruto guessed was Dimitri, with a smirk on his face. They're going to blow this place up, Naruto thought, not believing they planned to blow Counterattack Cavern and then sell the scans of it to other players. And since they'd be under the impression that they're the only ones with scans of it, they'd be able to get whatever they wanted in exchange for them. Don't forget Magician's Arch, I think I saw someone scanning it a couple days ago, the big guy said. We'll demolish that one next, after we get more sonic charges. Can't have anyone else getting our ultra rare location scans. At least not without paying the right price, said the leaders, not wanting any other players to get scans of the hidden locations they're targeting. Okay, I've heard enough, Naruto thought before putting his scanner away, knowing he had more than enough evidence of what these guys are doing to give to the Code Masters. Now to stop them, before they get away to destroy any locations. Jumping down from his hiding spot, Naruto delivered a kick to Dimitri's head, shocking the players at his sudden appearance. Port Oyu, the leader said, only to be cut off by Naruto slamming his fist into his chin, taking him down as well. The big guy tried charging Naruto, only for the Jinchuriki to flip over him, grabbing him in a headlock before slamming his head into the ground. Finally the girl backed away, nervous and fearful at how quickly Naruto took down her friends, before Naruto socked her in the gut, knocking her out as well. Seeing the players were taken care of, Naruto tied them up while grabbing their scanners, before dragging them back out to Crystal Cave. After tying the 4 to a crystal pillar, and putting their scanners a fair distance away from them, the Uzumaki pulled out his own scanner and called Codemaster Krellin. Is something wrong, Naruto? Krellin asked, as it's rare for Naruto to contact him while he's busy, along with the serious expression on his face. Yeah, I was at Crystal Cave to scan it, only to discover a hidden cavern underneath it called Counterattack Cavern. It's a hidden location that has reduced gravity and energizes creatures. I was about to port out when 4 players arrived to scan it themselves, only to learn that they also plan to destroy with sonic charges, then sell their scans of it to other players. They've also apparently planned to do the same to other hidden locations as well. I recorded them admitting this, I'll send it now, explained Naruto, before sending the recording to Krellin, with the Code Master being surprised to hear all this, even more so when he watched the recording. This is a very serious crime, destroying physical locations in Parim just to sell scans of it. I'll speak with the Council of Codemasters right now. Where are these players? Questioned Krellin. I knocked them out and tied them up. You'll find them just outside of Crystal Cave, along with their scanners, Naruto replied, with Krellin nodding at hearing this. Good work. I and another Codemaster will be there shortly to get them, Krellin said, with Naruto nodding response before ending the call. Later, Chaotic. After porting back to Chaotic, Naruto uploaded his new scan before meeting up with Tom, Kaz, and Peyton. Yo-ho, Naruto! Check it out, man, we all got some sweet new Maxa scans, Peyton said, while showing the whiskered blonde their Maxa scans. Nice, now we just need to see who's the best Maxa player in the dromes, Naruto stated with a smirk, which the others returned. Well, I'm more than ready to kick all your codes. But what about you, did you get a scan of Crystal Cave? Tom asked, only for Naruto to shake his head and show his scan of Counterattack Cavern. Nope, I got an even better one. It's called Counterattack Cavern, replied Naruto, the three looking at it in amazement. Whoa, where did you find that? Questioned Kaz, having never seen Counterattack Cavern before. It's another hidden location found underneath Crystal Cave. I'll show you guys where it is, though watch your steps since the place has reduced gravity. Naruto answered, only increasing their amazement. Dude, that place would be so awesome to battle in, said Peyton, imagining what they could do in a location with reduced gravity. Man, that's 2 hidden locations we now have, though you do technically have more with those Melian location scans, Naruto. Tom said, Naruto nodding in agreement. Yep, I also plan to get another scan of it for Sarah, for when she comes back to Chaotic, stated Naruto, with his words causing their moods to turn solemn, since they weren't sure when Sarah would be coming back, if she'd even be coming back at all. With Sarah back on Earth, Sarah was lying on her bed, moping in her room, having been like that since porting her code back home. Sarah, are you alright, dear? Someone asked, making Sarah look up to see her grandmother standing in the doorway, looking at her in concern. I'm fine, Grandma, just tired, replied Sarah, only for her to look at her with a raised brow. Now I think we both know that's not true, she replied before entering the room and sitting on the edge of her bed and having Sarah sit beside her. Come on, why don't you tell me what's wrong? What happened to that fiery personality you were never afraid to show? She asked, making the Danian player sigh. It made me reckless and stubborn, to the point where I ignored a dangerous situation. One that ended up getting a friend of mine hurt, revealed Sarah, while keeping it vague and not mentioning anything about Chaotic. Well, are they alright? She questioned. They are now, but they weren't for a couple days. And even if they say they aren't angry at me, I can't, Sarah said before stopping, with her grandmother putting a hand on her shoulder. You can't help but still blame yourself, she said, with Sarah nodding quietly in response. Let me give you some advice, sweetheart. Everyone makes mistakes, some small insignificant ones and some very large dangerous ones. No matter who or what they are, everyone makes mistakes. What's important is if we learn from them to become better people. Did you learn from your mistakes, Sarah? She asked. Yeah, I learned a lot, Sarah replied, having learned plenty from how badly she messed up. Then that's what matters, that you learn from it and will try to be better. All you have to do is accept what happened and do everything you can, so something like it never happens again. That's when you can start forgiving yourself, and start getting back to being brave, determined, smart, and feisty girl I know you are, she explained before kissing Sarah on top of her head, making the girl smile slightly, feeling thankful for her words. Thank you, Grandma, I needed to hear that, said Sarah. Anytime, dear, though it is getting late, so you should try and get some sleep, she said before getting up and exiting the room. Sarah letting out a sigh once she left and laid back down, thankful for her grandmother's words and advice. But knew she still wasn't ready to forgive herself and get back to her old self, still needing time before that can happen. Do I even want to go back to being my old self? Thought Sarah, wondering if she even wanted to be like her old self again, given how it was that mentality that almost got Naruto and herself killed. Sighing at not having an answer, Sarah laid down and went to sleep. Castle Rathwack, meanwhile, unknown to everyone, behind the doors of the D-Mines, Aeon and the rest of the Meridians were making their own plans and changes for their war against Param. Knowing what the knowledge Naruto's likely gained from his mind after scanning him, they'll know about their original plan and the backup ritual. Now they had to adapt and be ready for anything the Tribal Alliance had in store for them. Though Aeon knew that the real threat to them was Naruto Uzumaki himself, along with that power he possessed. But no matter what, the oligarch won't rest until he has all of Param under his control, and that cursed human's corpse rotting away at the bottom of the ocean. Sitting at a table in the port court, Slicknick couldn't keep the scowl off his face, as he brooded over recent events. With how his reputation as an overworld player has taken a straight nosedive, now being referred to as an underworlder pretending to be an overworlder. Though he has begun making a comeback, since entering an alliance with Tank, Christella, Sam, and Sanjay. Even if he was annoyed at having to work with 2 underworld players and a Danian player. The only solace he had, being that Tank was a fellow overworld player. I wouldn't even have to work with them, if it wasn't for Major Loser and Phantom, Nick thought, scowling as his mind turned to the sources of his reputation falling apart, his matches against Major Tom and the Chaotic Phantom, the latter being who's earned the majority of his ire. At least Major Loser only used that damn harpy Van Blut, along with those two lizards. But Phantom, he had the nerve to mix Overworlders with Underworlders, even using Maxa with them, said Nick, still angry at how Phantom used Overworlders and Underworlders, even more so that he used Maxa with Underworlders as well. And while he's also angry at Major Tom for using Van Blut with Overworlders, the insult was at least softened a little by him using two Mypedians as well, leaving Phantom as the main source of his ire, with Nick trying to think of ways to get back at him. Which unfortunately was rather limited, given the reputation he's begun building since coming back from his losing streak. Not to mention the fear he put into some players after his match against Clay. Though Nick was pulled from his brooding at feeling a hand grabbing his shoulder. "What did you just say about mixing Overworlders with Underworlders?" the person demanded, much to Nick's annoyance at being disturbed, before turning to face the person and tell them to get lost. Only to be surprised, when he saw who it was, before he gained a sinister smirk. Later with Naruto. Naruto appeared in the port court, having just returned from a scan quest, looking at his newest scan of Heptad. "You're definitely a hard creature to track down, Heptad, but it was worth it," thought Naruto, having been searching all over Param for the Overworlder to get a scan of him, knowing he'll be an invaluable creature to have on his team. Not only with him being able to use all four elements, but also his ability to cast any music, no matter what tribe it was aligned to. Not to mention his crown granting the same ability to any creature wearing it, which will be useful for those with high enough energy to risk losing some. Naruto thought, having also gotten a scan of Heptad's crown, since any creature that wears it would also be capable of using any music, at the cost of 10 energy for each music cast. Something Naruto found a little ironic, that Heptad's own battle gear is useless when used with him. Even better that I just need one more win in the Krellin Drome and I'll be able to face Krellin in a Code Master match, thought Naruto, eager that he's one win away from getting the chance to battle Krellin and get a scan of Prexarchasm. With this in mind, Naruto went over to a docking table to upload his new scans and start thinking of the team that he'll use against Krellin. I know I'll be having Cerulean in the back, with his ability to negate music and being able to use Krellin's music against him. Along with Maxa and Chira in the middle, since them together would be an unexpected surprise and be good matches for most creatures in Prexarchasm. And Ursus will be in the front, Naruto thought, looking over his team so far, now only trying to decide the last two creatures to put on his team. While he could use more Marillions, Naruto would prefer not using them very often and risk any less than kind players doing some snooping in Param to find out about them. Which may seem paranoid, but after everything that's happened, he wasn't taking any chances until the tribes release the Marillions themselves and everyone learns about them, then. As for other creatures, Naruto had several he could use, but wasn't sure on which would be the best to use against Krellin. "Hey Phantom!" Naruto was interrupted from his thinking, when someone came up and slammed their hands down on the table, making the whiskered blonde look up only to see Herculeon glaring at him. "A little birdie just told me, you think it's funny to mix Overworlders with Underworlders. With you even having Maxa on the same team as them," Leon said, angry at hearing he used Overworlders and Underworlders together, while Naruto frowned at hearing this. "You really are a sore loser, aren't you, Nick?" Naruto thought, knowing Nick must have sent Leon after him as revenge for their match. "Yeah, I did, and I do mix the tribes on my teams, including Overworlders and Underworlders. And before you try and bait me into a dick fighting contest, like you did with Kaz. I don't think any tribe is better than the others, they all have their good and bad, so it doesn't matter to me if other players don't like how I set my teams," said Naruto, making the Overworld player scowl in annoyance, before the Uzumaki spoke again. "But if you want to challenge me to a drome match, then I'll accept. As long as it's the Krellin Drome, since then you'll be win number 7. Naruto said, with Leon frowning at this, but nodded. "Fine, meet me in the Krellin Drome in an hour, and be prepared for another losing streak, Phantom," retorted Leon, before walking away to prepare his team. Later Krellin Drome. Once both Naruto and Leon had arrived at the Krellin Drome, the two docked their scanners, before they began assembling their teams. "Hope you're ready for your streak to be broken again, Phantom. As you can make whatever team you want, there'll be nothing but code in a few moments," Leon taunted with a smirk, while Naruto didn't respond as he continued building his team. "What's the matter? Got nothing to say? And here I heard you enjoy talking, or maybe you just realize how this is going to end," said Leon, only to once again not get a reaction. "Fine, don't say anything. It'll save me the trouble of listening to you crying and whining after I crush you," Leon stated before scowling when Naruto didn't even flinch slightly. Seeing his taunts weren't going to get any response, Leon simply resumed assembling his team, deciding to let his creatures do the talking for him. Port Court. Meanwhile, back at the Port Court, Kaz, Tom, Peyton, and Sarah had all just arrived and greeted each other. "Hey guys, anyone see where Naruto is?" Kaz asked, while looking around and not spotting the whiskered blonde anywhere. "I haven't heard from him in a while, but I think he was going to pair him to try and find Heptad a couple days ago." "What about you, Sarah?" said Tom while looking at the Danian player, who shook her head. "I haven't been to Chaotic for a few days, so I wouldn't know where he is," Sarah replied. Dudes, I think I just found him," Peyton said, looking at a monitor with wide eyes, the others looking as well, only to be surprised when they saw that Naruto was in the middle of a drome match. "A drome match against Herculeon. He's actually battling Herculeon?" said Tom, not believing Naruto would challenge Herculeon to a drome match. "I mean, I know Naruto's strong, but Leon's undefeated," said Kaz, before they heard laughing and saw Nick sitting at a table and smirking smugly at them. "Yeah, he is undefeated. Now he's going to show Phantom what happens when he messes with real overworlders," Nick stated, making them look at him with narrowed eyes, realizing just why Naruto was now going against Leon. "Yeah, real big talking Slicknick. Sending an undefeated overworld player after Naruto, since you know you'd lose anyway," said Peyton. "And what's the matter? I thought you had some new friends you could run to for help." "Oh wait, they aren't overworld players and Tank wouldn't stand a chance against Naruto. So instead, you get someone to do your dirty work for you, like an underworlder," Sarah said. "Hey, that's not nice. Underworlders actually handle things themselves, and aren't cowards that hide behind someone else. Unless you're Van Blut," stated Kaz while smirking at Nick, who glared at them before simply drinking his soda and looked at the monitor, eager to see Leon code Naruto's creatures. While the four friends sat at a table to watch the match. "Well, at least we know Naruto's got plenty of powerful creatures to use. Maybe he can actually beat Leon," Tom said, the others nodding in agreement, since Naruto did have several strong creatures to use, not even counting the Melians that no one knew about. "Players, lock your decks." Hearing the Drone Master speak, they leaned forward in their seats, eager to see what creatures Naruto put on his team. Only to be shocked and horrified when they saw just how Naruto assembled his team. What? That can't be his real team," Kaz said in disbelief. "This has to be a nightmare. Why would he use those creatures?" said Peyton while rubbing his eyes, hoping he must be seeing things, only to see Naruto's team didn't change. "Seato? Wama? Bodo? Hearing? Naina?" Sarah said, looking at Naruto's team in shock, unable to believe he was using all of those creatures together. At least he has Ursus," Tom said weakly, but knew even with Ursus, the rest of the creatures were terrible choices. Especially against Leon's own team of Heptad, Edela, Crossectus, Frafdo, Slurk, and Ois. "Ha ha 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 ha. I can't believe it, he practically threw the match by assembling a team that even a preschooler wouldn't make." Nick laughed, pleased since this all but assured Leon will win the match. "Krellin Drome, do you think this is a joke? Using a team like that against me?" demanded Leon, feeling insulted at Naruto's assembled a team. "No, I'm being completely serious," Naruto stated, knowing how such a team would look, but he knew exactly what he was doing. "TSK, fine. Like I said before, it doesn't matter what team you make, you'll still be code in the end. This'll just make things go even faster," Leon retorted. "Enough trash talk, gentlemen. Herculeon, due to your undefeated status, you shall have the first attack. Activate the location randomizer," said the Drone Master, with Leon spinning the randomizer, with it soon landing on Climax Swamp. "The first location, Climax Swamp. Choose your attacking and target creatures." "Crossectus attacks Wama," Leon said before selecting his chosen creatures and transforming into Crossectus. "You won't be the first bug I've stepped on today," said Crossectus, while Naruto chose Wama and transformed into him. "Well, I hope you're ready to be the one getting stepped on this time," Wama retorted. "Let's get chaotic." Climax Swamp. Wama looked around the swamp, while piloting his Vile Driver, searching for where Crossectus could be hiding. You'd think a giant red crab would stick out in a place like this. And you'd apparently be wrong, deadpanned Wama, before stumbling slightly in the cockpit, when the Vile Driver stopped moving. Looking down, Wama saw his battle gear was now stuck in a mud pit, the Danian grunting as he tried getting his Vile Driver out of the pit, before sighing in frustration when it remained stuck. "Great, just great," Wama muttered as he jumped out and dismissed his battle gear, knowing it won't do him much good in this location to begin with. with him continuing on foot to locate the crustacean overworlder, unaware of Crosectus peeking out from within the mud, having been following Wama the entire time from within it. Rip tide! Crosectus shouted as he jumped out of the mud and shot blasts of water at the Danian's back, sending him flying across the swamp, groaning at the hit, and feeling his courage go down as well. With my torrent Krinth, my water attacks deal even more damage. And here in Climax Swamp, so do my earth attacks. Rock wave, said Crosectus, before slamming his claws on the ground, sending a wave of rocks towards Wama to crush him. Whoa! Wama said before jumping out of the way, barely able to avoid being crushed by the rocks. Shadow strike, Crosectus said as his shadow rose up and rushed towards Wama, slamming into him. The Danian groaning as he skidded across the ground, before shaking his head and standing up. Damn, I was hoping to save this for a more troublesome creature, like Heptad. But if I don't do anything, I'm gonna be code soon. Wama thought, not liking he'll be using one of his tricks this soon, but knew he needed to use it. Smoke surge, said Wama, releasing a large cloud of smoke at Crosectus, blocking his view and covering his tracks. Okay Nina, do your thing, Wama stated, using Nina's ability, having her steal Heptad's magician and give it to himself. Nice. Now then, Cannon of Casualty, said Wama while using hearing to cast the underworld music, while Crosectus scoffed at this. If it didn't work for Kidshire, what makes you think it'll work for you? Refrain of Denial, said Crosectus, activating his own music with a shield appearing and protecting him from the music. That's why I have two. Swarm Song, Wama said, activating his second music, with the overworlder's eyes widening, as his shield vanished and he was blasted by Swarm Song. Now to turn up the heat. Lavalanche, said Wama, shooting blasts of lava at Crosectus, pushing him back even further. And finally, Torrent of Flames, Wama shouted, now firing waves of flames at Crosectus, given that fire attacks have lower damage output in Climax Swamp, so both of them together wouldn't do as much damage as they normally would. Ugh, I hope you don't think that'll be enough to beat me, said Crosectus, shaking his head as he stood back up. Nope, but this will. Earth Pulse, said Wama as the ground started shaking, knocking Crosectus off balance, while granting Wama the earth element. Remember that attack you gave me, here. I'm giving it back. Rock Wave, Wama yelled while slamming his fists on the ground, sending a large wave of rocks at Crosectus, who didn't have time to get out of the way thanks to Earth Pulse knocking him down, leading to the overworlder being crushed and coated by the rocks. Port Court, nice one, bro. Turning Crosectus into Crushectus, said Peyton, grinning as he looked at the others, who all looked at him blankly before looking back at the monitor. Yeah, Naruto managed to code one of Leon's creatures, but he also had to use two musics, while Leon only had to use one. The only good thing is he doesn't have Refrain of Denial anymore, Kaz stated. Not to mention exposing Nana's ability to steal magicians, so Leon's going to be targeting her now, added Sarah. It's definitely going to be a tough match, said Tom, before looking around the port court and frowning at seeing several players all cheering Leon on, or more like telling him to crush Phantom, along with noticing all of them had blue and red scanners, showing what tribe they preferred. And here we go again, Tom muttered, knowing it was another Overworlder versus Underworlder deal, the others noticing this as well. Not really, since this time both Overworld players and Underworld players are cheering on Leon, said Sarah, while being unable to find the irony that Underworld players were cheering for Leon of all people, right now. Ignore them dudes, those players take tribe representation way too seriously. And they aren't Naruto's biggest fans either, for mixing the tribes together, said Peyton, with Tom nodding at this, knowing that the extremist Overworld players and Underworld players weren't happy with Naruto's tendency to mix the tribes on his teams. Even he's been viewed as a traitor by some Overworld players, thanks to his match against Nick, by using two Mypedians with his Overworlders. With him using Van Blut just being another kick to the crotch as far as they're concerned. Though Tom was honestly glad he's now using other creatures from different tribes, as he could have easily turned out like that, if not for his friends. While Nick scowled at how a bug of all creatures coded an Overworlder, like Crosectus. Come on! Crush that loser already! Nick muttered, having hoped to see Leon code Phantom's creature one after the other, not him losing the first round. Krellin drome. So, what was that about an easy win, Herc? Wama asked as he turned back into Naruto, pleased at having gotten the lead. Big deal, you beat one creature, after using so many resources. We probably won't even reach the third round before you're out of tricks. That is, if you don't give up before then. taunted Leon. I don't quit. But maybe you should. Naruto replied before pointing at Heptad, making Leon look, only to see his creature's magician was gone. You can thank Nina for that. Her ability lets me remove a magician from one creature and put it on another, allowing me to use Swarm Song with Wama. Revealed Naruto, making Leon scowl in annoyance. Whatever, like Heptad would even need music to code your creatures. Leon retorted. Chaotic Phantom, it is your attack. Activate the location randomizer. Naruto did so as he spun the randomizer, watching as it soon landed on Mount Pillar. The second location, Mount Pillar. Choose your attacking and target creatures. Seato attacks Edela, said Naruto as they both selected their creatures and transformed into them. Let's get chaotic. Mount Pillar. Edela wandered around Mount Pillar, trying to navigate his way through all the twists and turns of the location, only to feel like he's only going in circles. Everything looks the same here, Edela said in annoyance, while punching a wall, before continuing on his way to try and find where Seato could be hiding. Not noticing Seato sneak around a corner in a tunnel above him, narrowing his eyes as the overworlder before looking at himself. Shame Seato doesn't have the home field advantage here, but I know my way around Mount Pillar well enough. It also helps that he's one of the dumbest creatures in the overworld, Seato said, watching Edela walk away. Unsanity! Shouted Seato, blasting Edela in the back of the head, causing the overworlder to cry out, before his mind became unfocused and confused, more so than usual. Delirium! Seato said, hitting Edela again, and making him even more unfocused and confused. Where are you? I know you're here now, Edela said while waving his arms around to try and hit Seato. Yeah, I'm over there. Pebble Storm, said Seato while firing a barrage of pebbles down a tunnel, Edela's head snapping in the direction of the sound. Aha! I knew you were there. You can't run anymore, said Edela, running down the tunnel he believed Seato had gone down. Yeah, you go do that. Nina helped me out and take another magician, Seato said, using Nina's ability to take a magician from OS this time, and give it hearing. Now then, go have fun with tall, dumb, and ugly little guy, said Seato, while summoning his aerodrone and sending it after Edela, while the Mypedian turned invisible and snuck into the shadows. Meanwhile, Edela soon regained control of his thoughts and senses, but not before arriving at where Seato had been leading him to. The overworlder growling in anger at having his mind messed with, before looking around for the Mypedian. Come out and face me, lizard! Or are you just gonna keep running to hide? That's what you really aren't, you, chaotic phantom. Nothing but a coward, hiding in the shadows. Edela taunted, only to grunt in pain when the aerodrone blasted him in the back. Grr, rock wave! Shouted Edela, slamming his fists down on the ground, sending a wave of rocks to crush the aerodrone, only for it to fly out of the way and blast him again. Power pulse! Edela yelled, launched a barrage of green fists at the battle gear, only to still miss, as it flew around and through the attack, while continuing to blast him. Hold still, you stupid thing! Lightning burst! Said Edela while summoning his cyclones, and firing a blast of lightning at the aerodrone, only to miss all his attacks and kept being blasted once again. That's it! Song of Future Sight, Edela said, using his music to learn the aerodrone's attack pattern, now knowing where it'll go next. Ha! Got you now! Thunder shout! Yelled Edela before giving a loud shout, releasing a shockwave to where the aerodrome would be, with the battle gear flying right into the attack and being reduced to scrap metal. Yeah, congratulations, you destroyed my battle gear. You are truly a feared opponent, Seato said mockingly, as he turned visible at the entrance of the location. Finally decided to show yourself? Are you actually going to fight, or just keep running like a coward? Taunted Edela, with Seato leaning against the entryway and tapping his chin. Was I really hiding like a coward? Or was I perhaps leading the overworld's resident musclehead to an unstable part of Mount Pillar? One, where he'd attack randomly and cause, say, a cave-in? Seato asked, smirking while pointing up, with Edela's eye widening in horror when he saw the location starting to collapse. Before the overworlder immediately tried making a break for it, before he was crushed. Iron balls! Shouted Seato, firing a barrage of iron balls at Edela, throwing him back into the room as he skidded across the ground, right under a falling boulder that coated the overworlder when it landed on him. Krellin Drome, I'm 2 for 2 on coding your creatures. Looks like your undefeated streak may be the one ending, Seato said as he turned back into Naruto, making Leon scowl and clench his fists. We'll see about that. muttered Leon before spinning the location randomizer, with it soon landing on Mamark's catapult tower. You may have beaten Crosectus and Edela, but it wasn't without wasting plenty of resources to do so with the former. While Edela was simply a bad matchup, where you took advantage of his weaknesses. But just like with Kidshire, those 2 wins are all you'll be getting. And I'll be starting by ending your music-stealing game, with Heptad's skeletal steed and Mamark's catapult tower letting me do just that. Now, Heptad attacks Naina, said Leon, selecting Heptad while Naruto selected Naina. Let's get chaotic. Mamark's catapult tower, and I already don't like this location, thought Naina, wandering around the unfamiliar location, before looking over the edge of the pillar with the catapult on it. Only to immediately pull back when she saw just how high up she was, knowing a fall from this height would reduce her to code instantly. I've never been here before, but it looks like this is built somewhere in Poro Forest. I may be able to get a scan of it later, and learn more about it. Naina muttered, knowing it wouldn't be good to battle in a location like this, and know nothing about it. But I should probably try to find a way down, before Heptad tries knocking me down, said the Mypedian. Paralyze. Naina tensed at the attack before diving out of the way from wherever it was coming from, only to feel herself be clipped by it and rendered immobile. Did someone say my name? Heptad said, revealing himself in a room across from where the pillar was. Damn you, hindsight! Naina mentally cursed, wondering why she had to open her mouth. Heptad then whistled and summoned his skeletal steed, before getting on and having it jump across to the pillar. Vine snare! Yelled Heptad as his fingers turned into vines and wrapped around the catapult, pulling him and his steed up to the top, smirking at Naina. Damn it again! Thought Naina, knowing what was about to happen before using her ability again, this time giving her own magician to hearing, for a total of 2 for the Underworlder. What's the matter? You look a tad stiff? Here, maybe this'll help, Rustoxic. Heptad said, blasting Naina as her body was now also covered in rust, ensuring she wouldn't be able to free herself. Let's see you try stealing magicians after this. Torrent of flames, said Heptad, unleashing a blast of flames at the Mypedians, sending her flying off the pillar and into the distance, where she soon burst into code. Krellin drome, 1 down, 5 to go, but let's hope they last longer than Naina, taunted Heptad as he turned back into Leon. Says the guy, with only 4 creatures left. Naruto retorted as he spun the randomizer. Wama attacks Slurk. Wama cried out as he was crushed by a rock wave, before Slurk laughed and stabbed his stinger into him, reducing him to code. Frafto attacks Seato. Frafto searched around for Seato from the sky, before landing, only to gasp when Seato turned visible right behind him and pull him into a stranglehold with one arm, before stabbing the Overworlder in the back with his claws and turning him into code. Ursus attacks Slurk. Slurk screamed in pain as Ursus roared and ripped his tail off, before bisecting him through the chest with the Burethian axe, cutting the scorpion-like creature from the shoulder to the waist, resulting in Slurk bursting into code. Ois attacks Seato. Seato tried running away, only for the Fortissimo-enhanced Ois to crush him beneath his foot. Ursus attacks Ois. Ursus stood over Ois before launching an arbor smash at him, the impact reducing the Overworlder into code. Heptad attacks Bodil. Heptad wasted no time in using Almageddon to code Bodil, not taking any chances of him having any tricks to use. Port Court, oh man, this is getting really close, Kaz said on the edge of his seat, seeing Naruto only had Hearing and Ursus left, while Leon had only Heptad. Yeah, whatever attack Heptad used on Bodil, it was strong enough to instantly code him. Who knows what it could do, if used on Ursus, let alone Hearing, said Tom while nodding in agreement, knowing Leon could still somehow beat Naruto. Chillax brothers, it's Naruto's move now, all he's gotta do is attack Heptad with Ursus and turn him to code. Not to mention Hearing's ability to better choose the next location. Right, Sarah? Peyton said, looking at the blonde, who flinched at being addressed. WH what? Oh, why yeah, and Naruto can S still W in, replied Sarah, while hiding her shaking hands, having been unnerved with how Slurk coded Wama. Something that triggered her PTSD and caused her to think back to the Marillions. When they were brutalizing Naruto, now seeing her Danian friend being coded in such a way, before thinking about how the Marillions will be freed soon and what they could do too. Sarah quickly shook her head, not wanting to think about that. The only solace she had being when Ursus coded Slurk, and how he did it. I hope it hurt even more, Sarah thought, taking a sadistic enjoyment in how Slurk was coded by literally being cut in half, just after his stinger was ripped off. Taking joy in Wama's defeat being avenged in the most brutal way possible. Meanwhile, Nick was clenching his fists tightly, angry and freaking out at how this match was going, not believing Leon only had one creature left. With him actually beginning to think he could lose this match. No and oh. He can't lose. He's the undefeated overworld player. There's no way he'd lose to an underworlder run like Hearing, or that other thing Phantom has. And he has Heptad, he'll code them both, before they can do anything. Nick thought, refusing to believe an overworld player like Leon will lose. While at a different table, Christella watched the match with conflicted emotions. On one hand, she's enjoying seeing the undefeated Herculeon being defeated and humiliated by non-overworld creatures. On the other hand, she also really didn't like that Naruto was the one doing so. Oh well, I suppose I can just take solace that the overworld player's champion is being screwed over like this, and with how Phantom coded some of his creatures. After all, I'm really liking seeing more of that dark side he has. Christella thought before her eye twitched, and she viciously shoved that thought to the back of her mind, refusing to like anything about one of those losers. Krellin Drome, you're down to your last creature, while I still have two. Getting nervous yet? Naruto asked smirking, while Leon scowled at him. No! Just spin the randomizer and I'll code both those creatures, before you can even blink, retorted Leon. I don't think so. I'm using Hearing S ability. By sacrificing one of his magicians, I can lock in my next 3 locations and choose where we'll be going, Naruto said as one of Hearing S magicians vanished, while the top 3 locations in his randomizer appeared. Naruto seeing they were Kurvok Mound, Skeletal Springs, and Underworld City, with the Uzumaki smirking as he selected Kurvok Mound. The next location, Kurvok Mound. Choose your attacking and target creatures. Hearing attacks Heptad, Naruto said, shocking Leon and everyone in the port court, before the former shook it off and selected his creature. You should have gone with Ursus, at least he would have been a challenge. I won't even need Almageddon for a half pint, like Hearing, said Leon as he transformed into Heptad, while Naruto chose Hearing and transformed into him. Oh, don't worry, I'll be standing tall when this over, replied Hearing, with a smirk. Let's get chaotic. Kurvok Mound. Oh, Hearing! You can run, but you can't hide, Heptad shouted, his voice echoing through the tunnels, while Hearing moved through some of the upper tunnels, keeping an eye out for any sign of the overworlder. Don't see him anywhere, and I don't hear him nearby. But I can't keep running and hiding, and the tunnel I need should be close by, Hearing thought, before jumping down to the ground, only to then hear Heptad arriving on his skeletal steed. There you are! Lavalanche! Yelled Heptad, firing a wave of lava of Hearing, with the short underworlder just barely able to dodge the lava. Ice discs, Heptad said, throwing discs of ice at Hearing, who, once again, barely managed to dodge the attacks before summoning the deconstructor. Back off. This thing's loaded, Hearing threatened, with the overworlder laughing at the sight of the battle gear, not thinking it was a serious threat to him. And what's that going to do, exactly? Spray me with ink? Heptad asked mocking, only for Hearing to smirk and fire the deconstructor, hitting Heptad in the chest and throwing him off his steed. Nope, it's like a laser pointer, it points things to oblivion, stated Hearing, as Heptad groaned at the hit, which took a decent chunk of his energy. Port. Whoa, I didn't think Ulmer would have been working on a battle gear like that, Kez muttered, assuming Naruto must have gotten it recently from Ulmer. No kidding, stated Peyton, in disbelief at how powerful such a little battle gear could be. Kurvok Mound, Fearless Strike, Hearing said, swiping his arm, launching a red energy wave at Heptad, who managed to dodge and jump back on his skeletal steed. If I'm going to have my first defeat, since coming to Chaotic, it's not going to be at the hands of an underworlder, let alone a half pint, like Hearing, Heptad shouted, refusing to have his first loss in Chaotic come from an underworlder, like Hearing. Too bad, it's happening. Spirit Gust, said Hearing, releasing several white spirits at Heptad, disorienting him. Smoke Surge, Hearing said, blowing out a cloud of smoke, further blinding Heptad. When the smoke cleared, Heptad saw Hearing had vanished, with the overworlder looking around for him. It's not going to work, Phantom. I've studied your past matches, and I'm not Clay. I don't hide behind my creatures' names and reputations, so you can't use your intimidation tricks on me. If they'd even work with a creature, like Hearing, said Heptad, believing Hearing was trying to psyche him out. Oh, don't worry, I only use those on players that deserve it. Or on traitors like Slurk, Hearing said from where he was hiding, while Heptad stiffened at this. What are you talking about? Slurk isn't a traitor, he's a loyal overworlder, Heptad retorted. Oh, you haven't heard. I suppose word hasn't begun spreading to the point where chaotic players would take note of it, but Slurk is a traitor. He refused the order to return to Kira's city from the Almigdom Desert, resulting in him being labeled a traitor. And when Interest and some others tried bringing him in, he attacked them and escaped, so now he's a known and wanted traitor to the overworld. And you used him on your team. As for where I heard this from, it was Tom and Peyton that told me this, who had been attacked by Slurk, as well as from Interest also. Said Hearing, much to Heptad's shock and horror, before he quickly shook his head. No, you're lying, you're only trying to mess with me. And how do you know Slurk isn't merely going undercover as a spy in another tribe? Heptad retorted. Because he isn't a spy, he probably doesn't even care about the overworld. The only thing he cared about was taking back the desert he believed belonged to him, with even chaotic players not being safe if they ever crossed him. Face it, Slurk was more of a stereotypical underworlder than an overworlder, to begin with. Hearing said, with Heptad shaking his head, refusing to believe that an overworlder would be like that. Enough of these games. I'm ending this now, shouted Heptad, before hearing a sound from the tunnel to his left. You won't get away again, underworlder, Heptad said before charging down the tunnel. He believed Hearing went down. Not noticing Hearing peeking out from behind some rocks, smirking at seeing Heptad go down the tunnel. Meanwhile, Heptad raced down the tunnel, chasing after the underworlder, only to start feeling something was wrong with how long the tunnel seemed to be. Am I getting slower? Heptad thought while feeling his skeletal steeds slowing down, along with himself feeling that his own movements were slower as well. Before crying out, as he suddenly fell to the ground, groaning at what just happened. Whwa. What just? Heptad said, only to gasp in horror when he saw that his battle gear was now just a pile of dust. What? How? Said Heptad, before he looked at himself and was further horrified that he was now suddenly an old man. Struggling to his feet, Heptad stumbled out of the tunnel, wondering how this was possible, only to come face to face with a smirking Hearing. One thing you should know about Kurvok Mound is that you have to be very careful on where you go, otherwise you could end up with accelerated or reversed aging. Something I figured out while testing this place out in the beta dromes, revealed Hearing, making Heptad scowl at him. T-torrent of FFL flames, Heptad said, attempting to incinerate Hearing, but only getting a few small flames that didn't even reach the underworlder. Something that caused the overworlder to let out a sigh in resignation, fully knowing what's coming next, as Hearing pointed the deconstructor at him. By the way, this is for Kaz as well, given how he's a friend of mine and Hearing's. Hearing stated before blasting Heptad, turning him into code. Krellin Drome, the winner of the match, the Chaotic Phantom, declared the Drome Master, as Hearing and Leon reappeared. Great match by the way, and thanks for the 7th win, Hearing said as he transformed back into Naruto, with Leon simply grabbing his scanner feeling more annoyed, stunned, and conflicted than angry. With the fact that he lost, how he lost, and who he lost to, not believing he lost to an underworlder and Hearing of all creatures. With Naruto grabbing his scanner and leaving as well, before returning to the port court, where he was greeted by his friends. Woohoo! Way to go superstar, you just beat the unbeatable Herculean, Peyton said, while slapping Naruto on the back. Oh man, I can't believe you actually won, no offense. But with all the creatures you used, I didn't think you could pull it off with them, said Tom, amazed that Naruto was able to win a match against Leon with such a team. That was amazing. You really beat Herculean, and with an underworlder. While it would have been awesome if you used Takanam, doing it with Hearing was even better. Thank you, Kaz said while shaking Naruto's hand, glad that his defeat against Leon was avenged, and with an underworlder at that. Thanks guys, and yeah, I just wanted to show him and everyone else that you shouldn't underestimate any creature, no matter who they are, or what their stats are. And no problem Kaz, you beat Sanjay for me, so I figured I could return the favor with Leon, replied Naruto, before he looked at Sarah. Congrats Naruto, you did great, Sarah said lowly without looking at him, making the whiskered blonde frown before smiling at her. Thanks Sarah. This also means I have 7 wins in the Krellin Drome, said Naruto, with the others nodding in agreement, knowing what that meant. All that's left was to challenge Codemaster Krellin or wait for him to challenge Naruto. Then he'll be having his first Codemaster match, and his toughest match yet. How's the progress coming? Naruto asked after porting to Castle Bodron to meet Bodil and Ulmer, having commissioned them both for a special project to make, while needing a location they'd both meet at. It'd be finished already human, if I didn't have to deal with this dim-witted loudmouth that's even slower than that idiot Igrog. Ulmer said while glaring at Bodil, who gave him a look of indignation. Dim-witted? Slow? I'll remind you that I was handpicked by Maxa to oversee the overworld's arsenal of battle gear. I know more about battle gear construction, deconstruction, maintenance, and design than you could ever hope to know. If I was just asked to build this device, it would have been finished within a day. Yet you constantly wish to add such unnecessary additions that it's a miracle we haven't been blown up," retorted Bodil, making the underworlder growl in annoyance. "Yeah, hand-picked all right. You were just chosen so no one had to listen to you talk for hours on end. That's why you were picked. And lest you forget, I've created some of the deadliest battle gear in Perim and I didn't need to be picked. My genius was simply recognized to where even Chire knew that I'm the one who'll make the greatest battle gear," shouted Ulmer, only for Beidel to smirk at him. "And yet the underworld also has Kaiban, who seems to have a reputation for building some very devastating battle gear as well, while the overworld only required my intelligence. Also, I live in Kira City, while you are put in a castle far away from Underworld City," Bodil stated, with Ulmer simply laughing at him. "Ha! Joke's on you. I chose to live away from Underworld City because I hate everyone equally. And Kaiban may build battle gear, but I have the brains to think of and design ones you couldn't even hope to dream of," Ulmer said with smirk, with Naruto sighing at seeing them get into another argument from their pride clashing, but knew this would happen when he got both of them to help. "So it's almost finished then," Naruto stated while looking over the large crystal screens the two scientists were working on. Having gotten Ulmer and Bodil to combine the interdimensional communication function of the code scanners, the televisions that show matches in Chaotic, and the viewing crystals here in Perim, along with adding some Fuinjutsu into the mix. Yes, they should in fact be finished momentarily. "But if you don't mind me asking, Naruto, why exactly did you want us to build these?" Bodil asked while looking at the whiskered blonde, having found the request rather strange, a sentiment Ulmer shared but wouldn't admit to agreeing with an overworlder. "I have a special drone match coming up in Chaotic soon and I want my friends in the tribes to be able to see it," replied Naruto, wanting his friends in Perim to see his Codemaster match against Krellin, knowing it'll definitely be an intense one. With the answer intriguing Bodil and Ulmer, that he'd show the other tribes won his Chaotic matches. Something none of them ever put much stock into unless it'd be useful for them. I guess that'd be useful to see, especially if you're going to use other Marillions," Ulmer said, knowing the tribes would be interested in seeing how Marillions fight and what they can do. "For once, you actually said something smart. One other thing, I'm sure Narin and if Jack would be interested in studying this, what did you call it, Fuinjutsu? As it does remind me of the symbols on music," said Bodil, interested in the Fuinjutsu Naruto added to the screens. "As if that fossil would be able to understand any of it, Kopond would find far more uses in studying this stuff. Even better if I could use it in some new battle gear," Ulmer retorted, wanting Kopond to study the Fuinjutsu while imagining the battle gear he could create with these seals. "You mean destructive uses? The better use would be helping to improve life for Perim, rather than finding new ways to destroy everything," Bodil said while narrowing his eyes at Ulmer, who scoffed at his words. "Yes, I'm sure it'll be very useful when the Marillions arrive and we don't have better battle gear or music to use against them," said Ulmer with the two glaring at each other. "I'll think about it, but right now, I'd prefer finishing the screens and delivering them," said Naruto before things could escalate, with both battle gear specialists, thankfully, returning to their work. With it not being long before all the screens were finished, as he sealed them all away before porting off to deliver them to his friends. Later Chaotic, and that's finished, Naruto thought as he ported into the port court, having finished delivering the screens. Having taken them to Maxa, Narin, of Jack, Intress and Ivena in the overworld, Chire, Takanam, Nivena, Ajitos and Hearing in the underworld, Mudinu, Ifleur and Seato in the Mightbim Oasis while being disappointed to learn that Malvadine was currently out on a mission, after how well they hit things off in Gaho's Tower, as well as Assel, Wama and Odu Bathax in Mount Pillar. Having told them all what they did and why he had them built, something that intrigued the creatures at being able to see a drone match firsthand. Spotting his friends at a table, Naruto headed over to them while noticing Kit was absent, which was understandable. He's probably preparing his own battle team and it'll probably be filled with creatures from Prexer Chasm, thought Naruto, knowing that for all his time in Prexer Chasm, even he hasn't seen many of the creatures there, only hearing about a few from Ursus and Ariak that they've encountered before. "Hey dude, glad you're back," Peyton said as Naruto sat down. "Yeah, I just needed to make a few trips around Perim," replied Naruto, getting their attention. "Was it to get some scans for your Codemaster match?" Tom asked as while he hasn't been officially challenged yet, with 7 wins in the Krellin Drome, it's only a matter of time. Have you even decided on what team you'll be using against Krellin? Questioned Kaz, knowing how difficult it is to face a Code Master, and that you need to be extra prepared and be ready for anything. It wasn't to get any new scans since I already have my team, locations and music picked out. But I'm still nervous, this isn't going to be like any match I've had before. Naruto said, not denying he's nervous about facing Krellin, knowing it'll likely be his toughest match yet. That's understandable, you'd be crazy not to be nervous about facing a Code Master. But just be confident, after all, don't forget that Krellin uses Prexarchasm and the creatures that live there. With it helping that you lived there yourself for a while and know it better than anyone. Said Sarah, with Tom, Kaz and Peyton nodding in agreement, believing Naruto would have the advantage with his own knowledge of Prexarchasm. Maybe, but I only heard about the ones Ursus and Ariak encountered themselves, while seeing even fewer with how dangerous they are. There are probably still plenty more I haven't seen or heard of, while Krellin's had plenty of time to find, scan, and battle with them. All I can do is my best and prepare for anything. Naruto stated before his scanner began ringing, getting all their attention as he answered it. Chaotic Phantom, Code Master Krellin challenges you to battle. Prepare your deck and report to the Krellin Drome in exactly 72 hours. Said the Drome Master. Well, that timing couldn't have been better. Said Naruto before swallowing his nerves, knowing he had 3 days to prepare and get ready, and he'll make the most of it. Time skip 3 days. After 3 days, which Naruto spent in the Betadromes training with the creatures he chosen in the locations he planned to use. Thinking up different strategies to use for whatever creatures Krellin will use, along with researching all his past matches to get a better feel for his own deck. Now it was finally time, with the Uzumaki having already headed for the Krellin Drome, while his friends sat at table eager for the match to start. Oh man, this match is gonna be a big one, Kaz stated in excitement, with the others nodding in agreement. No kidding, with all those creatures Naruto's scanned and the locations he has, I think he'll have a real chance to win this. Said Tom, given Naruto's Melian scans, being able to make mixed teams of creatures that work together, and then having Ursus as his ace. We'll just have to wait and see Major T. But Krellin will have his own share of nasty creatures, not to mention the sick locations, battle gear, and music he could have too. Said Peyton, knowing it wasn't just the Code Master's creatures you had to be careful of, but their locations, battle gear and music as well. Peyton's right, Naruto and Krellin both have pretty unique decks, so they'll both be going all out and see who has the better plans and knowledge. Sarah said while hoping Naruto will be able to pull through. While not far from them, Kristella's group was also looking forward to the match, but for entirely different reasons. I can't wait to see Krellin crush Phantom, Nick said, eager for the chance to see Naruto get taken down hard. Even better if after this loss he decides to leave Chaotic for good. One less loser stinking up the place. Added Sanjay, hoping to see Naruto experience another losing streak after he crushed him before, one that could make him leave for good. As long as we get to see Ghost Boy humiliated, I don't care what happens. Tank stated, only caring about seeing Naruto be humiliated in the match. Sam didn't say anything, not really caring who won or lost, just caring more about seeing the teams they'll use. Knowing it'll be a bunch of rare scans. Especially if Naruto uses more creatures like Barakatan, the underworld player, knowing there had to be more like him. You'll all get what you want, seeing the Phantom getting his butt handed to him. Kristella said with a smirk, eager to see Naruto be defeated, though another part she ignored was also hoping to see more of his brutal and ruthless side. Paramkura's city. While in Param, the groups Naruto had given the screens to were also gathered together as they saw them starting to activate. With the overworld group being together in the meeting room of Maxa's castle, including Narin and Jack. All of them interested at seeing Naruto battle as creatures. You look excited, Maxa. Interest stated, smirking at her friend/leader, who had his own smirk on his face. I am. It's one thing hearing about what Naruto can do, it's another to see it, especially as a creature. Replied Maxa, interested to see how Naruto fights firsthand. Agreed. I've heard him talk about the previous matches he's had, but it'll certainly be interesting seeing it instead. Even more without his own abilities. Said Interest, having only seen how Naruto fights as himself, now she can see how he fights as a creature. I'm curious for who he'll use on his team and how he'll fight as said creatures. Said Ivena, interested to see how Naruto will fight as a creature as opposed to himself. Indeed. Perhaps we shall also get the chance to witness him fight as a Melian to learn more about what they can do. Narin added, getting nods from everyone since that would be useful information. It looks like we won't have to wait any longer, it's beginning. Jack said while seeing the screen now showing Naruto enter the Krellin drome. Underworld City. While the Underworld group was gathered in Chire's throne room, looking at the screen. Finally getting the chance to see what that kid can do. This'll be entertaining, even better if he uses Underworlders. Chire said with a smirk, eager for the chance to see Naruto battle. If these Codemasters are truly the best, then it'd only make sense for the human to use the most powerful creatures and pair him to achieve victory. Especially you, Chire, stated Ajitos, believing Naruto will use Underworlders, especially since it seems Takenam was one he used in many matches. Unless he uses me, Hearing said, happy and excited when Naruto told him he used the Underworlder in his last match and defeated Heptad with him, something that gave Hearing a lot of pride. What do you think, Ivena? Takenam asked while looking at her former student, curious to see what she thinks of seeing Naruto's match. It will certainly be interesting to see the human battle, along with how he'll fight as creatures, replied Ivena, interested to see more of Naruto, with Takenam nodding in agreement, especially eager to see if Naruto will battle as her. Maipdom Oasis. While Eifler, Mudinu, and Seattle were in the former's throne room in the Maipdom Oasis, looking at the screen in intrigue. What do you think of this, Seattle, Mudinu? Questioned Eifler while looking at Seattle and his cousin. I can't say for certain, Your Highness, but I have heard that Naruto's supposed to be a powerful chaotic player. So I'm sure this battle will be interesting to witness. Seattle replied, having heard from Peyton about some of Naruto's matches. Despite my past dealing with the human, he does seem to have a mind for strategy and rather unique plans. This may also give us better ideas for when the Marillions arrive and the tribes battle alongside each other, said Mudinu, interested in seeing the way Naruto will battle and the strategies it could help them make. Agreed. He does seem like the type capable of thinking on his feet, which is an invaluable skill in the heat of battle. Eifler stated, something he had to do as well, as while he may be a fierce fighter and had unrivaled melee skills, he couldn't fight for long and needed to end battles swiftly. So he's intrigued at seeing how Naruto battled to improve his own skills and thinking. Mount Pillar. At Mount Pillar, Princess Assel, Odyubathax, and Wama were in the, still being constructed, overworld embassy, with Assel's mother having commissioned it to be built after the knowledge of the Marillions and with the tribal alliance having begun constructing embassies for the other tribes as well, knowing it'd be good for them to start working together and start by building alliances. With the three using the overworld embassy, which is the one that's nearly finished to watch Naruto's match, while Assel's guards were just outside the office. Young Naruto continues to impress me each day, being capable of thinking of a device to show one of these chaotic battles. It's certainly impressive, Assel stated while looking over the screen, impressed that Naruto was able to help build such a device. It is impressive, Princess. I'm sure it'll also be interesting to see how he'll battle, said Wama, though was secretly hoping that Naruto didn't use him on his team, not wanting Assel or Odyubathax to think he was stronger than he looked and gave him more duties to perform, or worse, promote him from being a mandibler. I'm more interested to see how the kid fights as different creatures, said Odyubathax, wanting to see how Naruto fights as different creatures, knowing it'll be different fighting styles compared to the originals, but also help them think of new ways for them to fight as well. Krellin drome. Back in Chaotic, Naruto entered the Krellin drome before walking up as a docking pedestal rose up in front of him, soon followed by a hole opening on the floor on the other side, with Krellin himself rising up out of it, with Uzumaki taking a deep breath and nodded. Chaotic Phantom, you have won 7 battles here in the Krellin drome. For this, you have been challenged by Codemaster Krellin so that he may test your skills himself, said the Drome Master, with Naruto nodding before looking at Krellin. Good luck, Chaotic Phantom, Krellin said, though was proud at how far Naruto's come since they first met, from having no knowledge of Chaotic or Parim to now battling against him as a Codemaster. But that didn't mean Krellin would be holding anything back and would give it his all to see if Naruto had what it takes to defeat him. You too, Codemaster Krellin, replied Naruto with a smile. Dock your scanners, please, the Drome Master said, with both doing so as the battle boards appeared before they proceeded to assemble their teams. He knows I'm gonna use Ursus, but let's see if he'll be expecting the Drilldozer giving Ursus some extra energy. And for an added surprise, Galdrad up front with the Windstrider, as I know he'll definitely have Ariak in the back. This way, he won't be getting the chance to revive any creatures. Then in Tress with the Reef's Hard since I'm having her with a Chieftain. While in the middle, I'll have Maxa with a Lickalizer to give him water attacks, and Chire with the Vile Driver to give his fire attacks an extra kick, plus I'm sure seeing these two together will be a surprise. And finally Cyrilline in the back with a Magician's Lyre, making sure any music that Krellin uses are rendered useless and open for me to use. Naruto thought, pleased at the team he created before going on to music. And for music, I'll song a future site to see what attacks he'll use or rearrange the locations, chorus of Kathaka to let me use any music for any creature, song of revival to bring back a creature, unheard melody to instantly take out any creature with no musicians, trills of diminution for any difficult abilities, and melody of mirrored action since he'll have at least one creature with the draw skin. Thought Naruto, pleased at the music he'll be using. Finally, locations. I'm sure he'll be using a couple scans of Praxarchasm and who knows what other locations, so I'll go with ones I'm familiar with like Underworld City, Mount Pillar, Castle Pillar, and Everane during that eruption Bor Majar dealt with. Along with a few surprises like Kurvok Mound, Cyrilline's Lair, Magician's Arch, Castle Rathwack, and Akarak Cavern, plus Ravenoa Ridge during a full moon. Naruto thought, having gotten the last one after learning from Interest how Arius claims that the giant statues there came alive on a full moon and fought each other. While he wasn't sure if it's true, having not stuck around long enough to see if they did come alive, Naruto figured if it is then it'll be a big surprise. Players, lock your decks, said the Drome Master once Naruto and Krellin finished assembling both their teams before the two pressed the buttons on their scanners, revealing their teams to each other and those watching. Port Court, whoa, they're really not gonna hold anything back, Tom stated at seeing the teams Naruto and Krellin were using. No kidding. Dudes got Maxa and Chire together, then Ursus and Interest, said Peyton, seeing Naruto had 4 powerful creatures on his team. Yeah, never thought I'd see those two put together. And I'm guessing those other 2 are Meridians, Kaz said while looking at Galdrad and Cyrilline. Yeah, they look like the rest of them. But look at Krellin's team, the only creature I recognize is Ariak, but the rest. Who knows what they can do? Said Sarah, seeing all of Krellin's looked pretty vicious and dangerous just from their appearances, but who knows what they can do? Definitely. And I don't see Ursus on Krellin's team either, said Tom, having expected Krellin to use Ursus, given how powerful he was. Given that Naruto's main creature is Ursus, I doubt Krellin would want to risk his own being coded, since Naruto probably uses him a lot more often, Kaz said, with Sarah and Peyton nodding in agreement, knowing it'd be a risky move and get one of his creatures coded too soon. I hope Krellin makes it hurt even worse now, Nick muttered, scowling at seeing Naruto put Chire with Maxa and Interest. What, not upset about the other 3 creatures Phantom put them with? Said Sanjay with a smirk, only for Nick to scoff. I could care less what those other creatures are, the fact he's putting Maxa and Interest with that freak Chire is what I'm angry about, retorted Nick before looking back at the screen eager to see Naruto be coded. Kira City, the leaders of the overworld and underworld fighting together on the same team, that's certainly an interesting strategy, Jack said with a slight smirk at seeing Kiru's and Vlar's descendants now fighting together. Indeed, 2 of Param's mightiest warriors fighting side by side. Wouldn't you agree, Maxa? Said Narin while looking at his friend, who looked slightly annoyed at seeing Naruto was having him and Chire fighting together. Yeah, really great. Needing to pick up the slack for Chire after he's defeated, Maxa said, but was intrigued to see how Naruto will battle as him. And I'll be there picking up the slack when you're defeated. Unless you and Chire manage to not defeat each other somehow, Interest added while smirking at her friend, managing to get a laugh out of the overworld leader. Unless you're defeated first, Master. And I don't see me up there to help you out, Ivena stated smirking at her former teacher, though was inwardly annoyed that Naruto wasn't using her on his team. Underworld, great, having to see myself working with Maxa of all people. I'd sooner deal with Van Blut an entire day than work with Maxa, said Chire in annoyance that Naruto's making him fight alongside 2 overworlders, mostly Maxa though. Well, look at it this way, Chire, the human only requires you to represent the underworld's might, while needing to have Interest to assist Maxa. After all, you need no help to crush our enemies, Ejito said, managing to lessen Chire's annoyance. Yeah, that's true. Still annoying that I'll need to pick up their slack after they're defeated, said Chire, along with being interested at how Naruto fights as him. Unless Maxa defeats them first, Hearing muttered with a smirk, only to yelp when Chire glared at him. Too bad he didn't use me, then you could just sit back with Maxa and enjoy me crushing those creatures, Takenam said while smirking at Chire, who let out a laugh at his friend's words. Ha! You wish. I'd have them turned into trophies before they could even land a hit, Chire stated, with the female underworlder's smirk growing. Then I guess it's a good thing you won't be proven wrong, replied Takenam, though she was annoyed that Naruto didn't put her on his team, even more so that he's using Interest. Should have used me instead, I'm already more powerful than the furball. Takenam thought in annoyance at her sister being included on Naruto's team, something Ivena noticed as she looked at her former teacher curiously. Just what is the effect this human has on Takenam? Ivena wondered, not sure about the effect Naruto had on Takenam, especially since he seems to have a similar effect on her sister and interests. The underworld Muge thinking of speaking more with Naruto when she has a chance to learn more about him, and hopefully better understand the effect he has on Takenam, interests and Ivena. Mypdim Oasis, how annoying. Using overworlders and an underworlder, yet no Mypedians. Mudina said in annoyance that they wouldn't see any Mypedians in the battle to see how humans fight as them. I mean no offense my prince, but with the team he's assembled I don't think any Mypedians would do Naruto any good. Perhaps if he had a different team, you would be among them as opposed to interests, as you are one of the tribe's fiercest warriors. Said Seattle while looking over the team Naruto's made and saw that any Mypedian put on it would only be a liability. Agreed Seattle. Look at those he has, placing a Melian and interest in the front and another in the back. With the information provided, we know fluid morphers such as Cerulean are granted magicians for each water attack they and their allies use. I believe Naruto is, as the humans would say, farming for magicians to use Cerulean's ability to negate music. Eifler said, seeing how and why Naruto assembled his team the way he did. Yes, I see it now. And even if we will not see any of our tribe battle, perhaps we will see how overworlders and underworlders work together. Said Mudinu, now seeing the same thing as Eifler and Seattle, with both Mypedians nodding in agreement as it'll be good to see how the tribes work together to better plan for the Melian invasion. Mount Pillar, ah damn it! I was looking forward to seeing how that kid fights as a Danian. Odayu Bathak said, having wanted to see how Naruto fights as a Danian after their own fight and learning about his abilities. I'm sure Naruto is quite good when battling as a Danian, but with the importance of this match, it makes sense he wouldn't use any. Given what we've heard in regard to their game, Danians are at their strongest when they're only tribe being used, or at least are the majority. Otherwise we can't be utilized at our full potential. Said Assel, with Wama nodding in agreement, having heard how Danians worked in Chaotic. With their reliance on their hive ability, you need either all Danians or a majority of them, otherwise you'd only be at a disadvantage. While Odayu Bathax nodded and understand at this, only annoyed he wouldn't get to see how Naruto battles as him, but knew it'd still be an interesting battle to see. Krellin Drome, most players that battle me lose because they play too cautiously, but looking at your team, I see you aren't holding anything back. Having some of your most powerful creatures up front, while having Maxa and Chire in the middle as further strength, and doubling as music casters. And I see you're using a Melian in the front and the back, making for tricky opponents to defeat. A very unpredictable approach. Krellin said, intrigued at Naruto's team and glad to see he wasn't holding anything back. Thanks. And looking at your team, I see you're keeping Ariax safe in the back, while having Chromax in the front, and from I've heard about him, he's not a creature to be taken lightly. But the rest of them? I don't know much or anything, replied Naruto, not recognizing the rest of Krellin's team. Then I believe this match will have plenty of surprises for both of us, stated Krellin, having assembled his own team based on what he believed Naruto's own team would be and ways to counter it. Chaotic Phantom, you will be the attacker. Activate the location randomizer, said the Drone Master, with Naruto nodding as he spun the dial before it soon stopped on Raveno Ridge. The first location, Raveno Ridge. Choose the attacking and targeted creatures, said the Drone Master. A perfect location for Galdrad's Windstrider, Naruto said with a smirk while revealing the Windstrider, with Krellin knowing who he's going to target first. Galdrad attacks Ariak, said Naruto selecting Galdrad while Krellin chose Ariak, with both of them transforming into their chosen creatures. Something that amazed all the creatures watching, having heard of how chaotic players transforming into them. But it was completely different seeing the transformation for themselves. Raveno Ridge may let you fly your Windstrider, but can you hit what you can't see? Ariak said, knowing his size will be his advantage in a location like Raveno Ridge. Let's find out. Let's get chaotic, said Galdrad. Raveno Ridge. Galdrad flew his Windstrider around Raveno Ridge, trying to see any sign of movement for where Ariak may be hiding. Can't forget the little guy can fly pretty quietly, not to mention being really fast on the ground and the sky. Plus, Krellin will have a lot of experience playing as Ariak, so he'll definitely be good at staying unseen, thought Galdrad while flying closer to the ground to see if he could get a better look. Unsanity! Ariak shouted, leaping up from a tree and blasting Galdrad in the back, with the chieftain grunting at the attack as he lost control of his Windstrider for a moment. Power pulse, said Galdrad, firing a barrage of green fists at Ariak, only to see the tiny creature had already vanished. Shaking his head, Galdrad narrowed his eyes when his vision began getting blurry from his lowered wisdom. Along with flying higher up into the sky, hoping to draw Ariak out from the trees and into the sky where he could see him better. Delirium, said Ariak, flying up right in front of Galdrad and blasting him again with another attack, this causing Galdrad to become dizzy and confused, now unable to see straight. Followed by Sludge Gush, Ariak said, spitting out a stream of sludge that impacted Galdrad's head, making the Melian cry out as he was blinded. Gah! Annoying little skeletal strike, Galdrad said as a skeleton emerged from his body and launched towards Ariak, who quickly flew out of the way. Like I said, can't hit what you can't see. And can't fly without that wind strider. Tones of tumult, said Ariak, using one of his music that came down and hit Galdrad, who cried out as black smoke-like energy exited his mouth and eyes while his wisdom took a serious hit. The lowered wisdom causing Galdrad to start seeing doubles of everything as the sludge in his eyes only further hindered his ability to see and fly the windstrider, causing the Melian to cry out as he crashed his windstrider into the ground, sending him skidding away, groaning at the hits. Okay, this will definitely be harder than I expected, thought Galdrad as he stood up and wiped the sludge off his face, only to see his vision was still blurry and showing doubles of everything. He could even see Ariak land right in front of him, but couldn't tell which was the real one. Power pulse, Galdrad shouted, firing a power pulse all around Ariak, hoping to hit him, only for the tribeless creature to dodge the attack. Still trying to attack when you can't see straight? Let's see you attack something you can't see at all, Dirge of the Desert, Ariak said while playing his second music, rendering him invisible and Galdrad unable to see him entirely. Port Court, oh, things aren't looking good, dudes. That tones of tumult drained Galdrad's wisdom, and Dirge of the Desert ain't helping matters, Peyton said, wincing at seeing Galdrad getting knocked around by Ariak. No kidding, and all those other attacks messed up his head even more, added Kaz, seeing that while Ariak is small, that didn't make him any less dangerous. Man, if Krellin's this dangerous with just Ariak, imagine what he can do with his bigger creatures, Tom stated, as while they were rooting for Naruto to win, Krellin definitely isn't making it easy. Don't give up yet, the match has just started. I'm sure Naruto has something he can use, Sarah said while looking at the screen in worry before they heard Nick and Tank laughing at the other table. Look at the loser. He's getting knocked around by a shrimpy little rat. Tank laughed, enjoying seeing Tom's friend getting taken down by a tiny creature. I know. So much for those freaky creatures if all it takes is a squirrel to beat them, said Nick with a smirk, hoping Naruto will burst into code soon. You mean like how I took you down as Bodil, Tank? Said Tom, wiping the smirk of Tank's face at the reminder of losing to Bodil of all creatures. Or maybe how you got taken down by an underworlder and a Mypedian, Slicknick, Peyton added, much to Nick's anger at the reminder of his own losses. No, it's like how I crushed Phantom like a bug before, said Sanjay with a smirk. Oh, like how I crushed you with Bor Majar, Kez retorted with his own smirk, making all three seethe in anger before looking back at the screen. Raveno Ridge, trying to focus his mind, Galdrad tried searching for any sign of Ariak before remembering the Windstrider wasn't his only battle gear. Turning invisible won't help you if I have this, Galdrad said, summoning his spectral viewer, having equipped it knowing it'd help spot Ariak. Even if he wasn't invisible, the fact he was only made it more useful. Putting the spectral viewer on and closing his uncovered eye, Galdrad was glad to see that while his vision was still messed up, he could see more clearly than before, with him soon spotting Ariak clinging to a tree. Found you! Riptide! Shouted Galdrad, firing a blast of water at Ariak, who jumped out of the way and scurried across the ground close to Galdrad's feet. Erzalt! Ariak said, hitting the chieftain with a blast of wind, which knocked him back into a tree and getting a grunt out of him. Getting up, Galdrad shook his head again as his vision kept messing up, even with the spectral viewer helping somewhat. Okay, new plan. Frostblight, Galdrad said, releasing a massive blast of snow, freezing winds and razor-sharp ice shards all around him, covering the trees, plants and ground in snow and ice, making it so if he can't see Ariak he'll be able to hear where he is. Good move, here's another for you. Shriek shock, said Ariak, jumping over Galdrad and hitting him with a high-pitched shriek, making the Melian grunt as he fell to his knees from the impact, but could still make the sound of Ariak landing on the ground. Torrent of water! Yelled Galdrad, firing jets of water at where Ariak was, pleased when he finally managed to hit him before Ariak managed to slip away again. Velocitrap! Ariak said, shooting a blast of electricity at Galdrad. Power pulse. Skeletal strike. Galdrad said, firing another barrage of green fists at the electricity, along with a skeleton emerging from his body just in case he missed. Looking around again to try and find where Ariak could be, Galdrad grunted in annoyance that he could barely see. Knowing if he wanted to beat Ariak, he'll need to get him out where he can see him. Alright, try dodging this. Frost Blight! Shouted Galdrad while firing another blast of snow, freezing winds and razor-sharp ice around him to force Ariak out into the open, the plan working as Ariak flew into the air. Spirit Gust! Ariak said, releasing a blast of spirits and wind, with Galdrad immediately looking to where the small creature was, even as he was hit by the Spirit Gust attack. Got you now! Flood Force! Galdrad said while shooting a blast of water at Ariak, succeeding in hitting and capturing him in an orb of water. Hailstorm! Said Galdrad, launching a barrage of large pieces of hail at Ariak, with the tribeless creature being unable to dodge as the hail impacted him repeatedly until he burst into code. Kira City, yes! Ivena cheered, happy to see that Naruto managed to win the battle. Clever of him to use Frostblight to cover the area in snow to reveal where Ariak was hiding, then again to get him to reveal himself. Said Interest while smiling at Naruto's victory. Agreed. Though this Codemaster isn't an easy opponent, even with such a small creature. The speed and agility he used, combined with the attacks and music, it could take down creatures even larger than the Melian. Maxa said, with Narin and Jack nodding in agreement. Indeed. Using tones of tumult and dirge of the desert is a devastating combination, said Narin. As well as using attacks to further lower wisdom and cloud the mind. If Naruto hadn't also used a spectral viewer, he likely would have been defeated. Jack stated, having learned from his time in ancient Param that no matter the size, all creatures can be dangerous and deadly. Perhaps, but those water attacks he used have ensured Cerulean in the back now has plenty of magicians to use. Said Ivena, seeing that Cerulean now had multiple music counters with the water attacks Galdrad used. The others nodding in agreement, knowing that will be useful to cancel any other musics Krellin will use, though the same can't be said for any other tricks he has. Krellin Drome, now your team is trapped on both sides, while Cerulean is filled with music counters. Galdrad said as they reappeared in the drome, and he transformed back into Naruto. Perhaps, but the same can be said for you, as now Galdrad is trapped behind my creatures and a space is now open for them to move into your territory. Replied Krellin, knowing it's a dangerous position for both of them, before he spun the randomizer with it soon landing on Prexarchasm. The next location, Prexarchasm. Choose the attacking and targeted creatures, said the Dome Master. Lu attacks Maxa, said Krellin, choosing his creature and started transforming. With Lu being a bipedal wolf/jackal-looking creature with black eyes and yellow scara, brownish red fur covering his body, darker red fur on his chest, a light brown-white mane on the back of his head and neck with his tail being the same color. Along with being covered in brown sore-looking spots, making him look sick or infected with something. Seeing the creature, Naruto remembered Ursus mentioning him once, that Lu was one of the fiercest creatures in Prexarchasm, along with having an equally fierce rivalry with Smilden. Okay Fido, let's see if you can play dead, said Naruto while selecting Maxa and turning into him, with Lu snarling at the overworlder. Let's get chaotic. Prexarchasm, almost forgot how dangerous this place can be. Maxa muttered while moving through Prexarchasm, nearly walking off an edge as he did so, knowing he needs to be careful, especially since Lu is a native of the chasm. Summoning his Lickalizer, Maxa narrowed his eyes while making sure to listen for any sounds, not noticing the eyes watching him the bushes until Lu leapt out from his hiding spot. Slash claw! Lu growled, swiping his claws through the air sending claw-shaped energy blasts at Maxa, with the overworlder's eyes widening before he quickly rolled out of the way of the attack. Torrent of water! Maxa said firing his Lickalizer at Lu, knocking him out of the air and into a tree, making him grunt at the impact as he hit the ground. Lavalanche? Said Maxa aiming his free hand at Lu, unleashing a wave of lava at him, only Lu to summon his own battle gear, the UR Shard. UR Shard! Rock Wave! Lu shouted, slamming his fists into the ground, causing giant rocks to shoot up and block the lava before he ran up the rocks and jumped into the air. That didn't work before, Riptide! Maxa said, smirking as he fired his Lickalizer at Lu again. Thunder Shout! Power Pulse! Yelled Lu, releasing a loud shout that dispersed the water, followed by unleashing a barrage of green fists that crashed into Maxa, knocking him back. Sunderground! Said Lu, smashing into the ground, causing it to begin shaking before a hole opened up beneath Maxa, which he fell down. Vine snare! Maxa shouted, shooting vines out his hand, managing to grab hold of the edge of the ravine before he could hit the bottom, only to see Lu walk up to the edge and took a deep breath. Mega roar! Lu roared loudly, unleashing a loud and powerful shockwave right at Maxa, making the overworld leader crying out in pain as the attack hit him dead on, along with feeling his vines start slipping. Underworld City, haha. Yes. Crush him just like that, Chire said, wanting to see Maxa be defeated, with the others looking at him. Chire, we are supposed to be rooting for the human, not against him, stated Agitos. I'm aware. But he's using Maxa and I want to see him get taken down. I don't care if it's the real Maxa or not, as long as he's defeated, Chire said with a smirk, willing to root for Naruto when he's battling as other creatures, but as Maxa, he'll root for whoever defeats him. Well, it is Naruto fighting as Maxa, so I don't think he'll be defeated that easily, Takanam stated, knowing Naruto won't be defeated so easily, though wouldn't deny she'd probably be rooting for Krillin if he attacked in Tress instead. Mount Pillar, yeesh, these Prexarchasm creatures aren't fooling around, said Wama, seeing how Lu was using attack after attack. I like him. Fighting head-on like that and not stopping until the enemy is crushed. If only all Mandiblers were like that, Odyubathax said while looking at Wama with narrowed eyes, with the Mandibler squirming slightly under the Battlemaster's look. Relax, Odyubathax, the Mandiblers are perfectly fine. After all, while it's good to be capable of fighting non-stop until victory is achieved, it's also wise to still know when it's time to retreat and fight another day. Assel said, agreeing that the Prexarchasm creatures have a good killer instinct, but such a thing can also get one killed themselves. Though the Danians took another look at the battle, before spotting the battle gear that Lu had equipped, causing their eyes to widen as they now recognized it. Wait a sec, how did that human get a scan of the UR shard? Odyubathax demanded, given the fact the UR shard was currently in possession of Queen Alexia and stored away in the royal treasury. It appears he was able to find a way into the treasury somehow, Assel said warily, as while she knew that Krillin likely didn't have ill intentions towards the Danians and was merely getting a scan, it's still worrying he was able to get that far into Mount Pillar to scan it. The princess making a mental note to speak to her mother about that, while Odyubathax muttered about dealing with any Mandiblers that weren't doing their jobs right. Prexarchasm, Maxa gritted his teeth as Lu continued hitting him with his Mega Roar, while feeling his vines were starting to slip from the crumbling ledges. Rock wave! Maxa shouted, slamming his fist into the wall, causing the ground to begin shaking, knocking Lu off balance and ending his attack. Frost Blight, said Maxa, firing his Lickalizer at Lu, releasing a blast of snow, icy winds and ice shards at him, with the attack managing to impact Lu and send him falling over the edge of the ravine as well. Vine Snare, said Lu, shooting out his own vines that wrapped around a ledge and stopped him from hitting the ground. Nice of you to drop in. Flame Orb, Maxa said before firing several fireballs at Lu, who swung around to avoid them. Power Pulse, Lu said, firing green fists at Maxa and at the wall he was attached to, causing it to start to crumble even more, with the overworld's eyes widening as the rocks falling towards him. Knowing he needed to get out of this ravine fast before he was crushed by the rocks or his vines broke before he got an idea of what to do. Power Pulse, Torrent of Water, said Maxa, firing green fists at the rocks falling towards him and a blast of water below him, being powerful enough to propel him out of the ravine and back onto solid ground, before seeing Lu leap out as well. Tarantula Tackle, said Lu, slamming right into Maxa, sending him crashing into a tree, getting a grunt from the overworld leader. Coil Crush, Lu said before a thick, thorn-covered vine shot out of his lower chest and wrapped around Maxa and began squeezing him. Iron Balls, Maxa shouted, shooting a barrage of iron balls at Lu that slammed into him, making the tribeless creature grunt at the impact. Rock Wave, shouted Lu, slamming his fists into the ground, causing several large rocks to shoot up out of the ground towards Maxa before releasing his Coil Crush at the last moment, sending Maxa flying into the air. Slash Claw, Lu said, swinging his claws at Maxa, releasing dozens of claw-shaped energy blades at him. Lavalanche, said Maxa, shooting blasts of lava at the attack and stopping them, before firing his Lickalizer at the lava and super cooling it. Fearless Strike, Maxa yelled, slamming his fists right through the lava and into Lu's face, sending the creature crashing into a tree which collapsed on top of him, with Lu groaning at the pain as the tree pinning him down before grunting as he managed to throw it off. You might be able to handle Lu, but let's see you handle someone much worse. Song of Transposition, said Lu, activating his music, using one of his other creature's musicians to trade places with Climax. I don't think so. Cyrilline, said Maxa, activating Cyrilline's ability, causing Lu's music to suddenly end and stop him from switching places, surprising the tribeless creature at seeing he was still here. Now take this. Fire ram! Maxa shouted, firing a blast fire in the shape of a ram's head at Lu, the attack crashing right into him, causing Lu to burst into code. Port court, alright. That's 2 creatures down already, Tom said, seeing Naruto just had 4 more creatures to defeat. Yeah, but let's wait and see, since things can easily be turned around. Especially since it seems that from what we saw of the first match, Krillin had planned his team out knowing Naruto would use Brilliance. Plus, now his Lickalizer is gone and he has the uchiha, said Kaz, given how close Ariak came to coding Galdrad, especially since it seemed like Maxa lost his Lickalizer with it being replaced with the uchiha, probably thanks to an ability the latter has. Yep, that's why hardly anyone beats Krillin. Dude has backup plans for his backup plans. Peyton added in agreement. And your loser friend will learn it the hard way when he's blown into a million pieces of code, said Nick, annoyed and angry at Naruto using Maxa and actually winning with him. Just like you were in your matches against Naruto and Tom, Sarah retorted, shutting Nick up while Christella rolled her eyes unseen by her group. Can't believe I'm thinking this, but thank you, loser. Ugh, just thinking it makes me feel sick, thought Christella, hating that she thanked one of the losers for something, but even she's getting annoyed with Nick's comments. Krillin drome, 2 creatures down, for to go. Getting nervous yet? Naruto asked with a smirk, starting to feel more confident after defeating 2 of Krillin's creatures. Are you? You may have defeated 2 of my creatures, but both Maxa and Galdrad took their share of hits in their respective battles, showing that this won't be a cakewalk. While Maxa has lost his battle gear and gotten loose, replied Krillin, still perfectly calm since he still had some surprises in store for the whiskered blonde, with Naruto frowning slightly at his response before spinning the randomizer. The next location, Everrain, said the drone master, with Naruto moving Interest forward to attack one of the 2 creatures in the middle. That one looks like it could be a problem, thought Naruto, looking at the creature that resembled a bipedal rhino. Interest attacks. I'm not actually sure about that one's name, Naruto said sheepishly while pointing at the rhino-looking creature. That's Kuroa, I'm sure he'll be familiar to some players, Krillin said, with Naruto nodding at the name. Okay, Interest attacks Kuroa, said Naruto, selecting Interest and turning into her, while Krillin selected Kuroa and transformed as well. With Kuroa resembling a giant bipedal woolly rhino with thick, leathery dark brown-green skin, 2 large horns protruding from his snout, with the one in back being shorter than the one in the front, dark brown fur covering his forearms and back, and wearing a loincloth and crude leather armor. Though what surprised many players, and a few creatures, was that Kuroa resembled the overworlder Velrith. Kuroa stems from Velrith's family tree, but a savage branch. Let's get chaotic, Kuroa roared. Kira City, that creature looks almost identical to Velrith, only savage, Maxa said with a frown at seeing a creature that looked so similar to an overworlder. It's not out of the realm of possibility that ancestors of several overworlders had ventured out and came across Prexer Chasm, only to end up trapped there, with their descendants becoming like this, said Narin, knowing such a thing was possible, especially given how different Maxer's and Chire's own ancestors had been compared to them. And now I get to fight him, Interest said with a frown, not sure how she'd do against such a creature. Don't worry, Master, Naruto's already beaten 2 creatures already. And using you, I'm sure he'll achieve victory again, Ivena stated confidently. Everrain, gotta end this fast, before this entire place is covered in lava, Interest thought while running through Everrain, knowing with the eruption going on, it won't be long before it goes up in flames. Lavalanche? Kuroa shouted, charging through the trees before shooting blasts of lava at Interest, slamming into the overworlder's back, making Interest growl in pain before getting up and summoning her reefs hard to make her discipline stronger. Flood force! Shouted Interest, releasing blasts of water at Kuroa, only to be shocked when her harmlessly deflected off of him. Major Tom should be familiar with this, the Droskin. Leaving your attacks useless against me, said Kuroa, making Interest's eyes widen at seeing he was wearing the Droskin across his chest, not expecting Kuroa to have it equipped. Shit! All my attacks are useless, Interest thought before jumping out of the way when Kuroa got down on all fours and charged at her, watching as he crashed right through a tree like it was nothing, before stopping and turning back to her. Torrent of water, said Kuroa, spitting out a blast of water right at Intress, forcing her to jump out of the way again. Power Pulse! Intress shouted, firing several green fists at Keroa before she took off running through the forest. Knowing the only way she'll be able to beat him is to let the eruption finish him off for her, the feline overworlder picking up the pace when she heard Keroa right behind her. Thunder Shout! Keroa said, letting out a loud shout, causing the cavernous forest to start shaking with several stalactites began dropping down around them, making Intress curse as she had avoided being hit by them as well. Rock Wave! Intress said while slamming her fists onto the ground, creating a few rocks to rise up behind her, given earth attacks were weakened in Everane, but was doing so to create more to act as a barricade before she continued running. Underworld City, ha 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 ha! Look at the scared little kitty run away! Takenam said, laughing and taking enjoyment in watching her rival be left helpless and only able to run. What happened to rooting for Naruto? Questioned Chaya with a smirk. I'll cheer when he's a different creature. I just want to watch the cat be turned into the mouse, said Takenam. And that's what you get for using my sister instead of me, Takenam mentally added, believing she would have been a better choice in the situation than Intress, as she can at least fly. Looks like I have the better master after all, sister, thought Ivena with her own smirk, seeing her sister's teacher left helpless and unable to do anything. The battle gear is rather interesting, being able to protect creatures from most attacks, Vegito stated, knowing the Droskin would be something useful if Ulmer or Kaiban could recreate it, or at least something similar. Everane. Intress kept running until she reached the spot where the eruption was going off, seeing the lava had already begun covering most of the area. Okay, now I just need to lure Dash, Intress thought, only for her thoughts to be cut off when Keroa smashed through several trees. Ectospasm! Keroa shouted, standing up and firing several green energy blasts at Intress. Power Pulse! Yelled Intress, shooting multiple green fists at the blasts, before grunting in pain when Keroa took the chance to charge and slam into her, knocking her into the air. Skeletal Strike! Said Keroa as his skeleton emerged and charged Intress, slamming into the overworld and dealing even more damage. Lavalanche! Keroa said, firing blasts of lava at Intress, which she managed to barely roll out of the way of. Flood Force! Intress shouted, shooting blasts of water at Keroa. Mega Roar! Roared Keroa, releasing a loud and powerful shockwave that dispersed the water, while Intress found herself being pushed back from the roar. With Keroa getting back down on all fours and charged at Intress while continuing his attack, the overworld having no time to dodge as the tribeless creature crashed right into her. The impact sending Intress flying through the air and right into the erupting lava, before bursting into code. Kira City, what was that about Naruto winning with me? Intress asked with a deadpan expression towards Ivena, especially since she knew that Takenam won't let her live this down, with the overworld hero laughing sheepishly. I've been wrong before? Said Ivena, getting laughs from the others. Don't take it too hard, Intress. It looks like that battle gear made it so all attacks were useless, not leaving many options to attack or retaliate, Maxa said, with the female overworlder nodding in agreement. Yeah, it's definitely something that'd prove useful, said Intress while hoping Naruto will be able to take down Keroa and avenge her defeat. Krellin Drome, how were you able to use all those elemental attacks? And make that lavalanche so powerful in Everane? Naruto asked as they reappeared in the drome, while Keroa transformed back into Krellin. It's Keroa's special ability. By sacrificing a music counter, he can use all elements as if they were his own, even in locations that'd normally weaken them. While the Droskin makes him immune to every attack you can throw at him, said Krellin, making Naruto frown, knowing that'd be a difficult combination to go against. But luckily I have Melody of Mirrored Action to destroy the Droskin, thought Naruto, knowing that music still works on the Droskin, while Krellin spun the randomizer. The next location, Frozen Fire, said the Drone Master. Keroa attacks Galdrad, Krellin said as they both selected their creatures and transformed into them. Let's get chaotic. Frozen Fire. Galdrad ran through Frozen Fire as Keroa was charging after him, knowing he couldn't stop an attack thanks to the Droskin. Hammer Dash! Keroa shouted, rushing right towards Galdrad and slammed his arm into the Melian, making Galdrad grunt as he went skidding across the ice. Ugh, thanks for that. Now that you're standing still, I can use this. Say goodbye to the Droskin, Melody of Mirrored Action, Galdrad said, activating his music to destroy the battle gear. Not so fast. Logmak, said Keroa, activating the ability of his other middle row creature, with Galdrad being surprised when the Droskin suddenly vanished and replaced by a wooden club, which was soon destroyed by his Melody of Mirrored Action. before shaking his head and getting up, knowing that he can finally attack and code Kuroa now. Fluid Might! Galdrad shouted, creating a giant fist of water that he launched towards Kuroa. Power Pulse! Said Kuroa, releasing a barrage of green fists towards the water fist, managing to dispel it. Force Strike! Kuroa shouted, slamming his fist into the ground, with a blast of energy erupting underneath Galdrad and launching him into the air. Rain Spears! Said Galdrad, creating and firing multiple rain spears at Kuroa, managing to hit him a few times as the Melian landed on the ground. And if you like that, you'll love this. Tainted Thunderstorm! Galdrad said, firing a large blast of lightning at Kuroa, shocking the tribeless creature, not seeing how Kuroa was smirking even as he was attacked. Port Court! No, dude! You're gonna get yourself coated, Peyton said, pulling at his hair at seeing what Naruto was doing. What is it? What do you mean? Kaz asked in worry, while Tom covered his face, knowing what was going to happen. Any creature that uses or gains music counters in frozen fire takes damage. And each time Naruto uses a water attack, Cerulean gains a music counter, said Tom, making Sarah and Kaz's eyes widen as they looked and saw Cerulean's energy dropping with each attack Naruto used. Ha 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 ha. What an idiot, maybe he should save Krellin the trouble and just code the rest of his creatures for him. Nick laughed, enjoying the sight of Naruto about to unintentionally code his own creature. I can't believe a loser like that somehow got 7 wins to challenge a code master. What morons make a mistake like that? Said Tank before laughing as well. And there's the loser I was able to beat and send spiraling down. Making dumb mistakes like the newbie he really is, Sanjay said with a smirk, while the friends glared at them. Hey! It's not Naruto's fault. It's impossible for anyone to the effects of every location, creature, music, or battle gear. No one could remember or know all that, Kaz said in defense of his friends. Yeah, like how you didn't know Van Blut could turn invisible in Gaho's tower, or Taiyan's ability to sacrifice himself to take someone down. Or maybe Ivena and Ivena's rocking tag team abilities. Like how Major T and Naruto did with you, Nikki, added Peyton, making Nick scowl at the reminder. Or maybe how you didn't know that Bodil knew his way around Kira's city and made the mistake of underestimating him, Tank, said Tom, with Tank scowling as well. Oh yeah, why don't Nick said as he, Tank, and Sanjay stood up. Why don't you three just shut up already? Christella said, finally snapping at them. Honestly, why don't you put your bruised egos away for 5 minutes and look at the bigger picture? You got beat by 2 losers, you got beat by a loser and the lamest creature ever, and you got beat by a loser separated into 2 idiots, said Christella while pointing at each of 3. While Phantom is the one battling a code master right now, after being able to Herculeon, who you were dumb and cowardly enough to send after him. Christella continued while glaring at Nick at the end. So, do us all a favor, zip it and keep it zipped, cause in case you forgot, the match isn't over until one side's nothing but code. And all Phantom needs is the right location and use the right creature to turn this into a minor setback, Christella said, making the 3 narrow their eyes at her. And since when did you start defending him? Demanded Tanks. She's not, you idiots. She's just thinking smart. Your bruised egos are making ignore the fact the chaotic Phantom is a highly skilled player, even being able to make a team of practically useless creatures work together against Herculeon and win. It's also that same kind of thinking that led the 3 of you to losing the way you did before against him, Major Tom and Kid Shire, said Sam in annoyance, getting tired of them disturbing his thoughts with their constant need to taunt someone who can't even hear them and probably didn't care either. Their words making the 3 scowl, but sat down and didn't say anything else. With the friend frowning at this before looking back at the screen, becoming worried when they saw Cerulean vanish as the last of his energy dropped to 0. Mipdom Oasis. So, frozen fire takes the energy of creatures who gain or lose magicians. It sounds like the perfect battlefield to use against the Melian fluid morphers, Mudina said, with Eifler and Seattle nodding in agreement. Agreed, Mudinu. It will certainly be a surprise for them when they begin growing weaker. Though I wish this revelation didn't have to come at a price for young Naruto, Eifler said while frowning, given this match was important to Naruto to win. Don't worry, Your Highness, I'm sure he'll have a way to turn it around, Seattle said, believing that even with the loss of Cerulean, Naruto will be able to turn the match around. Mount Pillar, I'll admit, the kid's doing pretty good, but he just cost himself a useful creature, and probably another if he can't beat that rhino, stated Odu Bathax with a frown. Yes, but perhaps Naruto will also take this as a learning experience, to learn more about such locations and the effects they have on creatures there. A chance the Melian sadly won't be getting. Assel said, knowing this knowledge will be very useful in combating the Marillions. Frozen fire. Galdrad looked at Keroa, having been blasting him with attack after attack, but the tribeless creature still kept getting back up and fighting. I'll admit, Keroa is an impressive creature, but now it's time for him to go. Rage of Aeon. Galdrad said as multiple pillars of water shot out of the ground and moved to hit Keroa, who smirked before running out of the way. Not just yet. You didn't know the effect this location had on creatures, and you didn't know it'd be what helps me to defeat you. Deserters finale. Keroa said, playing his music, with Galdrad's eyes widened before the music crashed into him and he burst into code. Krellin drome. What? What just happened? Naruto said, looking at his board only to see that Serline was gone, along with Galdrad. It's thanks to the effect of frozen fire. Any creature that gains or uses music counters takes damage. And with Serline as a fluid morpher gaining a music counter for each water attack, you were unintentionally weakening him until he was defeated. Krellin said, making Naruto's eyes widen in shock and disbelief, before mentally cursing that he coded his own creature. Well, guess I need to try harder than before, stated Naruto, since he only had Ursus, Maxa, and Chire left, against Krellin's Climax, Keroa, and the two other creatures he didn't recognize before spinning the randomizer. The next location, Mount Pillar, said the Drone Master. Ursus attacks Keroa, Naruto said, planning to finally defeat Keroa as he and Krellin chose their respective creatures and transformed into them, with the two Prexarchasm creatures growling or snarling at each other. Let's get chaotic. Kira City. So that's Ursus, Interest said, having heard Naruto talk about him before during his visits, with Ursus being one of the first creatures he encountered after arriving in Parim. He definitely looks like he'd be a fearsome opponent to face, said Ivena while looking at Ursus warily, with Maxa nodding in agreement. Agreed. I'm sure even our strongest warriors would have a hard time defeating him, if they even could at all, added Maxa, not even sure if he'd be able to go against Ursus and win, and if he did then the tribeless creature likely would make him work for a victory. He reminds me of some of the creatures I've encountered. Jack muttered with a frown, seeing Ursus was similar to some of the creatures he had to fight in ancient Parim, perhaps even more dangerous as he's smarter than just a feral beast. Prexarchasm is located far from any of the tribes, isolated from villages and cities. I'm sure those that live within only know of survival and combat, making them far more dangerous than most, said Narin, getting nods from the others before watching the match begin. Underworld City. Haha. Now this is my kind of battle, Chire said with a smirk, eager to see Ursus and Keroa fight each other since they both looked to only know how to battle and defeat their enemies. These creatures are certainly unlike any we've seen before. I doubt even that wretch Blut could hope to stand a chance against them, said Ajitos, with Takenam smirking at his words. He wouldn't. Naruto told me of how he fought another player who used Blut as Ursus, and he crushed the harpy, even breaking his wings to keep him grounded, revealed Takenam, making the other underworlders look at her in surprise, before Chire laughed at this. Ha 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 ha. I'm liking this kid more and more, stated Chire, his respect for Naruto going up if he's able to do that to Blut, whether it's the real one or not. He certainly is becoming more interesting. Nivena muttered, impressed with anyone who can unleash such brutality, even better on Blut of all creatures, making her eager to see how he is as Ursus personally. With Danians, that's definitely one creature I hope never shows up, Wama muttered, looking at Ursus warily, having heard from Naruto and Sarah how tough and dangerous he was. Speak for yourself. That is someone I can get a challenge from, said Odyubathax, believing he could get a good challenge and fight from Ursus with how powerful he looked. Be careful what you wish for, Odyubathax. I have heard from Naruto that this Ursus is one of the fiercest creatures he's met. Though I'm curious to see how they battle within Mount Pillar, Assel said, interested in the location being Mount Pillar. Mount Pillar. Meanwhile, Keroa was running through Mount Pillar while behind him Ursus was driving his drill dozer, smirking as he began driving faster to run Keroa down, only to see the rhino-like creature make a sharp turn down a corridor. Not getting away that easily, Ursus said as he turned the drill dozer to start drilling through the wall to get at Keroa, breaking through after a few moments to see Keroa standing there. Torrent of flames! Torrent of water! Keroa shouted, shooting out a stream of flames from one hand and a stream of water from the other, the two attacks combining to create a wall of steam in front of Ursus, blinding the other tribeless creature. Narrowing his eyes, Ursus drove at full speed through the steam to hit Keroa, only for his eyes to widen at seeing he'd been led right to a ledge, Ursus having no time to stop the drill dozer before he drove over the ledge. Freeze flash! Koroa said, releasing a wave of freezing air and rocks at the drill dozer, freezing it and causing it to blow up, only to narrow his eyes when they didn't appear back in the drome. Looking for me? Arbor smash! Yelled Ursus from behind Koroa, having managed to jump out of the drill dozer and cling to the walls before scaling up behind Koroa, before shooting a large log from his chest which slammed into the woolly rhino-like creature's back, nearly knocking him over the ledge. With Koroa managing to catch himself before turning and charging at Ursus, who took off running back into Mount Pillar. Going down on all fours, Ursus ran ahead of Koroa before soon coming to stop, digging his claws into the ground to spin around face his opponent. Rock wave! Ursus said, slamming his fists into the ground with several rocks shooting up in front of Koroa, who went down on all fours as well. Harnessed rage! Shouted Koroa with a violent energy surrounding and empowering him, smashing through the rocks towards Ursus. Power pulse! Said Ursus, releasing a barrage of green fists at Koroa, who simply charged right through them, making Ursus grit his teeth as he was forced to grab hold of Koroa to stop his charge, having no time to get out of the way. Ursus grunted as Koroa pushed him back, before using the other tribeless creature's momentum against him. Grabbing him tightly, Ursus gave a roar as he spun around and threw Koroa through a wall, sending him crashing into another chamber. Skeletal strike! Ursus shouted with a skeleton emerging from and rushing towards Koroa, who'd pushed the debris off of him and got up. Gladiator's fire! Koroa yelled, slamming his fist into the ground, causing flames to shoot up from the ground towards Ursus, burning the skeleton as they did so. Funnel blast! Said Koroa, shooting a funnel of wind at Ursus as well, combining it with his gladiator's fire to empower both attacks. Muge's edge! Said Ursus, feeling his power grow before he charged right through the attacks, roaring at Koroa as he leapt through them. Trampling tackle! Koroa yelled, charging towards Ursus as well, both creatures colliding against each other, releasing a shockwave from the impact and sent skidding away from each other. Land gore! Shouted Koroa, creating 4 elemental weapons which he launched at Ursus. Fearless strike! Ursus roared, swinging his fist at the weapons, releasing an energy wave that destroyed them before rushing Koroa and slamming his fist into his face, knocking the other Prexarchasm creature back. Only for Koroa to pull Ursus along with him and throw him through a wall, the two now ending up in the Grand Hall of Mount Pillar, charging after him as he was surrounded by green energy. Reckless reproach! Roared Koroa, slamming right into Ursus, who growled and dug his feet into the ground, before managing to grab Koroa and throw him against a pillar. Tecto strike! Shouted Ursus, slamming his fist into the ground, causing multiple rocks to float in the air before launching them at Koroa, who jumped out of the way or broke them with his horns. The two creatures glared at each other before roaring as they charged at each other once again. Port court, oh man, this battle's getting really intense, Kaz said while watching Ursus and Koroa go at it, feeling like it wasn't even a regular match anymore, it's two creatures really fighting each other. No kidding, dude. And I thought Naruto went hard against Clay and Herculean, said Peyton, also shocked by how intense things were getting. What else would you expect? Naruto knows how to fight as Ursus just as much as, or even better than, Krillin. If there's one creature he couldn't hold back against, it's Ursus. Sarah said, given Krillin knew Ursus was Naruto's ace, so he'd need to go all out. Yeah, while Koroa's already gotten 2 of Naruto's creatures coded, 3 if you count Cerulean, so he can't afford to hold back against him. Added Tom, knowing Koroa is a major threat Naruto needed to defeat. Might dem Oasis, this battle. It's truly unlike any I've seen before. Mudina said in amazement at the power and ferocity being displayed by Ursus and Koroa. Indeed, cousin. Watching them battle. It's as if this is how war beasts battle if they were the size of other creatures, merely being driven by the instinct to achieve total victory. Said Eifler, also amazed at the battle. Then I'm glad these aren't war beasts. I doubt much of Param would survive if they were. Stated Seattle, with both princes nodding in agreement. Mount Pillar, torrent of flames! Koroa shouted, shooting blasts of fire at Ursus, who jumped out of the way. Earth pulse! Said Ursus while slamming back down on the ground, causing ripples to move out from his impact, knocking Koroa off balance, with Ursus's eyes glowing at seeing his chance. Tarantula tackle! Reckless defeat! Ursus shouted, being surrounded by a red and green energy before charging towards Koroa, slamming right into the other tribeless creature, grabbing him before ramming him right through a pillar. The impact and combined attacks being strong enough to take out the last of his energy, with Koroa bursting into code soon after. Krillin drome, tough battle, you definitely weren't holding back, were you? Ursus said as he turned back into Naruto, feeling like he could have been coded any moment. Against someone who's perhaps better than me as Ursus, I felt it'd be better to go at you with everything I had," replied Krellin, knowing that Ursus would be the toughest opponent for any of his creatures, barring perhaps Climax. "Which means if I want to defeat Ursus, it seems I'll need my used strongest creature," Krellin added, making Naruto look at Climax on the board, having heard about him from Ursus and Ariak, and they'd both said the same thing. Never go near Climax unless you wanted to suffer a very painful death. Climax. I've heard of him and seen some of your past battles, but I've never actually seen you use him before, stated Naruto. Climax is one of the fiercest creatures that ever existed. I've never faced a player that's beaten him, said Krellin before he spun the randomizer. The next location, Jade Pillar, said the Drone Master. Climax attacks Ursus, Krellin said with the two selecting their chosen creatures. Ursus growled as Naruto turned into him, only to gasp in shock when he finally got his first look at Climax. Kira City, by the Kothaka. Narin muttered in shock as they looked at Climax in disbelief. What is he? Said Jack, looking at the screen with wide eyes, feeling on edge just from the sight of Climax. I didn't think such a creature could exist, Ivena said in shock and disbelief. Maxa? Intress said, looking at her friend, only to see his own shocked and disbelieving expression while clenching his armrests tight enough to crack them. Underworld City. The Underworlders were in a similar state of shock at the sight of Climax, none of them having thought to see such a sight. I honestly have no idea what to say to that, said Chire, simply shocked at seeing such an unbelievable creature, yet there it was. I don't think any of us did, Takanam stated, not even able to laugh at imagining the reactions of her sister and her allies. While hearing eyes rolled into the back of his head before falling backwards. Mypdem Oasis, by the sands. Seattle muttered as the Mypedians looked at Climax, having trouble believing the sight of him. I believe you were lucky, Mudinu, that it was Maxa you had to deal with before, said Eifler to his cousin, with Mudinu only able to nod numbly, doubting even his army could have survived a battle with Climax. Mount Pillar, how could something like that be? Wama said, unable to even find the right words. I think it's better if such a thing remained a mystery, said Assel, unable to shake the nervousness and fear the sight of Climax brought onto her. Agreed, muttered Odiu Bathax, looking at the screen with wide eyes, knowing even with his enjoyment of a good fight, he'd be torn into pieces against Climax. Port Court, with many chaotic players also being shocked at the sight of Climax, with the friends looking at the screen with wide eyes. It's a nasty, Kaz said in disbelief. Freaky, stated Sarah. Evil twin version of. Peyton continued, none of them able to comprehend the sight. Maxa? Said Tom in shock and disbelief. Krellin Drome, everyone being shocked at Climax's strong, physical resemblance to Maxa himself, but with a much broader build and a darker green skin tone in comparison. He possesses sharp fangs, wild red eyes and digitigrade feet, giving him a more feral appearance, as his hair is much more unkempt. With Climax wearing nothing but a brown loincloth, fitting for his savage nature. Like with Karoa and Velrith, Climax stems from a savage branch of Maxa's family tree. Let's get chaotic, Climax snarled. Jade Pillar. Ursus jumped through the scaffolding of Jade Pillar, looking around for any sign of Climax, knowing it'd be best to lay low for a little while until he can find his opponent. Definitely don't want Climax to spot me first, who knows what he's capable of, thought Ursus before jumping down to a lower level. Skull Evolve Strike. Hearing the sudden shout, Ursus's eyes widened before he saw Climax on an upper platform, with a large demonic skeleton emerging from him. The sight making Ursus quickly jump away to avoid it getting hit, managing to cling to a land of a jade outcropping. Muge's Edge! Ursus shouted, feeling empowered as he launched himself towards Climax, only to be shocked when Climax raised his arm and caught his fist like it was nothing. Power Pulse! Climax yelled, slamming his fist right into Ursus's gut while launching the attack at point-blank range, sending him crashing through a scaffolding. Pushing the debris off himself, Ursus looked at Climax, before noticing the jewel-adorned belt across his chest. The Droskin? Ursus said in shock that Climax now had the Droskin. That's right. You didn't forget, Logmax switched the Droskin with Climax's club before you could destroy it. Now let's see you handle a true unstoppable force. Rock Wave! Roared Climax, jumping down and slamming his fists onto the ground, creating a wave of jade stones to crashing towards Ursus, with the tribeless creature barely having enough time to get out of the way to dodge the attack. Good thing I made sure to have other ways to destroy it, besides music. Rot cloud, said Ursus, releasing a blast of rot towards Climax to destroy the Droskin. If you can get close enough to destroy it. Torrent of water, Climax said while shooting out jets of water dispelling the rot cloud, much to Ursus's shock again. Rust toxic, said Climax releasing a stream of rust that impacted Ursus despite his attempt to dodge, with Ursus feeling his body start to be covered in rust. Damn it! With the Droskin all my attacks are useless. I can't even destroy it if Climax will be able to stop my attacks and I don't have any music that can destroy it. Only one choice left to avoid being coated by him, thought Ursus as he burst into code before Climax could attack him. Kira City, are you alright, Maxa? Intress asked, looking at the overworld leader in worry and concern, along with the others, knowing it must be a shock at learning Climax came from his family tree. Yes, I'm fine, Intress. It's just certainly a surprise to see a creature that comes from my family, and looks so much like me, yet is nothing like an overworlder, replied Maxa with a frown, still surprised that he and Climax are related. Along with wondering if he could have turned out that way, or at least become similar, if he'd stuck with his might makes right attitude and believing everything could be solved with violence. It only made Maxa more grateful that he had his friends and allies to help him grow and mature into a better person and leader. You'd be surprised then, Narin and if Jack thought, both of them remembering Vlar and his selfish personality, only caring about himself before becoming the overworld hero who led the tribe after Kiru went to the underworld. Yeah, it is, Ivena muttered, remembering her initial meeting with her sister and learning she was an underworlder. Underworld City, well, that was certainly a revelation, Ajito stated, with hearing having regained consciousness during the match, all of them still shocked at Climax's appearance. That's putting it mildly, said Ivena with a deadpan expression, given they just saw a savage and twisted version of Maxa that could likely tear through all of them. Indeed. But it's interesting as well, could that have been what Maxa would have become if he was an underworlder? Said Takanam, unable to help herself from think of the idea, if Climax is what Maxa would be if he'd been an underworlder rather than an overworlder. Humph, if Maxa had been an underworlder then I still would have been stronger, so nothing would change except his appearance. Now enough talking, looks like the real fight's gonna start, Chire said with a smirk at seeing Naruto now move him across the board, eager to see how Naruto battles as him. Krellin drome, sacrificing Ursus to move any creature you want to any position on the board, a bold move as you now only have 2 creatures left, said Krellin as he transformed back. Maybe, but sometimes you have to take risks to get an advantage, Naruto replied before moving Chire into position to attack Logmak, but knew even if he defeated them the damage they did outside of battle was devastating before he spun the randomizer with it soon landing on Underworld City. Chire attacks Logmak, said Naruto as he and Krellin selected their creatures and began transforming into them. With Logmak resembling a female giant and bipedal, humanoid sloth with a surprisingly gentle face, while wearing leather straps on her arms and legs, a loincloth and wrappings around her chest. Her appearance slightly reminding Naruto of Intress. Let's get chaotic. Underworld City, Logmak dived behind a building to avoid a blast of fire from Chire's Vile Driver before she climbed up to the roof. Vine snare, Logmak said, shooting vines to wrap around the Vile Driver's legs. You think a few vines will stop me? Demanded Chire before aiming the flamethrowers at the vines to burn. No, but this will. Delirium, said Logmak before blasting Chire with the attack, making him grunt as his mind began getting clouded. Followed by this. Rock wave, Logmak shouted, jumping off the roof and slamming her hands on the ground, unleashing a wave of rocks towards the Vile Driver, making Chire's eyes widen before he quickly jumped out of the Vile Driver to avoid getting crushed by it and the rocks. Who needs battle gear when you have firepower? Torrent of flame, Chire shouted while unleashing blasts of fire at Logmak. Sludge gush, yelled Logmak, spitting out a stream of sludge that blocked the flames, giving her enough time to jump out of the way. Unsanity, said Logmak while blasting Chire again, with the attacking further clouding his mind. Grr, let's see you dodge this. Sudden flare, shouted Chire, releasing a large amount of fire all around him, leaving Logmak unable to dodge or avoid them, with the tribeless creature grunting as she was burned by the fire. Now take this. Power pulse, Chire said, firing several green fists towards Logmak, who managed most of them before being hit by the last few. Gravity slam, Logmak said, placing her hands on the ground before Chire grunted when he felt the gravity around him suddenly increase, causing him to slam into the ground. Evaporize, said Logmak, sighing in relief as she felt some of her energy return, only to see Chire grunting as he stood up through the increased gravity. Flame orb! Shouted Chire, firing several fireballs at Logmac, who quickly jumped out of the way to dodge them. Quick exit! Logmac said, releasing a shockwave from her body, being powerful to throw Chire through the air and send him crashing through a building. Grunting in annoyance, Chire pushed the debris off himself only to see Logmac took the chance to escape and hide, much to his growing annoyance. Before the Underworlder gained an idea, smirking as he figured out how to draw her out and defeat her. Exiting the destroyed building, Chire went the middle of the road and took a deep breath. Mega roar! Chire roared, releasing a loud and powerful shockwave, before he began focusing it on a single building, causing it to start vibrating and shaking before it came collapsing down. Continuing his attack, Chire aimed at all the surrounding buildings to force Logmac out of whichever one she was hiding in. Soon succeeding as Logmac jumped out of the last building just before it could collapse on top of her. Torrent of flames! Said Chire, shooting a stream of fire at Logmac, blocking her path, firing off another stream when she tried going the opposite way. Fire ram! Chire shouted, launching a large amount of flames at Logmac that were shaped like a ram's head, the tribalist creature having no time to dodge for the attack hit her, reducing Logmac to code. Port court, alright. Now it's all tied up, Tom said, smiling at seeing that Naruto just needed 2 more wins and he'll have beaten Krillin. Yeah. And he's got some pretty good moves as Chire, being able to focus that Mega Roar like that, then using Torrent of Flames trap Logmac. Said Kaz, seeing that Naruto's pretty good with using Chai along with Maxa. Don't go celebrating just yet, dudes, he's still got that nasty Climax to get through, Peyton said, with Sarah nodding in agreement. Which is hard enough without him having the Droskin. With that on, Naruto's gonna have to do some serious planning to win. Sarah added, knowing that while it may look like Naruto's close to winning, he still has a lot to do before he can get there. Climax is gonna crush your loser friend, said Nick, getting annoyed and angry that Naruto's still somehow in the match and hasn't lost already. Yeah, and he's already lost that freak Ursus. He's just wasting time if he thinks he has a chance to beat a Codemaster. Sanjay added, eager to see Naruto be defeated. Yet he's still facing a Codemaster. Remind me again when any of you faced a Codemaster? Let alone manage to code 4 of their creatures, or even 1. Kaz said, smirking at them, making Nick and Sanjay see silently. Krillin drome, and now we're all tied up, Naruto said, glad to get rid of Logmax so she couldn't switch around any battle gear. But for how long remains to be seen, said Krillin before spinning the randomizer, with it soon landing on Prexicasm. Jackal attacks Maxa, Krillin said as they chose their selected creatures and transformed into them. With Jackal being like Lu, resembling a dog/wolf-like creature with dark yellow fur, as well as brown fur on the tip of his tail, blue fur on his knees and the top of his head, long claws on his hands and feet, equally long fangs emerging from his mouth, and wearing ragged gray shorts with a metal belt with a pale blue crystal, leather wrappings around his abdomen, and leather straps around his biceps and shoulders. Let's get chaotic. Prexicasm. Jackal jumped down from a tree before quickly running into some bushes, peeking out to look for any sign of Maxa, but didn't see him anywhere. Standing up from the bushes, Jackal sniffed the air to see if he could catch his scent. Rock wave. The tribalist creature didn't have time to dodge before a massive wave of rocks came crashing down on top of him, Jackal grunting as he pulled himself out from the rocks. Looking, he saw Maxa jumping down from a ledge with his Yar shard equipped and an uncharacteristically fierce and ferocious smirk on his face. Thanks for the new gear, it really helps power up my earth attacks. Like this, Pebble Storm! Shouted Maxa, aiming the Yar shard and unleashing a large blast of pebbles at Jackal, who rolled out of the way to avoid getting hit. You aren't the only one with battle gear, said Jackal as he summoned his own battle gear, the Gauntlets of Might, to boost his attacks. Power Pulse, Jackal said, unleashing dozens of green fists at Maxa. Anything you can do, I can return even more powerful. Power Pulse, Maxa said, unleashing his own green fists that crashed into Jackal's with them exploding upon impact, before charging and leaping into the air. Thunder Shout, yelled Maxa, unleashing a loud shout at Jackal. Mega Roar, Jackal roared, unleashing his own sonic wave at Maxa's, before quickly turning to face the Overworlder once he landed behind him. Flash Kick, said Jackal, kicking his legs out, releasing several curb energy blasts at Maxa that slammed into his back, getting a grunt from Maxa. Delirium, Maxa said, turning around and blasting Jackal while still being hit by the flash kicks, managing to hit and daze the tribalist creature. Now for Unsanity, said Maxa, blasting Jackal again and further dazing him, with Jackal seeing doubles of everything around him. And if that doesn't clear your mind, maybe this will. Ash Torrent! Maxa shouted, blasting Jackal with torrents of ash, dealing more damage and blinding him from the ash cloud. Xenocentric Wrath! Jackal yelled as he began firing barrages of plasma arrows all around him since he couldn't see, with Maxa jumping and dodge out of the way before grunting when some of them managed to hit him. There you are, Flash Warp! Said Jackal, firing a blast at Maxa, who managed to recover and got up. Earth Pulse! Maxa said, slamming his fist into the ground, releasing a ripple that managed to knock Jackal off balance along with his attack missing. Lavalanche! Said Maxa, firing a blast of lava at Jackal as he was off balance, the attack managing to make contact and burn Jackal. Iron Ball! Maxa said, then releasing a barrage of iron balls that slammed into Jackal and pushed him further back. Mount Pillar! Kid seems to be fighting a lot more ruthlessly than before. Uchiha stated, seeing how relentless Naruto was being in his assault. It's due to the Urshard. While it does increase the user's earth attacks, it also makes them more reckless and ruthless as well. Something that, while useful in certain situations, can prove to be more of a hindrance. Which is why Mother prefers keeping it locked inside the treasury. Said Assel, knowing while a useful battle gear, the Urshard can prove to be a hindrance just as much to the user as it is for their enemy. Well, hopefully it won't make him too reckless to end up losing. Said Wama, with Assel and Uchiha nodding in agreement. Prexarchasm! Velocitrap! Jackal shouted after managing to get away from Maxer's barrage of attacks and fired a blast of electricity at him, with the Overworlder moving to the side and dodging the attack. Power Cut! Said Jackal, swiping his claws, unleashing crescent-shaped energy blades at Maxa, succeeding in impacting the Overworld leader and sending him flying over a nearby ledge. Vine Snare! Said Maxa, shooting vines out of his hand that wrapped around a tree, using his momentum to run along the cliffside and jump back up into the air. Rock Wave! Maxa shouted while smashing his fists into the ground, releasing a large wave of rocks towards Jackal, who quickly ran out of the way to avoid being crushed, only for Maxa to smirk at seeing this. Skeletal Strike! Maxa said, rushing Jackal and hitting him with the skeleton that emerged from his body, slamming into the tribeless creature hard enough to reduce him to code. Krellin Drome, you've done well to have made it this far, Chaotic Phantom. But now are you ready to face your biggest challenge yet? Krellin asked, knowing it'll be nearly impossible for him to defeat Climax with the Droskin equipped to him. Only one way to find out, said Naruto as he spun the randomizer, watching as it soon landed on Akarak Cavern. Maxa attacks Climax, Naruto said as they both selected their creatures and transformed into them. Mipedem Oasis, do you think Naruto will be winning, my princes? Seato asked while looking at both Ifler and Mudinu, wondering what they thought of Naruto's chances of winning. It depends on if he's able to find a way to get rid of the Droskin, as that is his main obstacle to achieve victory. Replied Ifler, knowing without the Droskin, Naruto's chances of winning did go up. Indeed. But even if he succeeds in doing that, Climax is still a formidable creature. He will need something to ensure he can defeat him. Mudina added, with Ifler nodding in agreement. Knowing that even without the Droskin, Climax will still be a tough opponent to beat and will require either careful planning or an ace he's waiting to use. Akarak Cavern. Climax moved through Akarak Cavern, smashing any crystals in his way, stumbling slightly due to the reduced gravity, not used to fighting in locations like this. Before he stopped and sniffed the air, roaring as he caught Max's scent from above. Vine Snare! Climax said, shooting vines out of his hands that wrapped around one of the crystals on a higher level, lifting him up before releasing them, letting himself fly straight up to the ceiling. Turning so his feet touched the ceiling, Climax spotted Maxa hiding behind a crystal outcropping, the tribeless creature immediately kicking off the ceiling towards him. Sludge Gush! Climax shouted, spitting a torrent of sludge at Maxa, which also got the Overworlder's attention, his eyes widening at the sight before he quickly kicked off the ground, launching himself away from Climax. Rot Cloud! Maxa shouted, shooting a stream of rot at Climax to try and destroy the Droskin again. That didn't work before and it won't work now. Freeze Flash! Said Climax, releasing a blast of freezing air and rocks that froze the rot cloud, only for Maxa to have kicked off the wall towards Climax, smashing through his frozen attack and grabbing hold of Savage Relative. I know, I was counting on it. Magma Might! Said Maxa before slamming his lava-covered fist into Climax's chest, knocking him across the cavern, with Climax grunting at the attack before watching as the Droskin melted and crumbled away. Rot Cloud wasn't the only attack I found that could destroy battle gear. Now without that annoying belt, I can do this. Inferno Claws! Maxa said while making a claw shape with his hand and thrusting it forward, shooting fiery claws at Climax. There's an attack for every defense, and a defense for every attack. Ice discs, said Climax, launching several ice discs at the fire claws, before launching himself at Maxa and grabbing hold of him. Paralyze, said Maxa, blasting Climax and paralyzing him, but could see he's already starting to fight through the paralysis. Iron balls, Maxa said, hitting Climax with a barrage of iron balls to throw him off of him, with Climax grunting as he hit the ground and broke free from the paralysis. Aqua recoil, Climax said, restoring some of his energy and gaining more courage. Rock wave, said Maxa, launching himself towards the ground and slamming his fists down, unleashing a wave of crystals towards Climax. Mega roar, Climax shouted, unleashing a powerful roar that destroyed the crystal wave, with Maxa grunting and covering his ears. Tainted thunderstorm, said Climax, unleashing a blast of lightning that smashed right into Maxa, sending him crashing into a wall. A lavalanche, Maxa yelled, shooting waves of lava at Climax. Mirthquake, roared Climax, letting a loud laughter-filled shockwave that dispersed the lava, at the cost of his earth element, before charging Maxa on all fours, making the overworlder's eyes widen before he quickly got up and jumped away. Inferno claws, said Maxa, shooting more fiery claws at Climax. Skull evolve strike, Climax shouted, unleashing a large demonic skeleton that rushed right through the flames and slammed right into Maxa, causing the overworlder to burst into code. Underworld is city, and it looks like it is up to you to bring the human victory, Chire, as to be expected, Agito stated, only to see Chire sporting a frown on his face. No, he still has some tricks left, said Chire, knowing Naruto still had some tricks left to pull, along with his own doubts on if he'd even be able to beat Climax himself. He's right, even with him managing to destroy the Droskin with that magma-mite attack, this isn't over, not yet anyway. Ivena said, seeing that Naruto still had some tricks up his sleeves and probably a way to defeat Climax, he just needed to get the right creature and location. I bet he's got a music to use against Climax, said Hearing, thinking Naruto had a special music to use when the time is right. Takanam nodded in agreement with her former student and Hearing, fully believing Naruto still had some tricks to use and it may be a music he's saving for the right moment. Krellin drome, it seems like we're now both down to our last creatures, Krellin stated, only to see Naruto smirk, knowing that meant he's planning something. Looks like it. Time to find out who will win this match, replied Naruto, with Krellin nodded in agreement but felt this wouldn't be the last match before spinning the randomizer, which soon landed on Amantir. Climax attacks Chire, Krellin said as they both selected their final creatures and transformed into them. Amantir, Embers swarm, Chire shouted while shooting a blast of embers at Climax. Neuro freeze, said Climax, unleashing a blast of icy energy that froze the embers in midair, with Chire smashing right through the block of ice and grabbed hold of Climax. Lifting up the tribeless creature, Chire charged through several trees, smashing Climax through each one, making him grunt at each impact. Until Climax managed to regain his footing, coming to a skidding halt and smashed his fists down on Chire's back. Rust Oxic, Climax said, hitting Chire with a blast of rust, causing the underworlder's entire body to be covered by it. Breaking free of the frozen Chire, Climax grabbed him and threw Chire high up into the air. Vine snare, said Climax, shooting vines out of his hands to wrap around Chire as he began spinning him around before with a roar, Climax slammed Chire down onto the ground. With Chire grunting in pain as the impact, which also broke the rust around him, allowing him to move again. Though he didn't have time to regain his bearings as Climax came charging at him again. Skeletal strike, Chire shouted as a skeleton emerged from his body and charged towards Climax. Skull evolve strike, Climax said, firing his own larger demonic skeleton, with both skeletons colliding against each other with Climax's managing to overpower Chire's. Enlightened tenacity, fearless strike, said Chire launching himself at Climax's skeleton, slamming his fist right through it as he continued towards the savage creature, who launched towards him as well. Power pulse, said Climax, firing green fists at Chire who grunted as they slammed into him, but he kept running until she slammed his fist into Climax's face, sending him crashing into a tree. Power pulse, torrent of flames, Chire yelled, firing green fists at Climax immediately afterwards before unleashing blast fire, combining the two attacks together to have fiery fists flying towards Climax. Caustic cascade, Climax said, unleashing a blast of water at the fists, extinguishing the flames, but grunted when a few of the power pulses managed to still pass through and hit him. "Freeze flash!" yelled Climax, switching to a blast of freezing air and rocks launched at Chire. "Flame orb!" said Chire, shooting fireballs at the freezing air, only to be thrown back when the attack managed to overpower his flames and slam right into him. "Ember whip!" Chire said after managing to get up, creating a flaming whip which he launched at Climax, managing to wrap it around his arm before pulling him in close. "Force strike!" said Chire, slamming his fist into Climax's face once he was close enough, sending him crashing through several trees. Seeing this, Chire took a moment to catch his breath, feeling like he could get coated any moment now with how relentless Climax was. Not helped that he got energy back from the location thanks to having the earth and water elements. Hopefully I'll be able to code him though, otherwise I'll have to try plan B. And if that doesn't work, plan C, thought Chire, knowing he only had 3 chances to try and code Climax, before he grunted when a tree was thrown at him and pinned the underworlder down, shocked to see Climax getting back up and punching his fist into his palm, not believing he's still standing after all those attacks. Grunting, Chire managed to throw the tree off of himself and stand up to face Climax, seeing his regular attacks weren't doing much. "Okay, no choice then. Incinerate!" Chire shouted as he glowed a bright red, before unleashing a gigantic tsunami of flames at Climax that burnt everything they touched to ash. "Liquescent swirl!" roared Climax, releasing a gigantic cyclone of water that matched Chire's Incinerate in both size and power, the 2 attacks clashing against each other, with them soon ending in the attacks canceling each other out, creating a massive cloud of steam that covered the entire location. While Chire fell to his knees in exhaustion and feeling the loss of his fire element, before looking to see Climax still standing tall. "Gutsy move using Incinerate to try and finish me. But now you're all out of fire, while I still have my earth attacks," Climax said, making Chire sigh but still smirked. "Maybe I'm out of fire, but I'm not out of tricks." "Song of Revival," said Chire, making Climax's eyes widen. "Skelevolve strike," shouted Climax, unleashing a skeleton to try and code Chire before he could revive a creature, only to be too late as the music played just before Chire was coded. Krellin drome. Naruto and Climax reappeared with Climax turning back into Krellin, watching as Ursus reappeared on the battle board. If you failed to code Climax with Incinerate, you had Song of Revival ready to revive Ursus should he have already been defeated. A good strategy and thinking ahead rather than use the music to revive Ursus when you battled Logmac, said Krellin, impressed at Naruto managing to still have a few tricks up his sleeves. "That's right. But now it's time for this battle to really end. No battle gear, no other creatures, just Ursus against Climax," Naruto stated with a smirk. "Then I guess it's time to see which creature truly reigns supreme in Prexarchasm," Krellin said, with the Uzumaki nodding in agreement as he spun the randomizer. "The final location, Castle Pillar," said the Drome Master as the randomizer settled on the final location. "Ursus attacks Climax," said Naruto, selecting Ursus while Krellin selected Climax. The 2 transforming into both Prexarchasm creatures, with Ursus growling and flexing his claws, while Climax punched his fist into his palm with a fierce glare on his face. "Let's get chaotic." "Port court, oh man! This is getting so intense," Peyton said while grabbing at his hair at how close this match was getting, and now seeing it's between Naruto's and Krellin's respective ace creatures. "I know, I honestly don't even know who could win at this point," said Sarah while biting her nails nervously, knowing at this point either of them could come out the winner. "Wait, what's Naruto doing?" Tom said upon seeing that Ursus wasn't trying to find or even fight Climax, instead he's moving through Castle Pillar. "The magician. There's a magician at the top of the pillar that gives help to the wisest creature, and Ursus has higher wisdom than Climax," said Kaz, realizing what Naruto's doing. "That must mean he's got a plan to win this," said Tom, but knew he'd need to get there first and avoid getting coated by Climax. While Nick, Tank and Sanjay gritted their teeth in anger, having hoped Naruto would lose last round, but still managed to survive with Song of Revival. The 3 could only hope that Climax finds and crushes Naruto before he can reach the magician. Castle Pillar. Ursus ran through Castle Pillar, making his way to the top to reach the magician, knowing he needed it if he had any hope of beating Climax. "That is if the location doesn't code me first," thought Ursus while dodging a piston that nearly crushed him before leaping up to another floor, only to quickly jump back when Climax burst out of the ground. "Rock wave!" Climax shouted, slamming his fists down on the ground and unleashing a waves of rock at Ursus, with the tribeless creature flipping over the rock wave. "Rust Oxic!" said Ursus, blasting Climax with a spray of rust that froze him in place before running past his frozen opponent to continue his way up the tower. Reaching a chamber, Ursus looked around before suddenly iron doors slammed down on the exits, including the one he just came through. Looking up, Ursus's eyes widened when he saw a spiked ceiling was descending down towards him. Puzzle! Puzzle, there's gotta be a puzzle here, Ursus thought, looking for where any puzzle could be, before spotting a puzzle with sliding pieces on the wall. Rushing over to it, Ursus looked it over before he began moving them around, glancing up at the ceiling occasionally to see how much time he had left before being crushed. Narrowing his eyes at the puzzle, Ursus moved a few more pieces until finally it depicted the underworld tribe symbol. This causing the ceiling to stop descending while the doors opened up, only for Climax to be on the other side of one. Power pulse, said Climax, throwing his fist forward, releasing a barrage of green fists at Ursus, who quickly dived out of the way of the attack. Vine snare, said Ursus, shooting vines at Climax that wrapped around him, yanking the savage creature into the room and clotheslining him. Paralyze, Ursus said, blasting and paralyzing Climax before running out of the room, with the doors slamming shut once he was out, leaving Climax trapped. That should keep him busy for a few minutes, thought Ursus as he continued making his way up the pillar, solving any puzzles he came across, along with using sludge gush on all the stairs and corridors to make it difficult for Climax to get around. Finally, Ursus arrived at the top of the pillar in a room with 5 colored orbs, being blue, red, brown, yellow, and purple. Okay, the magician has to be in here, and I just have only one puzzle left, Ursus muttered while looking at the orbs, wondering what they could mean. Wait, those are the tribe colors. Blue for Overworlders, red Underworlders, yellow for Mypedians, and brown for Danians, Ursus thought before looking at the purple orb. And purple? Said Ursus before he heard Climax roaring and the ground shaking from his approach, the tribeless creature looking back at the orbs until he realized what the answer was. Purple, Ursus said while immediately jumping up and tapping the purple orb, causing all of them to spin around rapidly before the magician appeared and entered Ursus. Perfect, thought Ursus, just as Climax burst through the door, making him turn around, ready to fight seriously now. Skeletal strike, Ursus shouted, unleashing his skeleton to attack Climax. Skelevolve strike, said Climax, unleashing his own larger and demonic skeleton, with both of them clashing against each other. Lavalanche, said Ursus, shooting out blasts of lava, destroying both skeletons and continuing towards Climax. Freeze flash, Climax yelled while releasing freezing air and rocks, with both attacks colliding together and creating a large amount of steam before they ended. Muge's edge, fearless strike, Ursus yelled, jumping through the steam and slamming his fist into Climax's face, sending him crashing through a wall into another room. Shadow strike, roared Climax as all the surrounding shadows rose up and rushed towards Ursus. Tecto strike, said Ursus, slamming his fists into the ground with several rocks floating into the air and charging towards the shadows, dispersing them. Rip tide, Climax said, creating 2 balls of water that he launched towards the rocks as large waves that overpowered the rocks and slammed into Ursus. Flood force, said Climax as the water then entrapped Ursus in a sphere of water. Poison panic, Climax shouted, shooting green blasts of poison at the trapped Ursus, his opponent being unable to escape the attack as they impacted him. Thunder shout, shouted Ursus, unleashing a powerful shockwave, strong enough to free him from the flood force and slam into Climax while sending him crashing into a wall. Ending the attack, Ursus roared as he charged Climax, slamming into him and sending them both crashing into another chamber, before Climax grabbed Ursus and threw him against the wall. Ice disc, Climax yelled, throwing multiple ice discs at Ursus, who ducked and dodged them. Power pulse, Ursus said, firing green fists at Climax, the savage creature leaping out of the way of the attacks. Earth pulse, said Climax, stomping his feet on the ground, releasing a pulse through the ground that knocked Ursus off balance before he dug his claws into the ground, growling at Climax. Mega roar, Ursus roared, unleashing a loud and powerful shockwave which he focused entirely on Climax, who growled and raised his arms as he pushed back by the force of the attack. Primal smash, Climax shouted while raising his arms up before slamming them down on the ground, causing the entire tower to begin shaking and ending Ursus's attack. With Climax roaring as he charged Ursus, grabbing him before the tribeless creature began ramming through all the walls and chambers of the pillar. While Ursus grunted with each impact before he began punching Climax to get him to let go. Only for Climax to ignore the attacks and seem to start running faster, giving a final roar as they broke through the last wall and began falling to the ground below. The sudden sensation of falling getting Climax to release Ursus, who roared and dived towards his opponent, slamming his fist into Climax's face. The savage creature returning the roar with his own and smashing his head against Ursus's before punching him in the chest. Growling, Ursus swiped his claws across Climax's face before wrapping his arms around Climax. Positioning them so that Climax will hit the ground, Ursus kicked off Climax's back and pulled his arm back. Fearless strike! Ursus roared while diving back down at Climax to slam his fist into him. Torrent of water! Said Climax, shooting a blast of water at Ursus to throw him back, while shooting another blast at the ground to slow his descent a little. The attack allowing Climax to survive crashing into the ground, while Ursus was thrown back towards Castle Pillar, managing to grab hold of the edge while roaring before launching himself down at Climax, tackling the savage creature as they began rolling on the ground, both of them punching and clawing at each other, with them soon ending up on the edge of the surrounding lava with Ursus on top on Climax, and trying to force him back into the lava. Seeing this, Climax knew he needed to act fast or else he was done for. Song of Translocation, Climax said, activating his music, teleporting him and Ursus away from Castle Pillar and into Prexer Chasm, with the ground shaking and rocks falling around them. With the sudden change of location being enough to distract Ursus long enough for Climax to slam his fist into his face, knocking him off and allowing the tribeless creature to get up. It's time to end this, Climax said, knowing the battle and match will end here, with Ursus smirking. I couldn't agree more. Unheard melody, said Ursus, activating his own music, with Climax having no time to react before he suddenly burst into code. Port Court, yes. He actually won. Tom cheered, along with Kaz, Sarah, and Peyton. Woohoo! Way to go, dude! Ahahaha! Said Peyton before laughing in excitement that they saw Naruto really defeat Krillin. Alright, way to go, Naruto! Kaz said while smiling at his friend's victory. Yes. I knew he could do it! Cheered Sarah, smiling happily that her friend/crush had actually won his first Codemaster match. No! Nick shouted, throwing his drink in anger that Naruto actually somehow won. How did that loser actually defeat a Codemaster? Demanded Tank, slamming his fists down on the table. He had to have cheated. There's no way he could just code a creature like that without an attack, yelled Sanjay with a scowl and believing Naruto cheated. He didn't, he used music. Again, you'd have seen it if you put your egos and personal grudges away for 5 minutes, Sam said while rolling his eyes, though smirk, since now he was able to see a lot of new and interesting scans, along with learning a lot of useful information. Let it go, you want to go cry about it, then do it somewhere you won't further humiliate yourselves, said Cristela while mentally smirking at getting Naruto's savage and more brutal side again. Kira City, yes. He won, Ivena said, jumping up out of her seat in excitement at seeing Naruto won the match. That was certainly an amazing battle, said Jack, amazed at the skill, planning and strategy displayed. Indeed it was, Jack. These chaotic matches are quite entertaining to see rather than hear of. Narin added, seeing that chaotic was definitely more than just an average game. You don't look surprised, Tress. You weren't expecting this, were you? Maxa asked rhetorically while looking at his friend with smirk, who returned it with her own. I never doubted for a second that he would win, said Tress, having been fully confident Naruto would win, getting a laugh from the overworld leader before he stood up. Well, I don't know about the rest of you, but seeing those battles put me the mood for some training and sparring. After all, I can't have a chaotic player being a better me than me, Maxa said, having seen the way Naruto battled as him and was interested in improving himself and trying out the moves he saw. With Tress, Ivena and Jack getting up to follow him, also desiring to get some training and sparring done after those great battles. Underworld City, alright. Way to go, Naruto! Hearing cheering at seeing his friend win the battle. Haha. Yes, that's my future mate right there, said Takanam with a large smile, not ashamed of what she just said, now refusing to let Naruto get away from her. That was definitely far more than I expected. In a good way though, and a very entertaining one, stated Ivena, only being further amazed and intrigued by Naruto with how he battled as different creatures. Indeed it was. I must admit it, I was skeptical of seeing this human game, but now I'm glad I did. To see such a spectacular battle and prowess. What did you think, Chire? Vegito's asked, looking at Chire only to see him getting up and walking away. What do I think? I think I'm going to the Colosseum to knock some heads together. After what I just saw, I'm making sure I'm at my strongest when I can finally fight that kid, said Chire eagerly as he headed for the Underworld Colosseum, having seen how Naruto fought as him and combined attacks together, wanting to practice doing that and needing to fight some creatures himself. A sentiment Takanam and Ivena shared as they joined the leader to have their own battles. Mypdom Oasis, that was quite spectacular. Far more than I ever could have expected. Mudina stated in amazement at the match, with Ifleur and Seato nodding in agreement. Indeed it was cousin, young Naruto certainly has great skill and abilities both as a human and as creatures. I dare say, if he'd been born in Param then few would be able to rival him, said Ifleur, knowing it was good they would have Naruto's aid in battling the Marillions. Definitely, Your Highness. Makes me wish to see what he can do here in Param as himself, Seato said, something Ifleur and Mudina had to agree with. Perhaps we will one day. Though for now, I will be organizing the training of the soldiers. These battles have given me some new ideas to improve our ranks and abilities, said Mudina with Ifleur standing up. I shall join you, Mudina. It's been too long since I entered the training yard, and after such an excellent display of fighting abilities, I don't wish to grow rusty or fall behind. Seato, you're more than welcome to join us, Ifleur said, surprising Mudina and Seato before they nodded as the three exited the palace. Mount Pillar, now that's what I'm talking about. That was some of the best fighting I've seen in my entire life, Odayu Bathak said, amazed at the battling in the match, having not expected humans to be so skilled at fighting as creatures, seeing there's definitely more to this game than they thought. No kidding, most of them I forgot it were actually just matches between two players. They can seriously get into the right mindset of the creatures they play as, said Wama, with Assel nodding in agreement at how amazing the match was. Indeed, that was so much more than I was expecting, and I can say I wasn't disappointed at all. I'm sure Mother will be interested in hearing about it, Assel said, planning to tell her mother about the match, maybe even see if Naruto can bring another one of these screens to be set up in her chambers. Krellin Drome, the winner of the match, Chaotic Phantom, the Drome Master announced. Yes. I actually won, Ursus said as he transformed back into Naruto, smiling in excitement and happiness that he really won. You waited until I used Song of Translocation, leaving me with no magicians left, then using Unheard Melody to code Climax. That planning was perfect. Congratulations, Naruto, Krellin said in amazement and pride at how Naruto was able to successfully outmaneuver him. Thank you, Codemaster Krellin, but I did learn from the best, replied Naruto while smiling at Krellin, knowing he had him to thank for a lot of what he's learned and how far he's come, along with the rest of his friends. Before his smile widened as he looked at his scanner to see a scan of Prexarchasm has been uploaded to it. That skin will unlock a new world for you. There are still many secrets of Prexarchasm to be discovered. Use it wisely and say hello to Ursus and Ariak when you see them again, said Krellin, with Naruto nodding happily that he'll get to see his other creature friends again, and whenever he wants. Exiting the drome, Naruto was greeted to his friend running up to him, with Sarah running up and hugging him. Naruto! That was amazing! Sarah said while smiling brightly at him, something that made Naruto happy at seeing her starting to act like her old self again. Dude, that was the most epic and awesome match ever, said Peyton, having never seen a match that intense before. Definitely. The way you used your creatures and then that ending battle, it was just beyond anything we've seen before, Kaz added. It's definitely gonna be hard for anyone to top a match like that. Now come on, let's see it, Tom said, all of them eager to see Naruto's new skin, with the whiskered blonde showing them the Prexarchasm skin much to their amazement. Prexarchasm, just think of all stuff you'll be able to scan there, said Kaz, with Naruto nodding in agreement. Yeah, there's still a lot of different creatures to scan and see, probably even ones that Krellin hasn't seen or heard of. But I'm gonna be happy just seeing two right now, Naruto replied, knowing the first thing he'll do is go see Ursus and Ariak to tell them about everything that's happened since he arrived in Chaotic. So how does it feel to win your first Codemaster match? Sarah asked. Honestly, when I first started battling, it was just to beat Krellin and win a Prexarchasm scan. But now after seeing how fun it is to battle in the dromes, along with all the adventures in Param, now I'm gonna be aiming for the other 6 Codemasters. And I'm sure they're all gonna be really tough opponents, and do everything they can to beat me, but that just means I have to try my best to win, said Naruto, making them all smile before Peyton wrapped an arm around his shoulder. Well, hold that thought for a moment, dude. 'Cause we still have to celebrate, and we put together a little surprise for ya. Let's go, said Peyton before the 4 of them began pulling Naruto back to his house. Once they arrived and went inside, Naruto was surprised to see his house look completely different. Seeing there were now dozens of DVDs put on the shelves, music CDs, books, a sound system, and even a few game consoles he's heard them talk about. Surprise! The group said, while Naruto looked around in amazement. What is all this? Naruto asked, before hearing chuckling and saw Kit walk out. You have your friends to thank for this. After you first showed Sarah and Peyton this place, they decided to make it feel more like a home, said Kit, much to Naruto's surprise as he looked at the others. That's right, dude, we couldn't have you just sit around here with nothing to do besides watch matches. So we brought you some stuff from Earth. Movies, shows, music, games, everything you could need, though Sarah insisted on the books too. Totally my idea, by the way. Peyton said with a smirk while Tom, Kaz and Sarah rolled their eyes before smiling at Naruto. So, what do you think? Sarah asked, as Naruto looked around before smiling at them in happiness. It's amazing. Thank you for this, and everything else. Naruto said, glad to have them as his friends. Glad you like it. Now, how about celebrating your refurbished house and winning your match? Said Tom before turning on the stereo. Chaotic OST cure for the common code. Naruto laughed as his friends started dancing to the music, before looking at Kit when he walked up to him. You've really grown a lot since I first met you in Prexicasm, Naruto. And I can't say how proud I am to have seen your journey to become such an amazing chaotic player, and the help you're giving to Param. Kit said, smiling at Naruto and holding out his hand, only to be surprised when Naruto hugged him instead before he returned the hug. I couldn't have gotten this far without your help, bringing me to Chaotic, and giving me my scanner. I couldn't have done any of that without you, so thank you, Kit. For everything and believing in me, said Naruto while smiling at the Codemaster, who was touched by Naruto's words and smiled at the Uzumaki. No problem, and I'm glad for the chance to have met you, Naruto. You're definitely a special kid, replied Kit while placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder. I prefer unpredictable, Naruto stated, getting a laugh from Kit before they joined the others in celebrating his victory as the music played. It's hypnotic and exotic, so psychotic. It's chaotic. It's hypnotic and exotic, so psychotic. It's chaotic. Thank you for watching this video. I hope you enjoyed it. If you want to see the next part, don't forget to turn on notifications by hitting that bell icon. Please like, subscribe, and comment below to let me know your thoughts. Check out my other videos for more content you might enjoy. Until next time, take care.